Xiao Wuji fought with someone else and broke through Qingshan's formation, exposing him. I didn't expect there to be such a variable. An Ascension Immortal who has just broken through must have a lot of treasures on him. Do you want to hand them over obediently, or do you want us to make you hand them over? The leader of the group of more than 10 people, an Ascension Immortal, looked at Qingshan and sneered. Are you guys here to hunt others? Qingshan was not afraid. He walked out of the cave and asked. Do you want to know our names so that you can take revenge after living an ignoble life? The leader, an Ascension Immortal, sneered. He did not want to tell Qingshan their names. No, I'm just afraid that if you don't tell me, you won't know who killed you on the road to the underworld. Qingshan shook his head and said seriously. You're indeed a young man. You've just broken through, yet you're full of vigor and bragging shamelessly. Someone in the group of more than a dozen people laughed disdainfully. Do you think that you can say some harsh words just because you broke through to become an Ascension Immortal? Listen, we have 7 Ascension Immortals on our side, the leader, an Ascension Immortal, said with disdain. God of the human world, I'll cover you. Leave quickly. This has nothing to do with you. I will burn my blood and activate my combat strength. You take advantage of the chaos to escape. At this time, Xiao Wuji, who was vomiting blood, sent a telepathic message to Qingshan and told him his plan. His tone was firm, and he didn't want to drag Qingshan down. It was his problem, and he should solve it himself. Moreover, Xiao Wuji felt to blame for having accidentally knocked away Qingshan's formation and exposed himself to those people. Xiao Wuji did not want Qingshan to die because of him. After saying that, he wanted to burn his blood. Qingshan immediately interrupted him upon seeing that Xiao Wuji was about to burn his blood, shouting, I don't need you to burn your blood. Just stand aside and watch. I'm the god of the human world. I don't care about these useless people who stick together to be more powerful. After stopping Xiao Wuji from burning his blood, Qingshan waved his hand, and an immortal sword appeared in his palm. 7 Ascension Immortals, and you can't fight alone. You've lived your lives like dogs, Qingshan stated bluntly. Then, he gathered the power from his new breakthrough. The 3 great paths in his body quickly fused and condensed on the immortal sword. Qingshan's face was cold. He stood on the broken stone and slashed at the sky. Clang! A streak of path sword chi shot into the clouds and transformed into a real dragon with a boom. The dragon had 3 colors on its body. They intertwined together, and the dragon looked ferocious and terrifying as it swooped down. The group of more than a dozen people attacked together to resist the dragon. However, in the next second, the real dragon disappeared from the sky and appeared in front of them in an instant. Boom! 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 An extremely terrifying explosion resounded through the forest. The real dragon spat out endless sword chi and instantly killed 7 Ascension Immortals on the spot. As for the remaining human world immortals, the byproduct sword chi took their lives. The real dragon, who felt that it had no opponent, roared at the sky to vent its anger. In the next second, it disappeared into the sky, leaving only 3 wisps of sword chi that slowly flowed past. Seeing the scene, Xiao Wuji gulped. He instantly lost the thought of burning his blood. No wonder the Immortal Path Golden Rankings evaluated you as a god of the human world. This is too terrifying, Xiao Wuji looked at Qingshan and said sincerely. Qingshan put away his immortal sword, not surprised by the current situation. When he was still a human world immortal plane, it was very easy for him to kill an Ascension Immortal. After Qingshan broke through to the Ascension Immortal cultivation plane, his strength had increased in all aspects. The Ascension Immortals, who needed to rely on their numbers, were weaklings in front of Qingshan. They could not withstand a single blow. They were just bullying Xiao Wuji for not breaking through to the Ascension Immortal cultivation plane and not having enough experience in the dimensional battlefield. They used their accumulated experience and teamwork to force Xiao Wuji into a dangerous situation. But even so, they still couldn't do anything to Xiao Wuji and could only slowly weaken him. Of course, if Qingshan hadn't appeared, Xiao Wuji would have been tortured to death by them. Thank you, God of the human world, for saving my life. Xiao Wuji came over from the waterfall and thanked Qingshan in person. Don't mention it. After all, we're all new here. Atop of that, we somewhat share a connection through the Immortal Path Golden Rankings. Qingshan waved his hand and did not take the matter to heart at all. God of the human world, after you entered the dimensional battlefield, have you been cultivating for the past year? Xiao Wuji asked curiously. Can you stop calling me the god of the human world? Qingshan felt a little ashamed. Couldn't they call him by his real name? I forgot your name, Xiao Wuji said awkwardly. When I was looking at the Immortal Path Golden Rankings, I paid attention to the accompanying God of the Human World title. Qingshan was speechless. He took a deep breath and said calmly, My name is Qingshan. Remember, don't call me God of the Human World. All right, Qingshan. I'll remember that. Xiao Wuji nodded, memorizing that name in his heart. Why are you being targeted by them? Qingshan asked curiously. Xiao Wuji sighed. I found a treasure trove. I ran into them after I came out. They wanted me to hand over my points and treasures. I didn't agree, so we started fighting. Hearing that, Qingshan stopped asking. He immediately went over to collect the corpses of the dozen or so people who had been killed. Qingshan had learned a lesson from the loss of the bodies of the people he killed near Wei City. This time, Qingshan remembered to collect the corpses. The dozen people were a group, looking for people who were alone. They must have a lot of points on them. They also did not expect their group, including 7 Ascension Immortals, would actually be destroyed by a single sword strike. People like them lived the life of predators. Naturally, they would not put their treasures and points elsewhere. They would definitely carry them with them. As expected, Qingshan carefully searched through the jade tokens and found more than 10 of them. He saw the points on them. Even the lowest had over 1,000 points. The highest was 6,000 points. There were countless other treasures. Qingshan put all the other treasures into his storage space and then transferred all the points on the jade tokens to his own. In an instant, he had more than 30,000 points. Indeed, money is earned. Qingshan looked at the 5-digit points on his jade token and couldn't help but sigh. When the Immortal Path Golden Rankings descended, he only obtained 8,000 points for being first. Now, in one go, he had more than 30,000 points. If those people in Wei City saw this, their eyes would probably turn red again. However, Qingshan didn't care much about the points. After turning around, he put away the jade token and looked into the distance, preparing to leave. He turned around and wanted to say goodbye to Xiao Wuji, but he did not expect Xiao Wuji to say, Qingshan, you saved my life. I have nothing to repay you with. I just happened to find a treasure. Come with me. 90% of the treasures inside are yours. Qingshan shook his head and refused. You found the treasure yourself. You can enjoy it yourself. I was just saving you while pursuing my goal. Besides, we know each other because of the Immortal Path Golden Rankings. Don't mention it. Qingshan was tempted by the treasure. But on second thought, since Xiao Wuji could find the treasure, others could definitely find it too. Then, the treasure would definitely cause a fight. If there was nothing that valuable about the treasure and they had to fight to the death for it, Qingshan felt that it was not worth it. He was not a person who liked to fight. He liked to cultivate silently, improve himself, and then kill his enemies in an instant. Seeing Qingshan's refusal, Xiao Wuji hurriedly said, This treasure belongs to a fallen immortal. There are many good things in it. The news hasn't spread yet, so let's seize the moment and search through it. There might be information about becoming an immortal. Qingshan hesitated. Information about becoming an immortal? That was a little tempting to him. Where is the treasure? Qingshan asked. It's 1,000 miles away, deep in a mountain. Rumor has it that a battle happened there a long time ago. A streak of sword chi cut off hundreds of mountains. It was very terrifying. Some people said that an immortal was once buried there and that there might be their treasures there. I heard this from some friends, Xiao Wuji said quickly. How did you find out? Qingshan looked at Xiao Wuji. Not long ago, when I passed by there, a mountain peak suddenly collapsed and a vacuum appeared. Deep underground, there was an immortal stone door. At that time, only I was nearby and did not see anyone else, so I immediately used a technique to move the collapsed mountain peak out and block the immortal stone door to ensure that no one found it. Xiao Wuji continued sincerely, just as I was about to go in and explore, I was targeted by this group of people. Then, they attacked all the way here. You know what happened after that. The injuries on his body seemed to be very serious, but as he talked to Qingshan, the blood in his body was beating like boiling water, crazily stimulating his wounds. Whether it was external injuries, internal injuries, or damage to his divine sense, they quickly healed. That was the ancient fighter bloodline, it was naturally extraordinary. According to what you said, you can explore it yourself now, Qingshan said. You're my savior, so I'm willing to share this treasure with you. You can have 90% of the treasure. I'll just take a little, Xiao Wuji said sincerely. He was also afraid that Qingshan would not believe him, so he swore to the heavens. Qingshan stopped him and said, there's no need to do this. Swearing to the heavens is useless. If you want to harm me, just be careful of your own life. Since you're willing to share this treasure, we'll split it 50-50. If there's any danger, I'll cover you. Let's work together. Qingshan was tempted not by the treasure of the immortal but the information of becoming an immortal. There were probably a lot of books behind the immortal stone door, and Qingshan needed that information very much. After becoming an Ascension Immortal, Qingshan clearly felt that the Ascension Immortal cultivation plane was different from the Human World Immortal cultivation plane. Human World Immortal was a vast cultivation plane. There was not much criteria for distinction, so it was very clear who was stronger and who was weaker. The Ascension Immortal cultivation plane was not like that. There were still levels above the Ascension Immortal cultivation plane. Qingshan could clearly feel that he still had room for improvement. Therefore, Qingshan thought about immortal treasure that Xiao Wuji mentioned and decided to explore it. Seeing Qingshan agree, Xiao Wuji was very happy and immediately led the way. The two of them were very fast. They covered over 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. After crossing the mountains, there were still layers of mountains. The pine and cypress trees were green and lush. Qingshan and Xiao Wuji were very careful. They restrained their auras and observed their surroundings to make sure that there was no one around. Only then did Xiao Wuji descend on the mountain peak. This is the mountain peak. When it collapsed, it alarmed many wild beasts in the mountain. Fortunately, I was the only one who passed by. After investigating, I quickly covered it up. The others who flew over it didn't care at all. They didn't expect that there would be an immortal stone door at the bottom of this mountain peak. Xiao Wuji pointed at the mountain peak beneath his feet and chuckled. Chapter 123, Kunlun Immortal. Qingshan's divine consciousness spread out and penetrated under the mountain peak. It continued to extend and then touched a barrier. The path barrier was very strong. Qingshan's divine soul increased greatly when he comprehended the great path, and doubled when he broke through to the Ascension Immortal cultivation plane. However, in front of the barrier, it still seemed so insignificant. Immortal Stone Gate. Qingshan was sure that it was there under the mountain and that Xiao Wuji was not lying. Shall we go down now? Xiao Wuji asked Qingshan. There's no hurry. I'll set up some concealment formations in the surroundings first to ensure that whatever happens underground won't spread to the outside world and won't attract others, Qingshan said calmly. He wasn't blinded by the immortal stone gate. You know how to set up formations? Xiao Wuji looked at Qingshan in surprise. Qingshan didn't explain. Using the heaven and earth as the formation disk and the dragon veins as the guide, he could set up formations in mountains, rivers, and rivers. With the addition of an array formation, the mountain peak looked ordinary to the outside world. Even if it was noisy inside, the outside world would not hear it unless they approached the mountain peak. However, there were thousands of mountains and valleys around them. Who would care about an ordinary mountain peak? When everything was set up, Qingshan said to Xiao Wuji, "We can go down and take a look now." This is called professionalism. Xiao Wuji gave him a thumbs up and said with admiration. Li Qingshan didn't comment. That was his personality. He was cautious and didn't want to take big risks. He always left a way out for himself. Where is the entrance? Li Qingshan asked Xiao Wuji. Follow me. Xiao Wuji brought Li Qingshan to a crack in the mountain. They walked down the crack and soon saw a stone door. It was very ancient. I came here last time and didn't rashly push open the stone door, Xiao Wuji said to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan observed the stone door silently. The material of the stone door was not much different from the material of the mountain. It could be seen that before the immortal died, he used nearby stones to shape a stone door as his tombstone. Li Qingshan walked up to make sure that there was no danger. He reached out and brushed the dust off the stone door. As expected, there were words on it. However, because it had been too long, the dust had accumulated and covered up the words. There are words on it. Xiao Wuji got closer in surprise and watched. Last time, he was so flustered that he didn't notice it. Tomb of the Kunlun Immortal. The Kunlun Immortal has ascended. Li Qingshan first read the biggest few words. This Kunlun Immortal erected a monument for himself. Xiao Wuji approached and looked at it seriously. Suddenly, he asked curiously, since they want to erect a monument for themselves, one piece of stone is enough. Why did they make a door? Maybe it's because the door is more imposing? Li Qingshan guessed without much thought. He squatted down and continued to wipe the dust. He saw a line of small words below the stone tablet. What is written there? Xiao Wuji asked. Li Qingshan stroked it gently and read it out. Those who are reading this, kneel down and bow 100 times before calling me master 3 times. Then, you shall receive my inheritance. After warming up, Li Qingshan had a strange expression on his face. This sentence probably isn't credible, right? Xiao Wuji muttered. Li Qingshan stood up and looked at Path Stone Door. Push and see if you can open it. If you can, ignore this line of words, Li Qingshan said to Xiao Wuji. Xiao Wuji was very obedient and immediately began to push the stone door open. He had been injured previously, and now he had mostly recovered. In another 2 hours, he would probably be as good as new. The ancient fighter bloodline was indeed terrifying. Xiao Wuji exerted all his strength, his muscles tensing as he gritted his teeth and pushed the stone door open. The stone door did not budge. He tried 3 times and the results were the same. Xiao Wuji wanted to try a 4th time. This time, Li Qingshan and he used all their strength. The stone door remained motionless. I can't push it open. I can't enter. Li Qingshan shook his head and looked at the line of words under the stone door with a strange expression. He had also tried to watch it carefully just now, wanting to activate his max-level comprehension. He didn't know if his strength was too low or if the stone door itself wasn't worth comprehending that the max-level comprehension ability wasn't activated. Standing in front of the stone door, Xiao Wuji said with a strange expression, Are we really going to bow to him 100 times? Li Qingshan shook his head slightly. He definitely wouldn't do it. I'll do it. Xiao Wuji gritted his teeth and knelt down. Swoosh, swoosh. The sound of bowing echoed. Li Qingshan stepped back a little, keeping some distance from Xiao Wuji. Xiao Wuji bowed very quickly. He bowed 100 times, and every bow was very earnest. Dust from the ground had accumulated on his forehead. After finishing the bows, Xiao Wuji called out Master 3 times. Then, he and Li Qingshan stared at the stone door together to see if there were any changes. 30 seconds, 1 minute, 3 minutes, then 5 minutes passed. Xiao Wuji gritted his teeth and cursed, F***ck, I got tricked. 100 bows for nothing. Li Qingshan stood at the side and did not know how to comfort him. However, his sharp eyes saw that the line of words under the stone door had changed. Xiao Wuji, take a look, Li Qingshan reminded the furious Xiao Wuji. Ha ha ha. Xiao Wuji immediately leaned over and read, You're such a fool. How can you believe this? That sentence made Xiao Wuji fly into a rage. Chapter 124, Living Stone Door. I'll smash your D*MN stone door. Xiao Wuji flew up and kicked the stone door. With a thud, it made a heavy sound, and dust flew everywhere. The stone door still stood firm. The words have changed again, Qingshan reminded Xiao Wuji that he had been observing. The furious Xiao Wuji could only squat down and continue watching. He read, "What kind of hero is kicking down a door? To prove your sincerity, bow to me 100 times and call me master 100 times, and I'll take you in as my disciple. D*MN it." Xiao Wuji immediately stood up and cursed. "You'd *MN immortal. You tricked me once, and now you want to trick me again? Bah! No way. Pa!" Qingshan looked at Xiao Wuji, who was getting more and more irritable. He thought for a while and uttered, "Xiao Wuji, don't you think this stone door is alive?" "What?" Xiao Wuji was stunned. He looked at Qingshan and responded in surprise, "You mean this stone door is alive?" "This is just my guess," said Qingshan calmly. He felt that the Kunlun immortal had been dead for at least 1,000 years. No matter how powerful they were and how knowledgeable they were, they could not have predicted the arrival of Qingshan and Xiao Wuji 1,000 years later. Moreover, the words he left behind changed according to Xiao Wuji's emotions. How could the Kunlun immortal predict that Xiao Wuji would kick the stone door 1,000 years later? If it were anyone else, they might not have kicked the stone door. That was why Qingshan said that the stone door was alive. "I believe you. Since you said that this stone door is alive, then it was playing with me just now. D*MN it, now it's my turn to play with it." Xiao Wuji chuckled. "What do you want?" Qingshan did not understand. If he couldn't push the stone door open, how could he play with it? "Please step back for a moment." Xiao Wuji's rogue temperament was exposed. He unbuckled his belt, took off his pants, and walked to the stone door, ready to relieve himself. Qingshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He chose to retreat a little, but during this process, he kept staring at the words on the tombstone. He wanted to see if the words on the tombstone would change after Xiao Wuji played rogue. Xiao Wuji had already taken off his pants. He hummed a little tune and pulled out his privates. The next second, Qingshan saw the words on the stone door change. "All right, the stone door has spoken," Qingshan interrupted Xiao Wuji and smiled. Xiao Wuji immediately stuffed his junk back into his pocket. He pulled up his pants and chuckled. "As expected, the stone door is alive. Let me see what you have to say." Xiao Wuji squatted down and read the line of small words aloud, "Don't point your little tadpole at me." After reading out those words, Xiao Wuji's face was as black as charcoal. From top to bottom, his entire person was on fire. Without saying a word, he took off his pants, faced the stone door, and directly relieved himself. Swoosh! It went on for quite a long time, directly accumulating at the bottom of the stone door. At that time, Qingshan had already noticed that the stone door had been updated. However, he didn't warn Xiao Wuji. He also hated the attitude of the stone door, so he would let Xiao Wuji giving the stone door some nutrients. After relieving himself for 2 minutes, Xiao Wuji finally shivered and pulled up his pants comfortably. "Let me see, what are you gonna say now?" Xiao Wuji squatted down to read the line of words, "I'm so disgusted." Xiao Wuji said that sentence and laughed loudly. All his anger instantly disappeared and his whole body felt comfortable. Qingshan stepped forward and said, "Stone door, I know that you have your own thoughts. If I'm not mistaken, you were created by the Kunlun immortal before they died." As soon as Qingshan spoke, Xiao Wuji shut his mouth and stood at the side, looking at the stone door. The stone door seemed to be listening. "The Kunlun immortal must have a purpose for creating you. Actually, what you said at the beginning was right. The Kunlun immortal is looking for a successor, but the criteria isn't bowing 100 times but rather getting your approval, right?" Qingshan analyzed calmly. Xiao Wuji gave Qingshan a thumbs up and looked at him with admiration. The stone door was updated with a new paragraph of text, "You're right. Are we the first batch of people to come here after the death of the Kunlun immortal?" Qingshan was not surprised. Yes, the stone gate answered Qingshan. Then do you like either of us? Qingshan asked directly. Xiao Wuji covered his mouth and said in a low voice, "It would have chosen you. I humiliated it just now. It's roaring to kill me." Qingshan didn't answer. Instead, he looked at the stone door. The stone door updated a paragraph of text. "Why must I choose between the two of you?" "It's right," Xiao Wuji responded in a low voice. "It doesn't have to choose us." "You won't choose either of us?" Qingshan sneered. "Do you think you'll meet a third candidate?" The stone door updated the text. "You can't do anything even if I don't choose you. This thing is indestructible. It wouldn't budge." "It's very troublesome," Xiao Wuji whispered into Qingshan's ear. "We can't do anything to you. We can't erect you, and we can't hurt you. But can't I dig out this entire area? You'll still be unscathed. I won't touch you. I'll dig out the entire area and keep it forever so that you won't see a third person in your life." Qingshan's expression was slightly cold. His words were casual, but it was a fatal threat. Chapter 125, Kunlun Immortal Heir. Xiao Wuji immediately clapped and cheered. "Yes, that's right. You can only choose one of us. Otherwise, you'll never see a third person in your life." The stone door cleared all its text and became speechless. It could not refute Qingshan's words. "I can choose one of you," it wrote after a while. "It compromised," Xiao Wuji said excitedly. "It must be you. The inheritance of the Kunlun Immortal will fall on you." Xiao Wuji knew his limits and knew that it wouldn't fall on him, so he wasn't disappointed at all. After all, he had had a good time relieving himself. "Then you choose one," Qingshan said calmly. The stone door fell into deep thought. It was really choosing seriously. Soon after, it updated a sentence. Xiao Wuji immediately read it out. "I choose." "Xiao Wuji. Why did you choose me?" Xiao Wuji asked blankly. Qingshan also looked at the stone door curiously. He also thought that it would most likely be him. After all, Xiao Wuji had relieved himself on the stone door for 2 minutes. The stone door updated the text, "Because I want to take revenge on you." Xiao Wuji was confused. "By giving me the inheritance of the Kunlun Immortal?" "Giving you the inheritance of the Kunlun Immortal is the best way to take revenge," the stone door replied. "What does it mean?" Xiao Wuji looked at Qingshan and asked in confusion. "I don't understand." "The inheritance of the Kunlun Immortal, or rather, the Kunlun Immortal themselves, is a troublesome existence," Qingshan responded while looking at the stone door. "You're very smart," the stone door replied. "Much smarter than this idiot. If it weren't for revenge, I would have chosen you." Qingshan shook his head. Previously, he was indeed a little tempted by the Kunlun Immortal's inheritance. Now that he knew that it was a big trouble, Qingshan was not tempted at all. He was afraid of trouble. Even if it was the inheritance of an immortal, he was still afraid of trouble. "No, since you said it's a big problem, can't I not want it?" Xiao Wuji said. The stone door updated the text. "You guys were the ones who asked me to choose just now. Now that I've chosen, you don't want it. Are you a capricious villain?" Xiao Wuji abashedly looked at Qingshan. He knew that Qingshan was smarter than him and was observant. He wanted Qingshan to analyze the situation. Qingshan sorted out his thoughts and then asked, "About the inheritance of the Kunlun Immortal, just how big is this problem? At the same time, how much will my friend get? When you tell others about the risks, you have to tell them about the benefits. That way, people won't be scared away by you." The stone door replied, "In the dimensional battlefield, if news of the Kunlun Immortal were to be known, it would definitely attract countless immortals. Once you become the successor of the Kunlun Immortal, you will enter the immortal plane in the future. There will be thousands of enemies. They will hunt you down until you die. That's scary?" Xiao Wuji took out a dry tobacco from his storage space and smoked it, falling into a dilemma. The stone door continued to respond, "There will be opportunities where there is danger. Becoming the successor of the Kunlun Immortal is a piece of cake for you. Once you have digested all the knowledge of the Kunlun Immortal, you can come and go as you please in the entire Immortal Plane. Since ancient times, crisis and opportunity come hand in hand. The choice is yours. In the end, the stone door lets Xiao Wuji make his decision. Xiao Wuji smoked his pipe, his old face full of conflict. He didn't know what to choose. If he didn't give up, he would feel endangered. Xiao Wuji, who had gathered his thoughts for a while, looked at Li Qingshan. He wanted to get an answer from Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said calmly, "When you're old and your lifespan is running out, you will sit in a rocking chair and reminisce about the past. At that time, will you regret not choosing to accept the inheritance of the Kunlun Immortal today?" Xiao Wuji followed Li Qingshan's words and started to make connections. Once he was old and senile, his eyes would droop, and his strength would also weaken greatly. He would have little life left, so he could only sit in a rocking chair, look at the dim lights, and recall the past. That would be his life if he did not accept the inheritance of the Kunlun Immortal and continued to live his own life as per normal. "I'll accept the inheritance of the Kunlun Immortal," Xiao Wuji said without hesitation as he opened his eyes. Rather than living an ordinary life, it's better to fight bravely. As the saying goes, all mountains are the same. Wherever one dies, one will be buried. I want the inheritance of Kunlun Immortal. Even if I have to become the enemy of the entire world, I won't regret it. At least I know that I still have a bro here, Xiao Wuji pointed at Li Qingshan and said heroically. In his heart, he had already regarded Li Qingshan as his best bro. Li Qingshan looked at Xiao Wuji and smiled slightly. Congratulations. The opportunity was right in front of him. If Xiao Wuji did not grasp it because of fear, he could only be immortal for the rest of his life. Putting himself in Xiao Wuji's shoes, Li Qingshan would probably have the same answer as Xiao Wuji. The stone door updated the text. "Your words just now were quite decent. They were somewhat befitting of the heir to the Kunlun Immortal. In the future, I will assist you. I will slowly transfer the inheritance of the Kunlun Immortal to you." Chapter 126, Temporary Farewell. Does that mean I have to stay here forever? Xiao Wuji asked. The stone door replied, "You don't have to do so. I will guide you in your cultivation. When you break through to the Ascension Immortal cultivation plane, you will be able to use a secret technique to shrink me and carry me with you. At that time, you can go anywhere in the world. In other words, the inheritance of the Kunlun Immortal is in your hands," Li Qingshan said. "And you're just a stone door here. There's nothing behind the stone door?" "Yes." The stone door admitted. Li Qingshan smiled helplessly. The trip had been in vain. Xiao Wuji looked at Li Qingshan guiltily. They had agreed on a 10-90 split, but now the treasure was all his, and Li Qingshan didn't get anything. He felt sorry for Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan didn't care and continued to ask, "How did the Kunlun Immortal die in the dimensional battlefield?" "According to what you said, the Kunlun Immortal has a lot of enemies in the Immortal Plane, so he should be very powerful." "How did such a powerful person fall?" "I don't know," the stone door replied. As if afraid that Li Qingshan would not believe him, it added, "I was created by the Kunlun Immortal before he died. I know nothing about what happened to him before that. Later, the Kunlun Immortal left behind his inheritance. I only knew how powerful he was and how much trouble he had to bear." Li Qingshan believed that explanation. How far is the Ascension Immortal from becoming a true immortal? Li Qingshan no longer asked about the things that the stone door didn't know. Instead, he asked about his own cultivation. He didn't obtain any treasures on this trip, but it was good to obtain some information. The stone door flashed, answering Li Qingshan's question. Ascension Immortal isn't far from a true immortal. In the Ascension Immortal cultivation plane, there are three major cultivation planes, namely the Wanderer cultivation plane, the Longevity cultivation plane, and the Divine cultivation plane. They are like three huge obstacles weighing down on cultivators. After overcoming these three obstacles, you'll arrive at the true immortal plane. Li Qingshan looked at the new words on the stone door and fell into deep thought. The Wanderer cultivation plane, the Longevity cultivation plane, and the Divine cultivation plane. The Ascension Immortal Cultivation Plane actually consisted 3 cultivation planes. My gut feeling was right, Qingshan pondered. His current cultivation plane could only be considered Ascension Immortal. He was far from reaching the Wanderer Cultivation Plane, not to mention the Longevity Cultivation Plane, the Divine Cultivation Plane, and the final Immortal Plane. Is there anything else you want to ask? The stone door asked Qingshan. I have nothing else to ask. Qingshan shook his head slowly. Then you can leave. Next, I will seriously teach this B***starred Xiaowuji so that he can break through to the Ascension Immortal Cultivation Plane as soon as possible and not be disturbed by others. The stone door updated its text. All right. Qingshan also had the same intention. He looked at Xiaowuji, intending to bid farewell. However, Xiaowuji suddenly hugged Qingshan and patted his back seriously. Bro, I'm really sorry. I made you come here for nothing. I'll repay you 100 or 1,000 times in the future. Qingshan had never been hugged like that by a man. He reached out and patted Xiaowuji's back. You already said that we are brothers. There's no need to say such words. Cultivate well and break through to Ascension Immortal Cultivation Plane as soon as possible. Then, go to Chang'an. I'll wait for you there. I'll treat you to a drink then, Qingshan said. Alright, I will definitely go to Chang'an to find you. Wait for me to break through, Xiaowuji said firmly. I'll leave the array formation here for you. You can rest assured and not worry about the outside. We're just saying goodbye for now. See you next time. Qingshan waved goodbye to Xiaowuji. The stone door also updated its text, goodbye, and see you next time. Chapter 127, Chang'an City. Coming out of the treasure trove of the Kunlun Immortal, Qingshan looked at the lush mountains and valleys and set off alone for Chang'an. This time, he didn't get anything from the treasure hunt. The stone door chose Xiaowuji for the inheritance of the Kunlun Immortal. However, Qingshan didn't waver. It's not that I didn't gain anything. At least I now know the existence of the Wanderer Cultivation Plane, the Longevity Cultivation Plane, and the Divine Cultivation Plane. This trip was not in vain, Qingshan thought silently. Qingshan was able to remain calm in the face of an immortal's inheritance because he believed in himself. As long as he worked hard in his cultivation, he would definitely be comparable to the Kunlun Immortal in the future. Qingshan did not feel lonely on his journey alone, although Chang'an was far away. He was accompanied by the breeze and the moon, the mountains, and the rivers. After 3 days and millions of meters, he finally saw Chang'an. The further Qingshan traveled towards Chang'an, the more he could feel the rich world spiritual chi of heaven and the Great Path. The spiritual chi and Great Path in the central area of the dimensional battlefield was at least 3 to 5 times denser than Wei City. As expected, I didn't come to the wrong place. I've to cultivate here, given the dense world spiritual chi and Great Path. The difference between the remote area and the core area is fairly obvious. Qingshan stood on a peak and looked at Chang'an City in the distance. As far as the eye could see, the evening mist was heavy, and the sky was vast. The sun had already set in the evening. With the half-dark sky and the illuminations of Chang'an, Qingshan could clearly see the majestic ancient city. The vastness of Chang'an City shocked Qingshan. He had thought that Wei City was very big, but after seeing Chang'an, Qingshan realized why Wei City was considered a remote area. One Chang'an City was equivalent to hundreds of Wei cities. In Qingshan's field of vision, there was a vast plain in front of him. There were no undulating hills or towering mountains, there was only an endless plain. The plain was divided into 2 by a wide river, surging and bringing a steady stream of water to Chang'an. Chang'an City was built on both sides of the river, stretching out across the vast plain. It was already dark, and Chang'an City was brightly lit. Qingshan couldn't see the end of Chang'an City, but he could feel the prosperity of the city from afar. After observing for a while, Qingshan set off and arrived at Chang'an City. Unlike Wei City, which appeared strict and solemn, Chang'an City had tall walls and looked warm under the lights. In front of the city gate of Chang'an, there was an endless stream of people coming in and out. They lined up for inspection in an orderly manner. Entering the city didn't require points, but leaving the city required 1 point. All they needed to do was to take out the jade token and swipe it. Qingshan followed the crowd into Chang'an City. After entering Chang'an, Qingshan could hear the noise of the bustling city. The shouting peddlers along the way, people all walks light strolling on the streets, and the experts of all walks of life were an eye-opener for Qingshan. When he was traveling outside, Qingshan had never seen so many people. He thought that the people in the dimensional battlefield were scattered and rarely met. But now, there were thousands of people on this street alone. Among those people, there were very few whose cultivation levels were not from the human world immortal plane. Most of them were human world immortals, and a small number of them were ascension immortals. It gave Qingshan the illusion that ascension immortals were everywhere and that human immortals were inferior to dogs. Of course, Qingshan knew that was because Chang'an was the center of the dimensional battlefield. Experts would naturally come here. Qingshan was empty-handed as he strolled along the streets of Chang'an. He saw that there were many restaurants on Chang'an streets. The buildings were arranged in rows, the smallest one 3 stories high and the tallest one more than 10 stories high. The latter was a restaurant. There were mostly restaurants in Chang'an, followed by inns. Those who didn't have houses in Chang'an had to leave at midnight. If they didn't want to leave, they had to stay in an inn. As a result, the inn was very busy. Qingshan didn't want to be chased away in the wee hours of the morning, so he visited several inns, all of which were full of people. Finally, he found an empty room in one of the inns. One night went for 50 points. The price was very expensive. Qingshan's room was very small. There was only a bed and a small tea table for guests' enjoyment. There was nothing else. Nevertheless, even such a bare guest room was in high demand. 50 points for 1 night and 500 points for 10 nights. Even if I had more than 30,000 points, I wouldn't be able to afford it for a long period of time. If Qingshan hadn't been worried that he would be chased out of Chang'an when the city closed at night, he wouldn't have stayed in such an expensive inn. He had rented a house in Wei City for a year. It was a detached courtyard with a garden, and it only cost 2,000 points. I have to go out tomorrow and ask if there are any houses for rent in Chang'an. I'll work here for a year and a half and quietly comprehend the Great Path. The improvement must be tremendous, Qingshan pondered silently. If it weren't for the inconvenience of living outside Chang'an, Qingshan would have wanted to live in the wilderness. When he was comprehending the Great Path, he needed to be calm and undisturbed. The biggest uncertainty in the wild was that he didn't know when someone would appear. If it was a critical moment for Qingshan to comprehend the Great Path and someone barged in, disturbing Qingshan and interrupting his enlightenment, he would have to start all over again and might not be able to comprehend it again. Then, Qingshan would really be angered to death. Therefore, he decided to seek out the rent prices in Chang'an the next day. Chang'an City was very lively at night. The streets were crowded with people. On the upper floor of the inn, Qingshan held onto the railing and looked into the distance. The lights of thousands of houses were bright, making him feel as if he had returned to the human world. Chapter 128, New House. In the early morning, the crowd gradually dispersed, and Chang'an City returned to silence. There were only patrolling soldiers in armor roaming the streets. Once someone was found to be staying behind without any accommodation in Chang'an City to return to, they would be expelled and fined. The quiet Chang'an City was like a resting fierce beast, quietly absorbing energy. Qingshan sat cross-legged in his room, breathing and waiting for the daylight to arrive. A night passed, and a faint white light appeared in the sky. At dawn, Chang'an City became lively. The shops selling breakfast and tea on the streets opened their doors, ushering in a new day. Qingshan left the inn early in the morning. He asked others for directions along the way and finally found a real estate agency. Qingshan had a property agent introduce him to the houses for rent in Chang'an City enthusiastically and patiently. "Are there any houses for sale in Chang'an?" Qingshan asked. He thought that if he wanted to rent a house for a long period of time, he might as well buy one himself. The property agent smiled. He was fat and appeared a little naive, making himself look very friendly. Due to such an impression, his business was very good. "Customer, do you want to buy a house?" "That's not cheap," the property agent said. Why not? Li Qingshan asked curiously. Customer, Qingshan City is a safe zone, located in the center of the dimensional battlefield. It is one of the most popular places in the entire dimensional battlefield. The property prices here have always been high. Many people who buy houses are unwilling to sell them. They only want to rent them out. Even if there are houses for sale, the price is astronomical, the property agent explained carefully. Li Qingshan had a strange expression on his face. He inexplicably recalled his previous life. The housing prices here are not calculated by square meters, right? Li Qingshan asked curiously. In Qingshan City, the minimum price for a square meter is 200,000 points. Currently, the minimum size for a house is 100 square meters, and a small courtyard is included. Do you still want to buy a house? The property agent said softly. Li Qingshan shook his head silently and didn't want to ask anymore. He thought he was already on par with a millionaire with more than 30 OL points, which was at least much more than the 8,000 points he had when he first arrived. However, he couldn't even afford a square meter of the cheapest house in Qingshan. Li Qingshan cried silently in his heart. In his previous life, he could not afford a house. He still couldn't afford a house in this life. Comparing the two cities of Wei City and Qingshan City, Li Qingshan thought it was funny how he would be considered wealthy in Wei City with just 8,000 points but a peasant in Qingshan with 30,000 points. Li Qingshan knew that he was considered very poor in Qingshan City. He no longer asked about buying a house. Instead, he said rationally, I want to rent a house for a year. On the cheaper side. Even if it's in a remote location. He had thought that 30,000 points was a lot. Now, Li Qingshan felt that he had to save some money. Sir, I have a house here. It's located in the east city of Qingshan. The location is a little remote, but the price is not bad. It costs 35,000 points, the property agent thought for a moment and said. Is it a standalone house? Li Qingshan asked. Yes. Also, if you want to rent it, I can give you a tip. The property agent raised his brows at Li Qingshan. What news? Li Qingshan asked curiously. 2 days ago, a peerless beauty rented the building next to this house. The two of you will be neighbors. I guarantee her beauty exceeds that of the moon in the nightscape, the property agent said. I'm not interested in women, Li Qingshan calmly stated. I didn't think I was close to women before, mainly because I haven't met anyone as beautiful as her. The property agent chuckled. Li Qingshan was too lazy to argue with him. He said directly, take me to see the house. If it's suitable, I'll rent it today. Li Qingshan had 36,000 points, of which 35,000 belonged to the gang and 1,000 belonged to Li Qingshan himself. Hearing his words, the property agent immediately brought Li Qingshan around Qingshan City. Qingshan City was very huge. It was divided into two sides by a river, which became the East City and the West City. When the property agent brought Li Qingshan to the front of the house, Li Qingshan found that it was an exquisite single-family house. The things inside were well arranged and very elegant. Li Qingshan immediately decided to rent it after a glance. Although the location was a little remote, the environment of the house was quite good. The remote location made it quiet, and Li Qingshan needed peace. After communicating with the property agent, he finally rented it for a year with 35,000 points. After signing the contract in black and white, Li Qingshan and the property agent were very satisfied. Dear customer, I wish you a happy life. Also, pay more attention to the beauty next door, the property agent said softly with a smile, then waved goodbye. Li Qingshan ignored those words. He rented the house for cultivation, not for the beauty. After he closed the door, he observed a layer of dust in the room. Li Qingshan cast a purifying spell, and a breeze blew over every inch of the room, bringing the dust out. Since then, Li Qingshan had been cultivating in Qingshan. After the Ascension Immortal Cultivation Plane, there's still the Wanderer Cultivation Plane, the Longevity Cultivation Plane, and the Divine Cultivation Plane. If I can comprehend more great paths this year, it will be of great help to me. Li Qingshan sat in his new house and pondered silently. Chapter 129, Imaginary Prison. It was much easier to comprehend the Great Path in Qingshan than in Wei City. Fighting was strictly prohibited there, so Qingshan could comprehend the Great Path quietly. He began to organize the Great Path he had comprehended. Qingshan's most powerful paths were the Path of Sword and the Great Path of Space. The Path of Sword was a basic human world path, while the Great Path of Space was the mysterious human world path. As for the Path of Sword, Qingshan had comprehended the fast Path of Sword, the slow Path of Sword, and the quick kill swordsmanship. Moreover, he had fused those three together, and the resultant power was extremely terrifying. As for the Great Path of Space, Qingshan had comprehended spatial imprisonment and spatial rend. The fusion of the two gave birth to spatial storm. However, Qingshan had only used his trump card once since he had first comprehended it, and it was shockingly powerful. The reason why Qingshan was able to reach the top of the Immortal Path Golden rankings was because of spatial storm. In addition to those two great paths, Qingshan had also comprehended the Buddhist sects, Path of Speed, Path of Thunder, and Path of Time. As for Path of Speed, he had comprehended Rapid Great Path. Rapid Great Path coupled with the Kuan-Peng Precious technique allowed Qingshan to cross 1,000 meters in an instant, giving him great confidence whether he was chasing or escaping. The rest did not form a specific great path. The Path of Sword already has a triple fusion. It's extremely difficult to fuse another type. It's not something that can be completed in a year. Qingshan knew that it would take years and years of hard work to complete the integration of the fourth swordsmanship. When he was in Wei City, he was reluctant to merge the three great paths. If Qingshan hadn't used his powerful strength to suppress the three paths of sword and forcefully fuse them, he wouldn't have succeeded. Qingshan could suppress 3 types of swordsmanships, but not 4. With every additional great path, the complexity of the situation would increase by at least 100 times, or even 1,000 times. Therefore, Qingshan didn't plan to work hard on the Path of Sword. He also did not intend to work on the Great Path of Space. Although the Great Path of Space only had 2 types of fusion, those 2 types were even more troublesome than the 3 types of swordsmanship. The last time he was able to comprehend it, it was only because he had stepped into a certain world by chance and fused them after an epiphany. This required timing and could not be forced. What should I comprehend for the next path? Qingshan pondered silently. Buddhist sects, Path of Speed, Path of Thunder, Path of Time. Let's exclude the Buddhist sects for now. I have very few Buddhist sect skills on me, and I haven't read many Buddhist scriptures. I only have the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures, but I can't keep using the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures to comprehend the Buddhist sections. Qingshan shook his head slightly. Path of Thunder is also excluded. I can only choose between Path of Speed and Path of Time. Qingshan sat on the chair and fell into deep thought. His fingers knocked on the table unconsciously, making a tapping sound. Path of Speed was a basic human world path. Meanwhile, Path of Time was a mysterious human world path. In terms of power, Path of Time was naturally stronger. In terms of difficulty, it was also the most time-consuming. I've comprehended Path of Speed, I already have the Rapid Great Path. If I comprehend another Great Path of Speed, I can start fusing them. Qingshan made up his mind. He no longer hesitated. After determining the direction of his next step of cultivation, he did not care about anything else and only focused on moving forward. Just like that, in the new house, Qingshan was cultivating seriously, increasing his true qi and strengthening his primordial spirit. From time to time, he would comprehend the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures, and finally, he would seriously comprehend the Great Path of Speed. Everything was difficult at the beginning. It was especially difficult for Qingshan to comprehend Path of Speed indoors. After all, from the average person's point of view, if one didn't physically run, how could one experience speed? However, after 3 days of thinking, Qingshan found a new direction to work towards. He would draw a circle on the ground and exert an imaginary prison, which could be combined with Path of Speed. Path of Speed, which Qingshan had already comprehended, would represent the extreme speed of the world. Meanwhile, imaginary prison would trap the enemy in one spot and nullify any attempts of catching Qingshan in the prison, regardless of how agile one was. That agility was also an interpretation of path of speed. Qingshan had been pacing back and forth in the house for the past few days, measuring a circle with his feet. Inside the circle, he had the most extreme speed in the world, but outside the circle, his speed returned to normal. Qingshan had a rough idea. He thought hard, sometimes scratching his ears and cheeks. Qingshan had been immersed in it for 7 whole days. Only then did a line of words appear in front of his eyes. Your serious comprehension activated max level comprehension, and you've activated imaginary prison. Qingshan's max level comprehension finally surfaced to help him. In Qingshan's mind, all kinds of obstacles and puzzlement about the prison were gone at that moment. Knowledge about imaginary prison appeared in Qingshan's mind. He was reading silently, and he brightened up. So that's how it is. Imaginary prison wasn't about imprisoning oneself, but imprisoning others. Qingshan would use path of speed to slow down the enemy, trapping them in an area so that they could not escape. When Qingshan had fully comprehended the concept of imaginary prison, he muttered to himself, imaginary prison involves path of speed, path of space, and path of time. Imaginary prison isn't just about speed. According to the concept of the fusion of all things, every great path can fuse with each other. For example, by creating a prison, one can layer path of space and path of time onto it, striking a balance with path of speed. Qingshan was inspired. The current imaginary prison was mainly based on the great path of speed and mixed only with some path of space and path of time. Qingshan was thinking, if he mixed path of space and path of time to the same extent as path of speed, would imaginary prison be even more powerful? In fact, Qingshan would be the first person to combine the comprehension of 3 great paths. Chapter 130, Surprising Neighbor. The 3 great paths fusion was unlike the fusion of the fast path of sword, the slow path of sword, and the quick kill swordsmanship. For the latter fusion, it involved variations of the path of sword. Therefore, it was more akin to an internal fusion in the wider family of path of sword. However, imaginary prison was about intra-family fusion. It was the epitome of a fusion of 3 great paths. If I succeed, then in the future, when I comprehend other great paths, there will be no restrictions. Every great path can be fused, and I will have thousands of great paths in my body. The more Qingshan thought about it, the more excited he became. He clapped his hands excitedly and jumped up and down in the room. After the excitement, Qingshan calmed down and warned himself, it's very difficult to draw the ground into a prison. It's but an idea. Don't be complacent. After 7 days of closed-door cultivation, Qingshan had cleared his mind and relaxed. He opened the door and walked out. Breathing in the fresh air outside, relaxing himself, balancing work and rest. Just as Qingshan pushed open the door, he saw many people standing in front of the door next door. They were all dressed in the same uniform and surrounded a well-dressed young man. The young man was not ugly, and his cultivation level had just broken through the human world immortal cultivation plane. He held a bouquet of flowers in his hand and shouted to Qingshan's neighbor, Miss, I'm sincere. I want to marry you and have you be the lady of Big River Gang. Only then did Qingshan remember that when he bought the house, the property agent said that there was a peerless beauty living next door. After 7 days of enlightenment, Qingshan had forgotten about it. He didn't expect that someone would really come to propose. He's the young leader of Big River Gang? Qingshan watched with interest. The man's father must be very powerful to be able to establish a gang in a place like Qingshan City where every inch of land was expensive. Qingshan wanted to see if his beautiful neighbor would agree to the proposal. Unfortunately, the young leader of Big River Gang shouted for 10 minutes, but there was no response from the house. Qingshan City was a safe zone. The young leader of the Big River Gang dared not trespass on private property, so he could only wait silently. Qingshan shook his head and stopped observing the man's puppy-like pursuit. He went out to shop and relax his eyes. By the time Qingshan returned from his shopping trip, it was already evening. He could only place the flowers at the door and say lovingly, Beauty, I'll come back tomorrow. After he said that, a crisp and pleasant voice came from the room. Don't come again. I don't like you. No matter how many days you come, the result will still be the same. Don't push it. Being thick-skinned will only make me hate you more. The young leader of Big River Gang gritted his teeth. His expression was ugly. It was obvious that his ego had been crushed by those words. "Sir, do you want to use some tricks?" his underling asked in a low voice. "Let's go. We'll talk when we get back." The young leader of the Big River Gang gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Before he left, the young leader of Big River Gang glared at Qingshan, perhaps because he realized that he was being watched by Qingshan. Qingshan held back his desire to attack. Why was that guy glaring at him? He wasn't the one who asked the other party to be a bootlicker. Qingshan opened his door and muttered doubtfully, "But the voice next door sounds a little familiar. I think I've heard it somewhere before." Qingshan had not seen many women in his life. The most pleasant voice belonged to Hua Yun. It was a pure and mature voice that tugged at his heartstrings. Next was Little Nine and the Little Fox. None of them sounded like that. Qingshan couldn't figure out who it was. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Just as he was about to close the door, the evening glow in the distant sky suddenly exploded. Boom! There was an earth-shattering boom. Outside Qingshan City, under the setting sun, an extremely terrifying scene appeared. The world was split open. Rumble! The spiritual chi in the world spread out. After that loud sound, it quickly doubled and reached a terrifying level. With that loud sound, the spiritual chi quickly increased by 10 times. Qingshan looked on in surprise. When he walked out of the house, he found that many people were running toward the city gate. Those people wanted to go out of the city to take a look. Someone shouted that the treasure had appeared. Some people were so excited that they wanted to seize the opportunity. Hearing that, Qingshan also wanted to go out of the city to take a look. At that moment, the door of the house next door opened, and a beautiful figure walked out. "Your Heavenly Emperor?" Qingshan was surprised to see her. Yes, Qingshan wouldn't be mistaken. The peerless beauty who lived next door was actually the Heavenly Emperor. No wonder he felt that her voice was familiar. When the Immortal Path Golden rankings were projected into the sky, Qingshan had heard her voice and seen her face. The Heavenly Emperor's skin was snow white, and she was extremely beautiful. Some of the fairies who had descended to the human world could not even compare to her beauty. At that moment, she was also looking at Qingshan in surprise. Her red lips moved in shock as she said, "God of the human world." Qingshan was speechless. Why did everyone call him the god of the human world? "Why are you here?" the celestial Loarch asked curiously. "I rented a house here," Qingshan pointed behind him. The Heavenly Emperor was even more surprised. She looked at Qingshan and smiled. What a coincidence! Looking at the Heavenly Emperor's current state, Qingshan knew that the injuries she had suffered had healed. Her cultivation level had become more profound and she had already entered the Ascension Immortal cultivation plane. We'll talk again in the future. Now, let's go out of the city and see what's going on, Qingshan said quickly. The others had already left the city. He also wanted to go and take a look. All right. The Heavenly Emperor nodded in agreement. Qingshan performed the Rapid Great Path and the Kuanping Precious Technique. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the city gate. Chapter 131, Prison, 5. However, the Heavenly Emperor was not slow either. She followed Qingshan closely. Qingshan looked at the Heavenly Emperor behind him in surprise. The Heavenly Emperor had also comprehended the Great Path of Speed. Otherwise, she would not have been able to catch up with him. The Heavenly Emperor observed Qingshan with interest. He was the god of the human world who had surpassed her and the reincarnation of the immortal and reached the top. His waist was like a pine and cypress, and his temperament was outstanding. He had a hint of calmness and was very extraordinary. Judging solely by his appearance, Qingshan could be given a full score. However, the most urgent matter was what happened outside the city. The Heavenly Emperor and Qingshan left the city one after the other. They saw the people in Qingshan City rushing to the area where the explosion happened. However, Qingshan wasn't in a hurry. With so many people heading there, it didn't make any difference whether they were one step ahead or one step behind. Following the large group of people, they arrived at the place where the explosion had occurred. Here, the spiritual qi was even more concentrated. The spiritual qi in the city had suddenly increased by more than 10 times, reaching at least 30 times here. Many people who came here opened their acupoints and absorbed it crazily. It's at least 30 times the amount of spiritual qi. It increased in an instant. With so many people absorbing it simultaneously, it didn't deplete. What could have happened? The mountain doesn't seem to have exploded. The spiritual qi isn't rising from the ground. It's more like descending from the sky. When I was in the city, I saw that there was a rift in the outside world. Now that I'm here, why is the rift gone? What exactly happened? Such a widespread explosion should not have occurred without any aftermath. The people discussed fervently. Everyone was discussing, their voices were all jumbled up. Qingshan remained silent. He just observed silently. When he was in the city, he heard a loud noise. Qingshan looked up, confirming that there was indeed a tear in the sky. Now, in this vicinity, the rift seemed to have been repaired. Qingshan turned back to Qingshan City, at least 5,000 miles away. It was surprising that the impact reached such a long distance, increasing the spiritual qi by tenfold. This was no simple occurrence. What do you think happened, God of the human world? The Heavenly Emperor asked Qingshan from behind. Heavenly Emperor didn't know why, but after she left the city, she followed Qingshan all the way. Qingshan glanced at the Heavenly Emperor, saying, "I'm Qingshan, not the god of the human world." "Don't you think the title God of the human world is imposing?" the Heavenly Emperor asked with a smile. "In the human world, perhaps it is imposing. But on the dimensional battlefield, I can't live up to that title," Qingshan replied. Then, Qingshan, what is your perspective on the current situation? The Heavenly Emperor asked again, calling him using his real name this time. Qingshan shook his head. "I don't know. Everything happened too suddenly. Judging by your expression, it seems like you know something." Qingshan noticed a composed smile on the Heavenly Emperor's face. The people expressed surprise, confusion, and curiosity about the situation. Even Qingshan was observing his surroundings. Only the Heavenly Emperor continued to gaze at the sky. The Heavenly Emperor and Qingshan stood side by side on a mountain peak. "I've seen such a scene before," she said softly. Qingshan immediately perked up, eager to listen. "Do you know about mirages?" the Heavenly Emperor asked. Qingshan nodded in acknowledgement. A mirage is about to appear, projecting the image of the immortal plane into the dimensional battlefield. You have to seize the opportunity, the Heavenly Emperor advised. Seize the opportunity? Qingshan was about to inquire about the specific opportunity he should seize. With a loud bang in the sky, the sunset sky projected an illusory scene in front of everyone. The pavilion in the air, the immortal crane flying, the immortal roaming, the palace stretching. An immortal returned with a sword in his hand. An old man was riding a donkey upside down. There were fairies dancing. Extraordinary immortal soldiers displayed their might. Witnessing these scenes, the people were first astonished, then erupted with excitement. This is the immortal plane. Yes, the supreme immortal plane. It's incredibly beautiful. Those pavilions, 3 mountains, and 5 peaks, the immortal postures are truly alluring. If I can ascend to the immortal plane, I'll die without regrets. What we're seeing now is a mirage. The immortal plane's image projected onto the dimensional battlefield is truly a stroke of luck. At this moment, everyone's desire to become immortals intensified. On a mountain peak, when Qingshan saw this scene, he initially didn't think much of it. It seemed like an ordinary life in the immortal plane. However, in the next second, he felt traces of the great path and the projection of the immortal plane. Qingshan glanced at the Heavenly Emperor beside him, his surprise evident. From the beginning, the Heavenly Emperor knew that he could perceive the path of the immortal plane in the mirage. At this moment, she was silently comprehending. It seems like the Heavenly Emperor has gained a lot in the past year, Qingshan thought of something. In the next second, he looked at the mirage seriously. In essence, a mirage is just a projection of a distant scene. However, this is a projection of two worlds apart, and it involves the great path of space, Qingshan silently comprehended. He instantly thought of the imaginary prison he had recently comprehended. If he added this kind of great path of space to the imaginary prison, would it become even more powerful? With a mirage inside, one couldn't distinguish the boundaries. He ran madly in the circle that had been drawn as an imaginary prison, one would only fall into a hallucination. The more Qingshan thought about it, the more excited he became. Seizing the opportunity, he stared at the projection of the immortal plane, commencing his enlightenment. This was something he had realized on his own. Looking at the mirage in the sky, Qingshan immersed himself in it. Chapter 132, Prison, 6, in the hollow of his palm, a space of about a square inch burst open. Inside, there was a path of speed, path of space, and a faint trace of path of time. At this moment, the path of speed was essentially on par with the path of space. Only path of time survived between the two. As Qingshan descended, a line of text appeared before his eyes. You have earnestly comprehended, triggered max-level comprehension, and grasped path of time reincarnation. Qingshan didn't even pay attention to this line of text. He was fervently comprehending the great path of space. Previously, his path of speed had reached perfection, and now Qingshan had successfully repaired the path of space. The max-level comprehension directly aided him in filling the gap in path of time. With the integration of the path of speed, path of space, and path of time, the triad of the imaginary prison officially took shape. Boom! At the moment the imaginary prison formed, Qingshan's aura suddenly skyrocketed, startling the Heavenly Emperor who was quietly contemplating. She watched Qingshan, covering her mouth in astonishment. How is this possible? He's rotating three great paths in the palm of his hand, without interfering with each other, and forming a situation of mutual dependence. It's a flawless composition, the Heavenly Emperor exclaimed. She stared at the space between Qingshan's palms in disbelief. Just by glimpsing the mirage in the immortal plane, had he comprehended such a formidable phenomenon? The Heavenly Emperor quickly looked at the others. Others had noticed the mirage and sought to comprehend the great path of the immortal plane through LT. However, without exception, it proved to be extremely challenging. Who could effortlessly comprehend three great paths like Qingshan? The mirage in the immortal plane lasted less than 5 minutes before gradually dissipating. The spiritual energy, which had been 30 to 40 times higher than usual, swiftly returned to normal. The sky dimmed. When the onlookers leaving the city witnessed this marvel, they engaged in discussions before heading into the city. At that moment, Qingshan opened his eyes and pressed down. Boom! A massive mountain was drawn into the hollow of Qingshan's palm. Imaginary prison. It would perpetually suppress this mountain. Qingshan shook his hands and grinned. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. I've completed the imaginary prison. The Heavenly Emperor, observing him from the side, finally grasped the true meaning behind the immortal path golden ranking's appraisal of Qingshan as the god of the human world. How many in the human world could rival this level of comprehension? Let's go back. The Heavenly Emperor did not inquire about the prison between Qingshan's palms. Everyone had their secrets. She simply uttered a casual remark. Qingshan nodded. The night had already fallen, signaling it was time to return to the city. However, just as they were about to depart, a stern command echoed. Stop! The Heavenly Emperor furrowed her eyebrows, turning her snow-white neck to face a person she found distasteful. The young master of the Big River Gang. I was wondering why you rejected me. So you've found a new lover? The young master of the Big River Gang glared at the Heavenly Emperor indignantly. His eyes still brimmed with affection. He fell in love with the Heavenly Emperor at first sight. He continued to pursue her, but the Heavenly Emperor had never given him a good look. The young master of the Big River Gang believed that as long as he persisted, he would be able to move the Heavenly Emperor. As the saying goes, a good woman is afraid of a pestering man. That was what he thought before. Until just now, when he witnessed the Heavenly Emperor looking straight at Qingshan, the shock and surprise in her eyes were taken as love. He felt like he had been cuckolded. A nameless fire rushed to his head, and he immediately shouted. The Heavenly Emperor coldly said, "I have nothing to do with you. We're not even friends. You don't have to point fingers at my affairs." The young master of the Big River Gang was fuming. He had been pursuing the Heavenly Emperor for almost a month and thought that he was the Heavenly Emperor's reserve boyfriend. Who would have thought that the Heavenly Emperor would not even consider him a friend? Several figures appeared behind the young master of the Big River Gang. One of the Ascension Immortals coldly said, "Young master, this is a dimensional battlefield, and there's no reasoning to be had. If you fancy this woman, we'll capture her and get married directly. With the old master around, she won't be able to make trouble." The young master of the Big River Gang nodded hurriedly. "You guys go together and take them down. They're not in the city now. I want to marry this woman in front of him." Qingshan's expression was strange. He had suffered an undeserved calamity. The young master of the Big River Gang was not very smart. He inexplicably treated him as a love rival. Qingshan looked at the Big River Gang members about to attack and slowly raised his hand. He had yet to use the imaginary prison he comprehended on a human. The Heavenly Emperor's aura grew colder and colder. She was embarrassed and angry. She had made such a big fool of herself in front of Qingshan. At this moment, the Heavenly Emperor wanted to slaughter the Big River Gang. Just as Qingshan and the Heavenly Emperor were about to attack, bursts of laughter came from the mountains in the distance. Accompanied by excited voices, a fiery red light smashed over like a meteorite and hit the Big River Gang members with a bang. In an instant, the members of the Big River Gang suffered heavy casualties. Qingshan and the Heavenly Emperor looked at each other. They slowly let go of the raised killing intent, observing the dissipating smoke ahead. "Brother Qingshan, these nuisances were trying to deal with you, so I took care of them for you," a familiar voice sounded, and Qingshan's expression became peculiar. He recognized the voice. The man who had opened the floodgates. However, hadn't it only been about 10 days since they parted ways? "You've broken through to Ascension Immortal?" Qingshan inquired. Amidst the smoke, Xiao Wuji emerged, striding confidently. There were still a few flames on his body, which he patted away with a grin. "I just broke through the Ascension Immortal, and I came straight to Chang'an, and ran into these nuisances causing trouble for you." Having broken through, Xiao Wuji looked 20 years younger, shedding the appearance of aging. He now resembled a man in his 40s. His aura had become even more formidable. Hanging at his waist was a pendant resembling a stone door, catching Qingshan's eye. "Hey, isn't this the third-ranked Heavenly Emperor?" Xiao Wuji exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the Heavenly Emperor beside Qingshan. He hadn't anticipated encountering them here, and together. Turning his head, Xiao Wuji winked playfully at Qingshan. Ignoring him, Qingshan gazed at the cleared pit where the smoke had dissipated. Indeed, Xiao Wuji's descent from a distance instantly crushed the members of the Big River Gang on the spot, including the few Ascension Immortals. Before Xiao Wuji's ancient fighter bloodline, they were feeble and couldn't withstand a single blow. The Heavenly Emperor also witnessed it. She remarked, "The leader of the Big River Gang is a healer and quite formidable. This is his only son. Now that he's dead here, he'll surely go mad. Today's incident started because of me. I consider this person my kill, unrelated to you. I'll handle the Big River Gang." Being new to the situation, Xiao Wuji stayed silent, merely looking at Qingshan. Qingshan, observing the composed Heavenly Emperor, nodded. "Okay." Chapter 133, The Power of the Heavenly Emperor. 1. This matter started because of the Heavenly Emperor and ended because of the Heavenly Emperor. Since she said she could handle it, Qingshan wouldn't push himself. It was Xiao Wuji who expressed concern. "I heard that the Big River Gang's leader is in the longevity cultivation plane. Can you beat him?" The Heavenly Emperor remained calm. There was no worry or fear on her beautiful face. she replied, "Don't worry. Now that we're back in Qingshan, give me some time, and this matter will be resolved. Let's go. Our fate has been intertwined." We ascended the immortal path golden ranking together, entered the dimensional battlefield together, and now we meet here. "I'll treat you guys to a drink," Xiaowoji said. Qingshan had no objections. The Heavenly Emperor nodded, saying, "Sure, let's gather and chat. I don't have any friends in this dimensional battlefield. Let's exchange our cultivation experiences. I also need to consult Qingshan, the god of the human world." Xiaowoji agreed, "That's for sure. My brother Qingshan is very strong. Although we are both Ascension immortals, even if I activate the ancient fighter bloodline, I'm still not his match." The Heavenly Emperor looked at Qingshan with a faint smile, saying, "Your brother will not be Ascension immortal very soon." Having witnessed Qingshan comprehending the imaginary prison just moments ago, the Heavenly Emperor deduced that Qingshan would soon break through the Ascension immortal realm and enter the next cultivation plane, the Wanderer cultivation plane. Alright. Let's go back early. Don't let the Big River gang find out and cause trouble outside, Qingshan suggested, cutting off Xiaowoji, who seemed eager to ask more questions. He turned and walked towards Qingshan, with the Heavenly Emperor following closely behind. "Are you going to break through to Ascension Immortal?" Xiaowoji asked, looking at Qingshan's back in shock. He had just entered the Ascension Immortal cultivation plane, and Qingshan was about to break through to the Ascension Immortal. This brother wasn't recognized for nothing, Xiaowoji remarked. In Qingshan, the three of them gathered in Qingshan's house, engaging in path discussions. The wine in front of them wasn't expensive. It was brought from the human world by Xiaowoji. It was a grain wine brewed by farmers. Xiaowoji raised his wineglass and said happily, "I've only seen you on the Immortal Path Golden ranking before. I didn't expect to see the real Heavenly Emperor now. Let me toast you." Xiaowoji downed the wine in one gulp. The Heavenly Emperor raised her wine cup and finished it elegantly. "Brother, let me toast you too." Xiaowoji poured another cup and raised it to Qingshan. "I didn't expect you to break through to the Ascension Immortal realm so quickly. I thought I would have to wait a few months," Qingshan said, looking at Xiaowoji. "I didn't expect it myself. Sometimes, cultivation is like this. An instant of enlightenment is far better than your hard cultivation. In just a moment of enlightenment, I entered the Ascension Immortal cultivation plane. I immediately came to find you." Xiaowoji clapped his hands. In their conversation, both Qingshan and Xiaowoji tacitly avoided mentioning the Kunlun Immortal. After all, the Kunlun Immortals represented significant trouble in the dimensional battlefield. "Heavenly Emperor, you should have gained a lot in the past year in the dimensional battlefield, right?" Qingshan asked the Heavenly Emperor. "I did gain a lot. I had some opportunities, understood some principles, and knew how to continue the next path. That's why I came to Qingshan and planned to live in seclusion here," Heavenly Emperor nodded. "You guys have also gained a lot. But why didn't you guys go and snatch points after entering the dimensional battlefield?" she asked curiously, looking at Qingshan and Xiaowoji. Qingshan and Xiaowoji looked at each other. "Why do we have to snatch points?" Xiaowoji asked in confusion. He looked very confused. "Don't you know that points can allow you to become immortal?" Heavenly Emperor looked at Xiaowoji strangely. Xiaowoji shook his head and said, "Before I entered the dimensional battlefield, I was just a farmer. I didn't read any information. After the Immortal Path Golden ranking, I immediately entered the dimensional battlefield. I started looking for people to fight and constantly activated my bloodline. Later, some gangs targeted me. We fought and killed for a year until I met Qingshan." Heavenly Emperor finally understood. When she saw the Immortal Path Golden ranking revealing Xiaowoji's life, everyone knew that he had returned to his village after avenging his parents and friends. After that, he did not come into contact with any other cultivators, so it was understandable that he did not know about the points in the dimensional battlefield. "Why don't you go and snatch points?" The Heavenly Emperor looked at Qingshan. Qingshan knew the importance of dimensional battlefield points. Li Qingshan had seriously asked Hua Yun about the dimensional battlefield. Of course, he knew the importance of points. How many points do I need to steal to become an immortal? Li Qingshan asked calmly. In the dimensional battlefield, as long as you have 100,000 points, you can try the path of immortality. Once you pass, you can become immortal, the Heavenly Emperor said. What if we can't? Xiao Wuji furrowed his brows and asked. Some escaped, some died, Heavenly Emperor shrugged, looking cute and playful. Isn't this spending 100,000 points to buy a ticket to hell? Xiao Wuji frowned. That's right. It's just spending 100,000 points to buy a ticket to hell. This ticket can take you to hell, and it can also take you to the immortal world. Isn't it exciting? The Heavenly Emperor's eyes lit up, agreeing with Xiao Wuji's words. Li Qingshan spun his wine cup and listened to the conversation between Xiao Wuji and the Heavenly Emperor. He said, when mortals cultivate to become immortals, the initiative should be in their own hands. They should not rely on a so-called path of immortality. Chapter 134, The Power of the Heavenly Emperor. 2. The Heavenly Emperor looked at Li Qingshan and said, from what you said, do you still want to become an immortal without going through the path of immortality? Why? Can't I? Li Qingshan asked and frowned. You can't, the Heavenly Emperor answered directly, locking eyes with Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's eyes were black, resembling an ancient well without any ripples. It was impossible to discern what he was thinking. Emotions brewed beneath the surface, hidden in the depths, not revealing themselves on his face. The Heavenly Emperor couldn't read Li Qingshan's thoughts. She continued to gaze at him, and he did the same. The celestial Thearka's eyes were as beautiful as the ice in the deep sea. They were like sapphires and carried a cold and aloof aura. They broke through her face and were exquisite and flawless. Since ancient times, cultivators have relied on themselves to become immortals, not others. In ancient times, when the path of immortality descended on the human world, it only provided a passage. At that time, powerful individuals chose to shatter the void and ascend to the immortal plane. They did not enter the immortal world through the path of immortality, let alone in the current dimensional battlefield. Li Qingshan spoke with gravity. As times progressed, the cost of becoming an immortal became higher and higher. Are you dissatisfied with the dimensional battlefield? The Heavenly Emperor curled her lips and asked. I just want to cultivate silently in the dimensional battlefield and then try to follow the path of the ancients, Li Qingshan spoke softly. You can't get through, Heavenly Emperor reiterated. The road is right there, and you're telling me that it can't be taken? Li Qingshan pointed and said in a serious tone. In the dimensional battlefield, no one dares to take this path. The Heavenly Emperor's tone became more serious as well. The conversation between the two people suddenly felt a prickly tension. Xiao Wuji, who was beside them, felt anxious. The two in front seemed ready to quarrel at any moment. No one dares to follow, why? Will those who follow be arrested? Li Qingshan knocked on the table and snorted. Yes. The Heavenly Emperor suddenly curled her lips, smiling. Li Qingshan was stunned. Xiao Wuji was stunned. Both stared at the Heavenly Emperor. Their brows were furrowed, and their expressions showed signs of anger. Are you saying that as long as someone dares to follow the path of the ancients, they will be arrested? Li Qingshan asked in a low voice. Which faction dares to do this? Xiao Wuji said angrily. The Heavenly Emperor picked up her wine cup and elegantly downed it in one gulp. It's not a single power. It's the rules of the entire dimensional battlefield. You've interpreted it as the rules of order. You're not allowed to follow the path of the ancients in the dimensional battlefield. Violators are violating the rules of the dimensional battlefield and will be sent to prison. Li Qingshan's hand holding the wine cup trembled, and a small amount of wine spilled out. Ignoring it, he thought of someone. Hua Yun. Hua Yun had told Li Qingshan that she had violated the rules of the dimensional battlefield and was captured and sent to boiling water prison. But she did not specify which rules she had broken. Who set these absurd rules? This is completely against human nature. Why do we have to enter the immortal plane through the path of immortality? And that path of immortality doesn't even guarantee entry, yet it costs a whopping 100,000 points. Achieving immortality used to be an opportunity for every cultivator upon reaching a certain realm, a chance where everyone stood equal before immortality. But now, with the introduction of the dimensional battlefield, points, and the need to spend points to open the path of immortality, the once universally accessible chance for immortality has been turned into a profit-driven affair. Or, to put it, the opportunity that all cultivators could have after reaching the pinnacle is now controlled by certain individuals and turned into a money-making scheme. Qingshan's heart was filled with anger. He rapped on the table, articulating each word. At this moment, Qingshan's expression darkened. It had been a long time since he felt such anger. This was genuine indignation. Once the opportunity to become an immortal was seized by others, a path of immortality was first laid out and screened. Then, a dimensional battlefield was created, and the cultivation of venomous bugs began. Finally, the path of immortality was placed within the dimensional battlefield, subjected to screening based on the venomous bug nurtured within. Observing Qingshan's furious demeanor, the Heavenly Emperor sighed. Over the millions of years, people have gradually adapted to this system. Haven't you noticed? Newcomers to the dimensional battlefield will strive to seize points, elevate themselves, and then vie for that 50% chance. That's why I find it perplexing that the two of you aren't actively competing for points but instead linger in the dimensional battlefield leisurely. I won't entrust my fate to others. I am determined to follow the path of the ancients, Qingshan declared firmly. I heard that a few hundred years ago, some individuals emerged in the dimensional battlefield wanting to follow the path of the ancients, the Heavenly Emperors shared. Qingshan's countenance changed. A few hundred years ago, there were those who aspired to follow the path of the ancients. How did it end for them? Qingshan inquired. In the end, some perished, some were captured. They were besieged by experts on the dimensional battlefield. It's said that only a few managed to escape, the Heavenly Emperor recounted. Others escaped? Qingshan asked in surprise. He immediately thought of Hua Yun's sister, Hua Shangrong. I heard it from others. How would I know about events that occurred centuries ago? Some also claim that even to this day, that group of individuals aspiring to follow the path of the ancients remains unapprehended, the Heavenly Emperor explained. And what path do you wish to take? Qingshan gazed directly into the eyes of the Heavenly Emperor. Xiao Wuji immediately turned his attention to the Heavenly Emperor. Like Qingshan, he also aspired to follow the path of the ancients. However, this decision was not of his own accord. It was the stone door that told him that he had to follow the path of the ancients. Chapter 135, The Power of the Heavenly Emperor. 3. Heavenly Emperor, under the gaze of two individuals, smiled charmingly and said, Naturally, I intend to follow the path of the ancients. Are you not afraid of violating the rules of the dimensional battlefield? Xiao Wuji inquired. As long as I am powerful enough, the rules of the dimensional battlefield are nothing more than scraps of paper, the Heavenly Emperor asserted with arrogance. It appears that we have reached an agreement, Qingshan stated, suppressing his anger and raising his wineglass with a smile. Let's toast to our agreement. Xiao Wuji and the Heavenly Emperor immediately raised their glasses and emptied them. After the drinking, the atmosphere lightened, no longer as tense as before. Since we've managed to meet here, have any of you encountered others from the golden ranking? Especially Bei Ron, Emperor Xia, and Zhao Minghuang? Xiao Wuji suddenly thought of something and asked. I haven't. I've been alone for the past year, the Heavenly Emperor replied, shaking her head. Neither have I. I've been in seclusion, cultivating for the past year. Moreover, if I do encounter Bei Ron, Emperor Xia, or Zhao Minghuang, none of them will survive, Qingshan declared with a chilling tone. Whether Bei Ron, Emperor Xia, or Zhao Minghuang, all had committed grave sins and were beyond forgiveness. I thought you might have encountered them. Any news is good news. I've been wanting to kill those three, Xiao Wuji expressed with disappointment. I also wish to kill them. They must be aware that we want them dead, so they are likely in hiding, the Heavenly Emperor said softly. The dimensional battlefield is vast. If they truly wish to hide, finding them will be impossible. Let's focus on cultivating quietly for now. When we happen to encounter them in the future, don't let them escape, Li Qingshan advised. Xiao Wuji, in frustration, downed a cup of wine and exclaimed, "Three useless. Since you're in Chang'an, stay at my place. We can spar and occasionally verify each other's cultivation. The Heavenly Emperor could also drop by from time to time since we are neighbors," Li Qingshan suggested. Xiao Wuji nodded, certain that staying at Li Qingshan's place was a better option. Renting a house would be impossible with the meager points he possessed. "Let's discuss the Great Path," the Heavenly Emperor proposed. Li Qingshan and Xiao Wuji readily agreed, eager to verify each other's path. Perhaps they could find inspiration. For a while, the three of them were in Li Qingshan's room, elucidating their respective paths simultaneously. They showcased the great path they had comprehended, offering it for the others' consideration. After this exchange, all three gained insights. With Xiao Wuji's arrival, Li Qingshan frequently engaged in discussions on path with him, exchanging their personalities. They rarely ventured outside and made significant progress. In the outside world, the Big River Gang finally became aware that something had happened to their young master. The leader of the Big River Gang was named Chui Dai. He was a native of the dimensional battlefield. His parents had migrated from the human world to the dimensional battlefield. Despite their continual improvement in power, they never reached the level of the divine cultivation plane. If one's power couldn't reach the realm of the divine cultivation plane, it was advised not to embark on the path of immortality. This was an old saying in the dimensional battlefield. Spending 100,000 points to purchase tickets meant that those lacking sufficient strength would only be delivering themselves to hell. As a result, Chui Dai's parents refrained from pursuing the path of immortality. Instead, they diligently hunted and killed others to accumulate points. They then formed a group of subordinates and ventured into other businesses. Eventually, with their amassed wealth, they invested in properties in Chang'an City, expanding their influence and establishing the Big River Gang. They also created a faction known as the Big River Gang. Chui Dai served as the second leader of the gang. After his parents engaged in overly audacious actions, they were killed by a wandering cultivator. Chui Dai assumed leadership of the Big River Gang and expanded their business near Chang'an. Until the present, Chui Dai had already reached the divine cultivation plane and had only given birth to one child in his lifetime. He worked tirelessly to groom his son, intending for him to succeed as the leader of the Big River Gang. However, what awaited him was the death of his son. Unable to cope with such a blow, Chui Dai's son had been smashed into a pile of mud without leaving a trace of a corpse. Upon witnessing this scene, Chui Dai remained silent, trembling all over, and instructed his men to investigate. He resembled an injured beast, silently licking its wounds while gathering strength, poised to strike. After 2 days of investigation, all signs pointed to the Heavenly Emperor. After all, Chui Dai's son had been in too much contact with the Heavenly Emperor recently. He came every day like a plaster. After finding the suspect, Chui Dai did not act immediately. He was busy with his son's funeral. At the funeral, Chui Dai's head was full of white hair. He covered his son's cenotaph with a trembling hand and said firmly, "You like that woman? Dad knows. From childhood to adulthood, you've never liked a woman so much. She doesn't know what's good for her, but that's okay. Wait below, and Dad will capture her, arrange a ghost marriage for you, and send her down to join you. To become your wife is this woman's good fortune. Son, on the road to the underworld, someone will accompany you, so you won't be alone." Chui Dai's words were bone-chilling, making those around him feel that he had transformed. His son's death had driven him to madness. On the second day after the funeral, Chui Dai arrived at the Heavenly Emperor's doorstep. 3 days later, my son will take you as his wife. At that time, the wedding procession will arrive. Dress well and marry my son, Chui Dai said in a cold tone. He was thin, with red eyes and curly hair. He resembled an aged lion. A lion ready to devour at any moment. Inside the room, the Heavenly Emperor paid him no attention. "Do you think you're completely safe just because you're in the safe zone?" Chui Dai sneered. Chapter 136, The Power of the Heavenly Emperor. 4. I can buy your house, break the contract, and evict you. At the same time, I'll warn all the inns in Qingshan City, making sure none of them accepts you. If you haven't found a place to stay by dawn, you'll be driven out. What will you do then? Cui Dai spoke with an extremely domineering tone. In the adjacent room, Qingshan furrowed his brows upon hearing this. Xiao Wuji gestured with his eyes. Qingshan shook his head slightly. The Heavenly Emperor hadn't spoken yet, so why the rush? If you want me to marry your son in a netherworld marriage, fine, but you need to defeat me. 10 days from now, just outside Qingshan City, you and I will duel. If I lose, I'll obediently comply. From within the room, the voice of the Heavenly Emperor echoed. Cui Dai shook his head. I'm here to inform you, not to negotiate. You have no right to haggle with me. Then you just watch and see if I can find a place to stay in Qingshan City. The Heavenly Emperor's tone was unhurried. With her captivating beauty, finding someone in Qingshan City whose cultivation level was not weaker than Cui Dai's was very easy. Cui Dai considered this. His face twisted, and only after several attempts did he manage to hold back. 10 days later, I'll hold another world marriage. Cui Dai flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. Inside the room, the Heavenly Emperor remained impassive, closing her eyes to meditate. Do you have confidence in 10 days? Qingshan asked the Heavenly Emperor from the adjacent room. Yes, Heavenly Emperor replied. Her tone remained composed, showing little concern for the matter. Qingshan then felt at ease, instructing Xiao Wuji not to be anxious. He said, let's wait and see the show in 10 days, to see what cards the Heavenly Emperor holds. Qingshan continued to cultivate silently. He was not far from reaching the Wanderer cultivation plane. News of the bet between the Heavenly Emperor and Cui Dai quickly spread throughout Qingshan City. The people of Qingshan led a monotonous daily life. Suddenly, such sensational news emerged, ensuring it would be passed around by word of mouth. In less than half a day, everyone in Qingshan City knew about it. Having familiarized themselves with the story, people became intrigued. As long as they went to see what would happen in 10 days, they could find out whether the peerless beauty, the Heavenly Emperor, would emerge victorious or if Cui Dai would conduct a netherworld marriage for his son. People were looking forward to it. Especially since nothing significant had happened recently, the bet between Cui Dai and the Heavenly Emperor became the most widely followed event in the recent period. 1 day passed, then 2, then 3. With each passing day, people's anticipation grew. Everyone eagerly investigated information about the Heavenly Emperor. Some found the Immortal Path Golden ranking reformed the previous year, discovering information and illustrations of the Immortal Emperor. The beauty and formidable strength of the Immortal Emperor instantly became the talk of the town. It ignited the public's anticipation. The people widely admired the beauty of the Immortal Emperor. Everyone's perspective followed their senses. Immediately, the vast majority of people supported the Immortal Emperor, wishing to overthrow the villainous Cui Dai. Thus, 10 days passed. During these 10 days, the Heavenly Emperor had not left her residence once, dedicating herself entirely to cultivation. The fluctuations in her aura were unpredictable. The city wall of Qingshan City was crowded with people eager to witness the spectacle. 10 miles outside Qingshan City, Cui Dai, gaunt with silver hair and a stern expression, stood waiting. Noon approached. Qingshan and Xiao Wuji had also arrived at the city wall early in the morning to observe Cui Dai. Is this old man in the longevity cultivation plane? Xiao Wuji muttered. Although he looks very old, he's definitely not weak in a real fight, Qingshan said. The stone door told me that the longevity cultivation plane requires cultivating 100 scriptures and nurturing a god, Xiao Wuji explained. What does nurturing 100 scriptures and nurturing a god mean? Qingshan asked. The longevity cultivation plane requires you to burn all the skills you have cultivated in the past in a furnace. True gold is not afraid of fire. Then, you will raise a god spirit in the acupoints all over your body. Every god spirit you raise will make you a little stronger. I wonder how many gods this old man has raised, Xiao Wuji pointed at Cui Dai and continued. I see. Qingshan gained a better understanding of the longevity cultivation plane. In the next second, he sensed the Heavenly Emperor coming out. "It's about to begin," Qingshan said to Xiao Wuji. Outside the city gate, the sun was scorching. Cui Dai looked up at the sky. It was noon. Just as he was about to call out to the Heavenly Emperor appeared in front of him in the next second. Standing in space, she had a slender figure, jade-like bones, and skin as smooth as cream. Her appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. Under the sunlight, the Heavenly Emperor's body was surrounded by a dazzling light. In this light, the stars in the sky were reflected, setting off her aura. The Heavenly Emperor's expression was indifferent and cold. Her green hair danced behind her. She looked at Cui Dai and said, "Now, please go to hell. Do you think you can fight me just because you've entered the Wanderer cultivation plane?" Cui Dai's gaze was deep as he saw through the Heavenly Emperor. She used these 10 days to break through to the Ascension Immortal Realm and enter the Wanderer cultivation plane. Moreover, you forcefully broke through, so there will be repercussions. But it doesn't matter. I'll let you defeat me and complete the Netherworld marriage. Then, you should go down and serve my son, Cui Dai said coldly. Right now, he only had one thought in his mind, which was to help his son complete the Netherworld marriage. Upon hearing Cui Dai's words, the onlookers were filled with grief when they thought of how such a beautiful Heavenly Emperor was going to marry a dead man. Although they had only met the Heavenly Emperor once, they had already become fans for decades. Such a stunning woman was going to marry a dead man. Chapter 137, The Power of the Heavenly Emperor, 5. This made many people look at Cui Dai angrily. They murmured curses under their breath. Boom! Cui Dai's words didn't faze the Heavenly Emperor. She remained unfazed, her eyes cold as she swept her hand, and 3,000 strands of green silk transformed into 3,000 long swords, slashing out. Boom! 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 At that moment, the city stirred up a cloud of dust. The Heavenly Emperor showcased her formidable power, leaving the onlookers shocked and frightened. Petty tricks, not worth a blow. Yet, Cui Dai was disdainful. With a sweeping motion of his large hand, he directly enveloped the Heavenly Emperor, intending to capture her. At this moment, within Cui Dai's body, numerous acupoints emitted formidable energy fluctuations. These were the divine spirits he nurtured, providing him with energy. He executed the great capturing hand technique. His intention was not to harm the Heavenly Emperor's body. She was his son's prospective wife, and he needed her intact body so that even after killing her and descending into hell, he could remain whole and accompany his son. Boom! The great capturing hand descended, shattering the Heavenly Emperor's 3,000 strands of green silk, severing half of them. However, in the next moment, the Heavenly Emperor's green silk automatically regenerated. She remained composed. She calmly stood in the void and spread her hands. The energy in her body surged and rushed out from the top of her head. Then, a door appeared in the sky. Gate of Qianpin. The Heavenly Emperor had used all of her power to summon this door. It was extremely terrifying. Thump! 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 The phantom of the Gate of Qianpin was summoned, and it immediately emitted an extremely terrifying might that suppressed the entire battlefield. Cui Dai wanted to block it, but his knees went soft from the pressure and he knelt on the ground. He looked up in horror and saw the Heavenly Emperor who had spread her arms and stood alone, as well as the extremely terrifying and mysterious door behind her. This is a celestial artifact, and it's even a phantom. A mere phantom has me unable to stand. If it were the true magic treasure, how formidable would it be? Cui Dai exclaimed in shock. The crowd shared Cui Dai's astonishment. At this moment, within Cui Dai's body, numerous acupoints emitted formidable energy fluctuations. These were the divine spirits he nurtured, providing him with energy. What kind of formidable celestial artifact was this? Even a mere phantom suppressed Cui Dai to the point of immobility. Keep in mind that Cui Dai also possessed a celestial artifact. Celestial artifact Hidden Edge Sword. Cui Dai promptly summoned his immortal sword, aiming to confront the phantom. However, it only produced a cracking sound. The Heavenly Emperor descended slowly, accompanied by the phantom door. Cui Dai's immortal sword shattered, and the overwhelming pressure caused him to cough up blood and collapse to the ground. "I'm surrendering." Cui Dai was so frightened that he roared. He tried his best to raise a hand and waved a white flag. Surrendering results in a half-loss. "Please spare my life," Cui Dai hastily pleaded. The Heavenly Emperor maintained an indifferent expression, paying no attention. With the phantom of the gate of Qianpin, she directly pressed it down. Boom! Cui Dai was instantly crushed into a spray of blood, mirroring his son's fate, leaving no intact remains. The Heavenly Emperor then dispelled the gate of Qianpin, coldly stating, "If you're so afraid that your son won't have anyone to accompany him on his journey to the netherworld, then you should accompany him." In a match where everyone perceived a significant power disparity, the outcome was undoubtedly one-sided. And the final result proved just that: it was a complete one-sided victory. However, the process left everyone astounded. The Heavenly Emperor effortlessly overwhelmed Cui Dai. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the formidable phantom of a celestial artifact was summoned, turning the tide of the battle. Immediately, someone wanted to inquire about the celestial artifact used by the Heavenly Emperor. However, the Heavenly Emperor didn't give them the chance. With just a glance at Qingshan and Xiao Wuji, the Heavenly Emperor turned and soared into the clouds, disappearing. By killing Cui Dai, she had revealed her trump card. Staying in Chang'an City would bring trouble, so leaving was a wiser choice. Qingshan and Xiao Wuji understood this. After the Heavenly Emperor disappeared, they didn't linger and turned to depart. On their way back, Qingshan caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Though they were acquainted, they had only met once through the sky's large screen. "I saw Immortal Northstar," Qingshan called out, stopping Xiao Wuji. "Immortal Northstar is also in Chang'an?" Xiao Wuji looked around in surprise. Qingshan swiftly caught up. As they walked, they arrived at the area where the official personnel resided. Qingshan didn't venture inside recklessly. His experience in Wei City had taught him to avoid the regions where official personnel dwelled. "Where is Immortal Northstar?" Xiao Wuji followed and asked Qingshan, scanning the surroundings but finding no trace of Immortal Northstar. Qingshan shook his head. "We lost him. It seems like he knows we're looking for him and is deliberately avoiding us." "I didn't intentionally avoid you." As soon as Qingshan finished speaking, a voice responded promptly. Surprised, Qingshan and Xiao Wuji turned around to see Immortal Northstar. With grace and humility, Immortal Northstar smiled when he saw Qingshan and Xiao Wuji. "I was wondering who was chasing me. I didn't expect it to be a friend from the human world." "I didn't expect you to appear in Chang'an City," Qingshan responded. "I came to Chang'an to kill someone," Immortal Northstar declared. "Kill whom?" Xiao Wuji asked curiously. What kind of deep-seated grudge is Qingshan was equally curious. Immortal Northstar uttered two names, Beirong and Emperor Xia. Chapter 138, News of the Holy Buddha. 1. Beirong and Emperor Xia. Are these two people in Chang'an City? Xiao Wuji's face lit up with joy. He didn't expect the person he had been seeking would be in Chang'an City. Qingshan also looked pleasantly surprised at Immortal Northstar. "I saw them being brought into Chang'an City with my own eyes," Immortal Northstar nodded. "So, why did you come here?" Qingshan asked with curiosity. This was the officials' area. "They're here," Immortal Northstar said. "The officials in Chang'an City brought Beirong and Emperor Xia here?" Qingshan clarified. "Yes," Immortal Northstar replied and nodded. "But why?" "Beirong and Emperor Xia have no value, and the people in the dimensional battlefield should know about the heinous crimes they committed in the human world," Xiao Wuji expressed his confusion. "Is it because Beirong and Emperor Xia are foreigners?" Qingshan asked in a serious tone. Immortal Northstar looked at Qingshan with admiration and responded, "You guessed it right. Their value lies in being a foreigner." As for what Xiao Wuji said, the officials in the dimensional battlefield won't care about the heinous crimes they committed in the human world. "In that case, what do you plan to do?" Qingshan looked at Immortal Northstar and asked. I plan to observe and determine who is behind them, Immortal Northstar explained. Why don't we discuss it at my place? Qingshan invited Immortal Northstar. After a moment of thought, Immortal Northstar nodded in agreement. He had just arrived in Chang'an City and was not familiar with the place. Meeting Qingshan and Xiao Wuji, and knowing from the Immortal Path Golden ranking that their characters were reliable, he accepted the invitation. Qingshan and Xiao Wuji brought Immortal Northstar back to the house. After settling down, Xiao Wuji asked, Immortal Northstar, have you been chasing Bei Rong and Emperor Xia? Immortal Northstar shook his head and said, I haven't been chasing them. I recently encountered them, and it seems they sought refuge with the officials in Chang'an City. I initially wanted to kill them and then go about my own business, but unfortunately, the officials highly value them and have assigned guards to protect them, bringing them directly to Chang'an City. Is that official hoping to learn about the situation in the other world through Bei Rong and Emperor Nia? Qingshan offered tea to Immortal Northstar. Immortal Northstar accepted the tea and nodded. It seems so. After all, these two foreigners have no other notable abilities. The only shining point is their identity as foreign monks. Humph. Xiao Wuji snorted, the crimes these two people have committed are too numerous to count. We must kill them. The current issue is whether the official protecting them is acting on his own accord or if it is the will of the city lord of the Chang'an City, Immortal Northstar solemnly stated. To become a city lord of a safe zone, their strength must be terrifying, right? Qingshan furrowed his brow. Indeed. Those who become city lords are at least in the divine cultivation plane, and the more prosperous the place, the stronger they are, Immortal Northstar affirmed, drawing from his knowledge as a reincarnated immortal. Chang'an City is one of the most prosperous areas in the dimensional battlefield. The city lord here is probably going to become an immortal, right? Qingshan speculated. You guessed wrong. Immortal Northstar shook his head. That's an ordinary divine cultivation plane, Xiao Wuji immediately said. However, Qingshan shook his head and explained, it can't be an ordinary divine cultivation plane, nor is it close to the immortal cultivation plane. It can only be a true immortal. You're really smart, Immortal Northstar praised Qingshan. An ancient city like Chang'an needs real immortals to maintain its security. That's why I said that we have to see if the city lord of Chang'an City is behind that officer. If that's the case, we can only give up and wait for the next opportunity. If not, we can still think of a way to kill those two people, Immortal Northstar declared coldly. Although he was the reincarnation of an immortal, he had also grown up in the human world. He was very filial to his parents who gave birth to him, ensuring that they would live a life of prosperity and wealth, free from illness and disaster, safe and sound. Therefore, the crimes committed by Bei Rong and Emperor Xia were extremely detestable to Immortal Northstar. If he had the chance, he would kill them. The city lord of Chang'an City is a real immortal. Is he here? Xiao Wuji exclaimed. I don't know, but there's a high chance that they aren't there because there aren't many immortals in the dimensional battlefield. Most of them are on the path of immortality, Immortal Northstar explained. You are the reincarnation of an immortal. Do you remember all the memories of your previous life? Qingshan asked curiously. I remember a part of it, but there's still a part that I can't remember if I'm not strong enough. Immortal Northstar admitted. What do you think of the dimensional battlefield? Qingshan asked humbly. It's just a battlefield to screen the experts of the human world, Immortal Northstar casually said as he took a sip of tea. Qingshan thought to himself, as he had guessed, it was indeed a battlefield for raising venomous bug. Then I wonder if Immortal Northstar has any suggestions for becoming an immortal in the human world? Qingshan continued to ask humbly. Don't you want to earn points and enter the immortal plane through the path of immortality? Immortal Northstar asked in surprise as he looked at Qingshan. Although it's dangerous, to many people, this is the fastest shortcut, Immortal Northstar explained. Will Immortal Northstar take such a shortcut? Qingshan asked softly. I can't take the path of immortality. I'll be discovered. Immortal Northstar shook his head decisively. Chapter 139, News of the Holy Buddha, 2, If Immortal Northstar doesn't want to take the path, then I won't. Qingshan chuckled. If you two aren't taking the path, then I won't take either, Xiaowuji said. I'll follow you. Immortal Northstar and Qingshan looked at Xiaowuji and burst into laughter. The relationship between them had become closer. If you insist on becoming an immortal in the human world, you can continue, but don't do it in Qingshan City. Once your cultivation level breaks through to the divine cultivation plane, the managers of the dimensional battlefield will force you to enter the path of immortality. Therefore, you need to hide and not be discovered. In Qingshan City, the target is too big. Immortal Northstar revealed a piece of news to Qingshan. Qingshan's expression froze. He remembered this information in his heart. This was indeed very important. Let's talk about Bei Rong and Emperor Xia. I'm here for them. If I don't kill them, I won't be happy. Immortal Northstar changed the topic. He didn't want to talk about immortals with Qingshan. He had not awakened many memories about immortal. He could only remember them after he broke through to the immortal plane. How do we know if the official who took in Bei Rong and Emperor Xia has the support of the city lord? Xiaowuji asked. There's no need to know. Qingshan thought about it seriously and said firmly. Immortal Northstar and Xiaowuji looked at Qingshan together. What do you think? Immortal Northstar looked at Qingshan curiously. Even he did not have any good ideas. In Qingshan City, he had to abide by the rules everywhere. His strength had only recovered to the peak of the Ascension Immortal Plane, and he had almost broken through to the Wander Cultivation Plane. As long as we find out where Bei Rong and Emperor Xia are? As for the exact location, I'll handle the rest, Qingshan said confidently. Really? The person protecting them is at the Longevity Cultivation Plane, Immortal Northstar said solemnly. Whether he is in the Longevity Cultivation Plane or not has nothing to do with me. If I don't fight him, what can he do to me? Qingshan asked. Then what do Would land to do? Xiaowi asked curiously. Immortal Northstar also looked at Qingshan curiously. Do you still remember when I was in the human world, the Immortal Path Golden rankings displayed my life? Qingshan asked. I know. I've seen them all. Xiaowuji nodded. You want to use the Great Path of Space? Immortal Northstar suddenly said. Xiaowuji immediately remembered when Immortal Northstar mentioned it. At that time, Qingshan was in the human world immortal plane. He practiced katas on the reflection cliff and mastered the Great Path of Space. He directly killed more than 10 world immortals far away in the sky and established his reputation as a god in the human world. I've only used the Great Path of Space once and never used it again. It's their fortune to have Bei Rong and Emperor Xia die here, Qingshan said calmly. It seems to be fine, Xiaowuji said thoughtfully. If Qingshan practiced katas here and killed Bei Rong and Emperor Xia from across half the city, no one would know. If we were to be discovered and kill someone in the safe zone, it would violate the rules of the dimensional battlefield. We would have to be captured and thrown into boiling water prison, Immortal Northstar said worriedly. That's why we need to investigate clearly. We'll pick a time when Bei Rong and Emperor Xia are alone, and there's no one around. Then, there won't be a problem, Qingshan said. Alright, Xiaowuji and I will investigate it thoroughly in the next 2 days. We'll have to trouble you then. Immortal Northstar nodded in agreement. Yes, the room next door belongs to the Heavenly Emperor. She has already left, so you can stay there, Qingshan said to Immortal Northstar. Heavenly Emperor, I saw her fight when I came, Immortal Northstar said. She's so powerful. She broke through to the Wander Cultivation Plane and killed a person at the Longevity Cultivation Plane. Xiaowuji smacked his lips in envy. She's relying on a celestial artifact. That celestial artifact is very terrifying, Immortal Northstar said solemnly. He realized that he didn't recognize that celestial artifact. What is the grade of a celestial artifact? I have 5 immortal swords, but I feel that their power is only so-so, Qingshan asked gloomily. He had refined these immortal swords for more than a year and had also used them to kill an enemy once. They are a gift from the Immortal Path Golden rankings, right? Just use them. I have one too, but it's not very useful. Compared to a real celestial artifact, it's far inferior. Immortal Northstar took a look and said. Why? Qingshan asked in confusion. Aren't they all celestial artifacts? In the entire dimensional battlefield, there aren't many true celestial artifacts. These can be called fake celestial artifacts and aren't worth mentioning. They are refined by the immortals in the dimensional battlefield themselves. Although they are stronger than the magic treasures in the human world, they will shatter upon contact with true celestial artifacts. They can also deceive mortal cultivators, Immortal Northstar explained. I see. Qingshan suddenly understood. Real celestial artifacts are all-powerful and terrifying. Some celestial artifacts are like Taoist of myriad treasures, which has the sentience of a magic treasure. Although they don't become a new life form like the Taoist of myriad treasures, they are still a different kind of life form. For example, the weapon of the Heavenly Emperor is a real celestial artifact. Even if it only projects a shadow, it still has terrifying power, Immortal Northstar explained to Qingshan. After Qingshan heard this, he was extremely grateful. Alright, I've said enough for today. My mouth is dry. Xiao Wuji and I will go out to explore tonight. We'll find out the exact location of Bei Rong and Emperor Xia, and I'll tell you when we come back. Don't go out or show your face for the next few days. If something happens, it won't have anything to do with you, Immortal Northstar warned Qingshan. Chapter 140, News of the Holy Buddha, 3, Qingshan nodded. He had the same plan. Then Immortal Northstar and I will go next door. We won't disturb you, Xiao Wuji said as he also stood up and left. Qingshan didn't stop him. Since the room next door was vacant, he needed some time to think. Ever since he comprehended the spatial storm, he had only used it once. The power of that instance had shocked the human world. Now, he was planning to use it a second time to avenge the millions of mothers and children who had been killed. Bei Rong, Emperor Xia, you deserve to die. Qingshan opened his eyes, a cold light flashing within. These two individuals were destined for death. In the following days, Qingshan stayed in his room, not venturing anywhere. He was adjusting his condition, ensuring he was at his peak. This adjustment made Qingshan feel that he was on the verge of breaking through to the Wander cultivation plane. After dealing with these matters, I'll focus on cultivation and make the breakthrough, Qingshan muttered to himself. During these few days, Immortal Northstar and Xiao Wuji carefully investigated the vicinity of the official's residence, leaving no information overlooked. Being Ascension immortals, they were cautious and wouldn't be detected. After 3 days, Immortal Northstar and Xiao Wuji came to see Qingshan in the evening, sharing their findings. We've thoroughly investigated it. Bei Rong and Emperor Xia are in the side courtyard of that official's mansion. They seem to be imprisoned and haven't been allowed out for the past few days. Even if Bei Rong and Emperor Xia wish to go out, they get stopped. Xiao Wuji said to Qingshan. He picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. They're under house arrest, Qingshan remarked. Yes, that official seems to be acting on his own accord without the support of the city lord, Immortal Northstar speculated. Regardless of support, these two people will meet their demise tonight. Qingshan declared coldly. Yes, remember, it's in the east and west courtyards of that official's mansion, Xiao Wuji said and nodded. That official has an appointment tonight. There are only a few soldiers guarding the mansion, Immortal Northstar added. This is a perfect opportunity. Qingshan stood up, stretching his muscles and bones before beginning to practice his katas. Immortal Northstar and Xiao Wuji watched from a distance, vigilant of their surroundings to ensure no one disturbed Qingshan. At this moment, Qingshan felt as if he had returned to the human world, to the reflection cliff. At that time, he was just like this, unleashing a spatial storm. At Chang'an City, the residence of officials. Those who could hold positions in Chang'an were all top experts. They managed Chang'an for the city lord, maintaining order and overseeing justice. Previously, Wei City was divided into 3 regions, which were the resting area, the trading area, and the official area. However, Qingshan City only had 2 districts, which were the combined resting area and trading area and the official area. In the official area, a magnificent courtyard with 8 entrances and 8 exits stood. It was very imposing. The plaque at the entrance read, Zhou Residence. Zhou Yinzu, one of the deputy city lords of Qingshan City, was the right-hand man of the city lord and a formidable expert at the peak of the longevity cultivation plane. Tonight, he went out to socialize, and his home was heavily guarded. He had no worries. In Qingshan City, nobody dared to make a move against Zhou Yinzu. In Zhou Yinzu's residence, in the east and west side courtyards, Bei Rong and Emperor Xia were under soft confinement. They felt gloomy. If they had known they would lose their freedom, they wouldn't have come to Qingshan City with Zhou Yinzu's entourage. Regrettably, it was too late for such thoughts now. If only we had stayed hidden. Why did we decide to come to Qingshan City? Bei Rong and Emperor Xia communicated through telepathy. Yeah, it was a case of being blinded by greed and we lose our mind. We could have stayed hidden for the past year. Although life might have been stifling, it was still relatively free, Emperor Xia sighed. Let's find an opportunity to escape. Then, we can sneak back to the human world, pierce through the world barrier, and return to our world, Bei Rong proposed. Agreed. Emperor Xia promptly consented. He had no desire to linger in this dimensional battlefield any longer. Inside the room, Qingshan was fully focused on cultivating his qi, with heightened attention to his essence, spirit, and soul. The great path of space had already manifested, and he overheard the conversation between Bei Rong and Emperor Xia. You want to escape? Qingshan sneered inwardly. Have you inquired my fist? Qingshan threw a punch. In the small room, a plain punch did not have much momentum. It only caused the space to ripple slightly, and ordinary people could not see it with their naked eyes. Only immortal Northstar and Xia Wuji could discern it. Space rippled from one point to another. In Qingshan's eyes, his fist had transcended the constraints of space, opening up an entirely new world. Bei Rong appeared before him. The next moment, Qingshan's fist descended upon his head. Then, a backhand strike closed the space between Emperor Xia and the others. A deadly blow. Puff! Puff! The sound of 2 watermelons splitting carried away the lives of the 2 people. Qingshan's expression remained calm. He slowly retracted his hand, and the space in front of him swiftly returned to normal. He glanced at Immortal Northstar and Xia Wuji, chuckling under their watchful eyes. Xia Wuji and Immortal Northstar smiled in satisfaction. In the east and west courtyards of the Zhou residence, Bei Rong and Emperor Xia, who were originally discussing how to escape, had now become 2 corpses lying quietly on the ground. Their heads had exploded, and blood and brain matter flowed all over the ground. The soldiers initially overlooked it, but as the scent of blood wafted, they immediately sensed something amiss. Their expressions changed dramatically as they rushed in, witnessing the gruesome scene. Immediately go and summon the old master back, the soldier exclaimed urgently. Chapter 141, News of the Holy Buddha. 4. Killing people right under their noses was too heinous. Seal off the Zhou residence. Not even a fly is allowed to escape, a soldier shouted. For a while, the Zhou residence was heavily guarded, causing a sense of panic. Zhou Yinzu, who was in the midst of a gathering with his friends, heard the news. His face darkened, and he quickly returned to find 2 corpses. Have you found the murderer? Zhou Yinzu's expression was grim. He gritted his teeth and inquired. No, not only the murderer, but there's also no clue at all, the head butler of the Zhou residence spoke in a low voice. You don't know anything? Zhou Yinzu frowned, feeling frustrated. Yes, tonight, no one came to the residence. It's heavily guarded. Even those in the Wanderer cultivation plane can't move quietly. Moreover, these 2 individuals had no enemies in Qingshan City. They both died at the same time. The murderer can't kill 2 people simultaneously unless there are 2 murderers. The head butler of the Zhou residence also furrowed his brows deeply. This matter seemed illogical. Investigate. At the same time, seal off the news. We can't let outsiders know that someone died in my mansion, and we can't find the murderer. It's a huge blow to my dignity, Joinzu ordered in a low voice. Understood. The head butler nodded in agreement. Looking at the corpses of Beirong and Emperor Xia, Joinzu spoke in disgust, destroy the corpses. Don't leave any traces behind. Don't pollute my mansion. He didn't care about the deaths of Beirong and Emperor Xia. What he cared about was that someone was killing people in his mansion. This was not giving him face. Slap his face. This was the reason why he was furious. As for Beirong and Emperor Xia, they were just two people. If they died, then so be it. In Li Qingshan's room, the three of them raised their glasses and drank happily. This time, they killed Beirong and Emperor Xia without alerting anyone. They were very satisfied. To be honest, when the Immortal Path Golden ranking evaluated you as a god of the human world, I was not convinced and thought that you were just a so-so. But now, I'm convinced. Even if I'm the reincarnation of an immortal, I'm not as talented as you, Immortal Northstar said to Li Qingshan with a smile. I acknowledge Li Qingshan as my brother, Xiao Wuji said. To be honest, I wanted to fight with you guys before, but now, I don't have that thought. Li Qingshan smiled and held his wineglass. He calmly said, it doesn't matter who is stronger than who. We are all friends. We all have a bright future. Not friends, brothers. Xiao Wuji raised his wineglass and shouted. Immortal Northstar also nodded and said, all right, we are brothers. This trip to the human world and getting to know all of you is not in vain. After tonight, we will meet again if fate permits. Where are you going? Li Qingshan curiously inquired. I'm going to cultivate and find a way to become an immortal in the human world, Immortal Northstar said. When I find it, I'll tell you. All right, I'll wait for you. Li Qingshan nodded. There are several ways to become an immortal in the human world. The first is the simplest and crudest. You can directly tear open space and fly into the immortal plane, Xiao Wuji said. This method requires you to be very, very strong. Furthermore, the dimensional battlefield is much more difficult than the human world, Immortal Northstar said and shook his head. Ripping open space in the dimensional battlefield and ascending to the immortal plane is equivalent to making the entire dimensional battlefield his enemy. The other thing is to open the Heaven Gate. It's said that there's only one gate between the human world and the immortal plane, Xiao Wuji continued. Cultivators cross this gate and enter the immortal plane. Immortal Northstar continued to shake his head and explained. The Heaven Gate does exist, but unfortunately, it has been nearly 30,000 years since it was last summoned. By the way, how do you know so much? Tearing through space, ascending to the immortal plane, and opening the Heavenly Gate? Immortal Northstar asked curiously. Even Li Qingshan is unaware of these details. Immortal Northstar looked at Xiao Wuji with suspicion. Xiao Wuji suddenly became hesitant. He held his wineglass and didn't know how to respond. Li Qingshan looked on with a faint smile. The reason why Xiao Wuji knew so much was because he held a wineglass in one hand and the stone door in the other. After he shrunk the stone door, he hung it on his body and turned it into an ornament. Now that he was holding it in his hand, the information just now must have been updated by the stone door and repeated by Xiao Wuji. I'm also learning, Li Qingshan interjected. Did you learn this from the Heavenly Emperor? Yes. Xiao Wuji nodded promptly. I heard it from the Heavenly Emperor. She is quite knowledgeable. Perhaps the Heavenly Emperor has received the inheritance of a powerful figure in the immortal plane, explaining her extensive knowledge. Additionally, she possesses that formidable celestial artifact. Immortal Northstar voiced his speculation. Oh, by the way, I'll be leaving tomorrow, Xiao Wuji suddenly announced. Where are you heading? Li Qingshan asked in surprise. Having spent time with Xiao Wuji, Li Qingshan had grown accustomed to his presence. He hadn't expected Xiao Wuji to depart following Immortal Northstar. I'm going to find a place to break through and explore a bit. Xiao Wuji chuckled. Li Qingshan understood that the stone door must have informed Xiao Wuji about his slowed cultivation progress in Chang'an City. This was inevitable. Xiao Wuji, with his ancient fighter bloodline, naturally craved stimulation, battles, and the expansion of his bloodline to enhance his power. He was different from Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan could steadily advance his cultivation by quietly cultivating in one place. I wish you a safe journey. Li Qingshan raised his glass. Safe travels. Xiao Wuji and Immortal Northstar also raised their glasses. Chapter 142, News of the Holy Buddha, 5, That night, they drank until midnight before parting ways. Xiao Wuji and Immortal Northstar left early the next morning, leaving Li Qingshan alone in the once lively atmosphere. Li Qingshan wasn't disheartened. He could embrace both glory and solitude. Besides, he wasn't truly alone. The world's spiritual qi and the world's great path were all eagerly awaiting Li Qingshan's exploration. On the day of their departure, Li Qingshan had a sudden impulse. After a night of cultivation, he broke through to the Ascension Immortal. He entered the Wanderer Cultivation Plane. The Wanderer Cultivation Plane symbolized the carefree life. In this cultivation plane, one's entire being was relaxed. It was as if one had broken free from the shackles on one's body and the shackles of the secular world, achieving oneself. Breaking the shackles, today I truly understand who I am. Li Qingshan muttered. After he broke through to the Wanderer Cultivation Plane, he continued to cultivate every day, comprehend the Great Path, and then venture outside. Indeed, after Xiao Wuji and Immortal Northstar's departure, Li Qingshan had one more place to visit. It was the Chang'an City Library. The tallest building in Chang'an City was a tavern with 13 floors. The second tallest was the library. There were countless books in the library. On the 11th floor, there were all kinds of books for people to read. Points were required for entry. The higher the floor, the more points were needed. The first floor required 1 point. The second required 10 points. The third required 100 points. The fourth required 200 points. And so forth. The higher one went, the more points one would get. Of course, the books stored were also very precious. Li Qingshan still possessed 1,000 points, which he had been using during this period. If his points were insufficient, Li Qingshan ventured outside, concealing his aura, adopting various disguises, or even engaging in unconventional activities. As long as someone dared to target him for a snatch and grab, they were courting their demise. Thus, Li Qingshan never lacked points. Every night, he would carefully read in the library before returning in the early morning. Half a year swiftly passed. In this time, Chang'an City remained tranquil. Li Qingshan encountered no troublemakers, and Zhou Yinzu's citywide search was nowhere to be seen. Since he couldn't find the murderer, he definitely wouldn't tell anyone. Bei Rong and Emperor Xia had died in vain. After half a year, Li Qingshan was still the same as before. He maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, the white-clad youth, like a gentle breeze and bright moon. One evening, he returned to the library. "Young Master Li, you've come again?" The girl who was collecting points in the library saw Li Qingshan and her face turned red as she greeted him warmly. Li Qingshan was handsome and elegant. He loved reading and was a gentleman. Naturally, girls would fall in love with him. "I'll go to the 11th floor today," Li Qingshan announced. "The 11th floor costs 900 points, the girl remarked in surprise. Few were willing to spend 900 points to access the 11th floor for reading. Moreover, Li Qingshan came daily, spending points generously, which only increased the girl's liking for him. It indicated that Li Qingshan's background was solid, and he cared little about such expenditures. "Then deduct my points." Li Qingshan took out the jade token and handed it over. The girl accepted it and touched Li Qingshan's finger. She felt excited and returned the jade card to Li Qingshan after deducting 900 points. "Why don't I take you to the 11th floor?" the girl suggested. "No." Li Qingshan shook his head with a smile. "It's a sin to have a beauty accompany me up the 11th floor." Li Qingshan put away the jade token. He then turned around and left. Soon, he ascended the stairs and disappeared. The girl looked at Li Qingshan's departing figure, her eyes sparkling. "Sister, What do you think are my chances if I confess now? The girl asked her sister sitting beside her. 0.5, at most, the elder sister replied coldly. So low? The girl expressed dissatisfaction. For the past 6 months, he has been coming here every day. Every time he looks at you, his gaze is very cold. Don't even think about it. He doesn't have you in his heart, her sister's cold response. The girl sighed, feeling unhappy. At the library, 11th floor. This place was empty. After all, it cost 900 points to access. There were only a few hundred books on the 11th floor. Qingshan picked up a book and sat on the chair, reading it quietly. This was a biography of a prominent figure. It was about cultivation, from the human world immortal to the divine cultivation plane. Qingshan read it carefully and remembered the contents. Then, he changed to another book. Only by reading more books could one truly understand the world. Moreover, in this library, sometimes, when one looked at some cultivation techniques, one could stimulate their comprehension to the maximum level. Although it was not as good as the reflection cliff, one could comprehend every stele. But for Qingshan, it was still good. He observed it. Soon, dawn was approaching. He was about to leave. However, as he was leaving, Qingshan suddenly noticed a familiar name. The Undying Holy Buddha. This name was documented in a Buddhist sect's biography. Qingshan paused and picked up the Buddhist sect's biography. He opened it with seriousness. When the Undying Holy Buddha was in the human world, he had instructed him to become an immortal. 5,000 years ago, a monk appeared in the dimensional battlefield. He traversed the world alone, using his indestructible golden body to sweep across the path of immortality. He suppressed all enemies and was impervious to all techniques. Some claimed that he had already become an immortal. Unfortunately, the Undying Holy Buddha met his demise in the center of the battlefield. Regrettably, the indestructible golden body was ultimately shattered. Only these 2 sentences were recorded in the book. The speaker was sparse, with nothing more. Qingshan furrowed his brow. The Undying Holy Buddha seemed to have become an immortal. He was invincible in the dimensional battlefield and was also invisible on the path to immortality. However, he perished in the central battlefield? This was the first time Qingshan had heard of the underlying Holy Buddha after entering the dimensional battlefield for almost 2 years. Chapter 143, 6436. 1. The news of the Undying Holy Buddha made Qingshan unable to calm down. This senior figure had been someone he closely followed. Although separated by thousands of years, Qingshan had been friends with him for a long time due to his max-level comprehension skills. Naturally, Qingshan attached great importance to the news of the Undying Holy Buddha. The book says he died in the center of the battlefield. I've read a lot about the central battlefield in the past 6 months. It's the last place before entering the path to immortality. To traverse the central battlefield is to enter the path to immortality. There isn't much recorded about the Undying Holy Buddha. Is it because there's nothing to record, or is it out of fear to record it? There's only 1 sentence on the 11th floor of the library. I can't find anything else. It seems that if I want to know the true answer, I have to go to the central battlefield. Qingshan observed as night fell, and dawn approached. He put down his book and walked downstairs, contemplating. Chang'an City wasn't far from the central battlefield. Qingshan thought to himself, I've rested for half a year. It's time for me to go out and exercise. Ignoring the girl's gaze downstairs, Qingshan walked back to the small house. He looked around and cleaned up. He put away his usual tea set and took it away. When the sky turned bright, the city gates opened and Qingshan went out promptly. After paying the points, Qingshan, dressed in white, employed the Kuanpeng precious technique. Coupled with the rapid Great Path, he moved swiftly, directly crossing mountains and seas to reach the central battlefield. Having lived in the dimensional battlefield for close to 2 years, he was no longer a newcomer who knew nothing. Especially in the past 6 months, he had read extensively. His knowledge was complex, but he understood everything thoroughly. Just like how he understood the geography of the dimensional battlefield. In the dimensional battlefield, the core region was undoubtedly the path of immortality. That was the path from the dimensional battlefield to the immortal plane. There were many immortals guarded it, and it was close to the immortal plane. There was immortal energy falling there, providing an excellent environment for cultivation. Though the dimensional battlefield was a level higher than the human world. In essence, they still absorbed spiritual chi like the human world. It was very uncomfortable for immortals to absorb spiritual chi in the human world, as it was turbid to them. Therefore, immortals refrained from entering the dimensional battlefield and interfering in its affairs to avoid tarnishing themselves. Even the city lord of Chang'an City wasn't in Chang'an City. Instead, he appointed several vice-city lords to control Chang'an City for him, each in charge of a region. In front of the path of immortality was the central battlefield. It was a vast battlefield with canyons, grasslands, swamps, and abysses. Many dangers were hidden within. To enter the dimensional battlefield, one had to pass through the central battlefield. In the central battlefield, countless experts were buried. Even to this day, many people took risks to scavenge various treasures on the central battlefield, hoping to exchange them for points. For them, this was a way to get rich, albeit a highly dangerous one with a high death rate. However, this danger applied mostly to those with low cultivation levels. For example, the human world immortal plane. In the human world, a human world immortal, who was considered a top expert, found themselves at the bottom of the food chain in the dimensional battlefield. Qingshan's traveling speed was swift. In less than 15 minutes, he crossed mountains and rivers, arriving at the central battlefield. After crossing a massive mountain, the scenery suddenly opened up, revealing an ancient battlefield before Qingshan's eyes. The atmosphere was solemn, ancient, desolate, and filled with a palpable killing intent. The ancient battlefield was vast, with brown soil, some areas tinged with red, and others with a dark hue. It stretched to the very edge where the sky and earth met. Qingshan noticed broken weapons sticking out of the ground, rotting away, and scattered bones left unattended. There are still people searching for treasures here. Let's go and ask, Qingshan thought. In an instant, his body disappeared, and he reached the outskirts of the central battlefield. His sudden appearance startled the group of 6. Who are you? The leader shielded the others, staring at Qingshan in astonishment. He nervously swallowed saliva. Are you scavengers? Qingshan asked. He knew that those who cleaned up the central battlefield and searched for treasures were commonly referred to as scavengers. Yes, senior. We're a small group barely making ends meet, the leader replied. He saw that Qingshan was calm, his tone was gentle, and he relaxed a little. Don't worry, I won't take your things. I just want to ask how much you know about the central battlefield, Qingshan reassured. Upon hearing this, the group sighed in relief. Senior, please ask. We'll tell you everything we know, the leader said cautiously. How long have you been scavenging in the central battlefield? Qingshan inquired. For over 10 years. We've pretty much covered the scavenging in this outer region, the leader responded, stretching out his hand, and pointing at the large area in front of them. Do you know what happened in the central battlefield over the past 10 years? Qingshan continued. Senior, I don't mean to boast, but I'm known as the Inquisitor. I love gossip and chatting with people, so I know a lot, the leader modestly replied, though his words lacked modesty. In that case, do you know about the undying Holy Buddha? Qingshan, seeing the leader's confidence, went straight to the point. Undying Holy Buddha? The leader furrowed his brow, pondering. His subordinates behind him were anxious, complaining that their boss had bragged just now. After careful thought, the leader clapped his hands and said, I was wondering whose name it was. It sounded familiar. Isn't this the scum from Buddhist sects who opened up the central battlefield? Scum from Buddhist sects? Qingshan frowned. This reputation did not sound favorable. Chapter 144, 6436. 2. The undying Holy Buddha opened up the central battlefield. Where did this information come from? Seeing Li Qingshan frown, the leader immediately explained, "I didn't say that. It was spread in the dimensional battlefield. Everyone else said that. Tell me everything you know. Don't hide anything." "I won't hurt you," Li Qingshan said coldly with his hands behind his back. "Senior, listen to me. I was curious at that time, so I asked for a lot of information about the undying Holy Buddha. It should be quite complete." The leader smiled apologetically. Li Qingshan gestured for him to hurry up. This dimensional battlefield didn't have a central battlefield 5,000 years ago. The first sentence made Li Qingshan's heart skip a beat. As expected, the center of the battlefield was fought by the undying Holy Buddha and the others. Let's start from the beginning. What happened 5,000 years ago? Li Qingshan inquired. Senior, 5,000 years ago, this area of the dimensional battlefield wasn't a battlefield at all. However, later on, the undying Holy Buddha brought a group of experts and fought here to resist the immortal. It caused a storm in the city, and the dimensional battlefield shook. It was a huge commotion, and in the end, all the immortals in the dimensional battlefield were forced to descend. Where did the undying Holy Buddha get his subordinates? Li Qingshan treated this as a story. He wouldn't believe it. He needed to investigate the real matter directly rather than believe a story that had been passed down for 5,000 years. However, it was still possible to use this story as evidence. I don't know about that. Everyone is only interested in one of the women. She is very beautiful and wields a huge broadsword. She is very fierce. She has the face of a fairy and the methods of hell. She went on a killing spree in the dimensional battlefield. Everyone says that she is the woman of the undying Holy Buddha. It was she who seduced the undying Holy Buddha and fell into the demonic path, starting a war with the immortal, the leader said quickly. What happened after that? Li Qingshan listened calmly, but he didn't believe this story in his mind. The undying Holy Buddha was seduced by a woman holding a huge sword to fight against the immortal. In this regard, Li Qingshan could only say that when he was in the human world, the undying Holy Buddha, who wanted to become immortal in the human world, would not be so weak. If they were really together, it must be because of feelings, not because of vulgar means like seduction. However, he did not interrupt this group leader and continued to listen. What happened next was a great battle. I've heard about it from others, and my blood is boiling. The undying Holy Buddha was too powerful. He succeeded in killing the immortal and tore the immortal apart. Blood splattered all over the land, forming the central battlefield now. The undying Holy Buddha killed an immortal? Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. Didn't this mean that in this version of the legend, the undying Holy Buddha succeeded, he had become an immortal in the human world? Otherwise, how could he have torn the immortal to pieces? Of course. In that dimensional battlefield, several immortals died. Their corpses are said to be buried under the central battlefield. The leader nodded decisively. What about the undying Holy Buddha and the others? Li Qingshan asked. Of course, they're all dead. Several immortals died in battle, so they were naturally killed as well. Although there's still the undying Holy Buddha, there's only one undying Holy Buddha. There's no way to turn the situation around. The leader shook his head. What about the woman with the giant sword you mentioned? Li Qingshan asked. She's dead too. Her greatsword is now stuck in the core area of the central battlefield. If you go deeper, you'll be able to see it from afar. It's very shocking. The leader pointed and said. Li Qingshan kept this in mind. There are also people who say that the woman's corpse is under the giant sword. She was killed by the giant sword for eternity. This is the punishment given to her by the immortal. She can't be reincarnated forever. The leader whispered. Have you seen that giant sword? Li Qingshan asked. I only saw it once. It was very far away. At that time, it was an ascension immortal who led the way. We endured the pressure and saw that huge sword. The leader said. The giant sword is under pressure? Li Qingshan asked. Of course. It's not just the giant sword, but the core of the entire central battlefield. If human world immortals step into it, they will be instantly stunned. If they are not dragged out, they will definitely die painlessly in less than a minute. The leader said with lingering fear. He was a human world immortal. He had experienced it before. He was saved in time and only managed to survive. I see. Qingshan finished listening to the story and waved his hand. You can go now. Thank you for your story. This group of scavengers was very happy. After the leader calmed down, he said firmly, Senior, what I said just now was heard from a very reliable person. There is some credibility. Qingshan smiled and nodded. He didn't say anything and watched them leave. Credibility was not something that could be said with words. Qingshan had to investigate it himself. After the scavengers left, Qingshan stepped into the center of the battlefield. He wanted to see if the central battlefield was like what the leader had said, beaten up by the undying Holy Buddha and the others. Walking into the center of the battlefield, Qingshan felt a strange fighting spirit. Roar! It was as if countless people were roaring in his ears, angry, unwilling, manic, and desperate. Various emotions made Qingshan feel empathetic, extremely uncomfortable, as if he were a person drowning, hard to rescue, struggling desperately, wanting to survive. Therefore, he could only punch and roar. This feeling only lasted for 3 seconds before Qingshan was completely immersed in it. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 145, 6436. 3. If this were true, too many people died in that great battle. Qingshan gulped. He looked into the distance, where a scavenger was completely unfazed, focused on searching for treasures. Qingshan still felt a lingering effect as he began to venture deeper, passing through the edge of the central battlefield. The edge area, picked clean by scavengers, was eerily calm. Qingshan couldn't spot anything, making him suspect whether this place had been thoroughly plundered. As he continued deeper, the pressure increased significantly. The group leader just now had not lied. Qingshan truly felt the weight. It was as if the air was being compressed, and the space itself was shrinking. A colossal pressure pressed in from all directions, making breathing difficult and instilling a sense of despair, an unstoppable force. Of course, this pressure was negligible for him. However, this wasn't even the core area. Qingshan walked along the battlefield, persistently moving deeper without pause. Finally, under the pressure that not even human world immortals could endure, he saw a colossal, towering rock lodged in the heart of the central battlefield. Upon closer inspection, the massive rock, piercing through the clouds, resembled a sword. Qingshan, at a distance, could see the sword due to its immense size. Through the misty clouds, the giant sword descended, rumored to be suppressing a woman underneath, ensuring eternal life without the possibility of reincarnation. Qingshan, unfazed, didn't rush to approach. Withstanding the pressure that could instantly incapacitate a human world immortal, he advanced steadily. In this area, Qingshan observed numerous damaged weapons and steels. Yes, Qingshan saw a steel. After all, he was particularly sensitive to these objects, considering his involvement with steels over the past few decades. As Qingshan got closer, he realized the steels had no inscriptions. They looked like it from a distance, but upon closer examination, they were just ordinary stones. Qingshan shook his head and picked up a broken long saber. With a flick of his finger, the saber crumbled into fragments. The power of time, Qingshan remarked. He continued his journey forward. The pressure continued to intensify. Even the Ascension Immortal couldn't resist and was unable to advance. Qingshan could only frown at the pressure. Looking at the distant enormous sword, he felt as if he were running to his death. With such great pressure, it seems that no one can get close to that giant sword, Qingshan muttered. That giant sword seemed to be deliberately attracting people over. In the end, they realized they could not get close. I'm currently in the Wanderer cultivation plane. I can continue walking. Qingshan continued to move forward. He wanted to investigate the matter of the undying Holy Buddha. The pressure continued to increase. Gradually, it reached a level where even the Wanderer cultivation plane could not resist it. Qingshan frowned, but his steps were firm as he walked forward. He was not an ordinary person with a Wanderer cultivation plane. He could still hold on, but looking at the huge sword in the distance, Qingshan shook his head helplessly. It seemed very difficult to approach. Just as Qingshan was in despair, he saw a stele in front of him. Qingshan thought he had seen it wrongly. After all, he had seen wrongly once just now. He observed it carefully. In the next second, his mouth was wide open in surprise and joy. A stele. This time, it wasn't fake. Moreover, it wasn't just one piece. There were many pieces hidden in a mountain valley. Why are there so many styles here? Qingshan withstood the pressure and approached the colonel. After he walked in, he saw that there were thousands of steles around the corner. There were no words on these steles, and they were very simple. However, they were inserted into the ground one after another. At a glance, it seemed that thousands of people were buried underground. Qingshan approached the first piece and saw that it was covered in dust. He couldn't help but laugh and self-deprecatingly said, "I really can't get away from the steles." Qingshan took out cleaning tools from his storage space and began wiping the stele carefully. Perhaps it was an occupational habit. Or maybe he wanted to try and see if he could activate his max-level comprehension skill. Or perhaps, he simply wanted to give those who died in battle a sense of dignity. Qingshan didn't know which one was his true intention. Maybe it was both. He wiped the stele earnestly, cleaning it thoroughly. The nameless stele, once covered in dust, now looked clean. At that moment, Qingshan felt as if he had just washed a senior's face. He chuckled and glanced at his unactivated max-level comprehension skill, shrugging as he planned to move on to the second one. Just as he turned around, a line of words appeared before his eyes. By carefully wiping, you have activated the max-level comprehension skill and obtained the inheritance of the undying Holy Buddha. Qingshan stared at it blankly. Then, he turned back to the now clean and reflective stele, taking a deep breath. This turned out to be the stele of the undying Holy Buddha. Qingshan couldn't help but wonder if this stele meant that the undying Holy Buddha had already passed away. Let's check the inheritance first. Qingshan immediately closed his eyes, and a massive chunk of memories flooded into his mind. These memories were immense, pulling Qingshan into a dream. In the dream, battle cries and clangs filled his ears. Qingshan heard the voices of countless people. When he opened his eyes, he found himself on a battlefield. Countless individuals were engaged in combat. Their faces were somewhat blurry, making it difficult for Qingshan to see them. Yet, he could see the Golden Buddha most distinctly. The Golden Buddha was currently single-handedly facing 3 opponents. The 3 of them emitted terrifying energy from all over their bodies. They isolated themselves from the outside world and formed an independent world. Chapter 146, 6436. 4. In that world, immortal energy flowed continuously. Qingshan understood that the undying Holy Buddha was facing off against 3 immortals. These 3 were all immortals. However, the undying Holy Buddha had no means to deal with them. The power of the golden body exceeded everyone's expectations. With formidable strength, the undying Holy Buddha, chanting Amitabha, struck one immortal with a resounding boom, sending him flying. The struck immortal's blood surged, his face turned red, and he spat out a large mouthful of golden blood, leaving his complexion deathly pale. D***MNit, those who ascend to immortality in this human world are all freaks. One of the immortals cursed. Call for reinforcements. Let's join forces and suppress this chaos. If it escalates, it won't end well, and will face punishment. Another immortal instantly called for support. You can walk away on your own. Why do such a thing? An immortal questioned. There are things that someone has to do, the undying Holy Buddha replied. You won't succeed in this. You'll only lose your life. An immortal roared. If I don't succeed, someone else will. The undying Holy Buddha calmly stated. Lunatics, all of you are lunatics. Just go to hell. The immortals went berserk, surrounding the undying Holy Buddha. The undying Holy Buddha stood high in the 9 heavens, battling against the immortals. Using his strength alone, he held back the immortals. At this moment, having become an immortal in the human world, he was performing a great deed. He paved the way for future generations, drawing the immortals to him. Those who followed him fought fiercely, attempting to break through the dimensional battlefield and enter the immortal plane. Without passing through the path of immortality, without undergoing selection, they, like the ancients, rushed into the immortal plane. The undying Holy Buddha was a man with lofty ideals. Unfortunately, idealists often lack assistance. Qingshan witnessed the arrival of 12 immortals afterward. These 12 immortals constituted the entire dimensional battlefield. They engaged in a fierce battle with the undying Holy Buddha, causing the 9 heavens to shake, the sun and moon to lose their radiance, and the immortals to cough up blood as their original energy collapsed. The world tore apart, and the battlefield descended into chaos. They fought until the Buddha bled and his golden body shattered. The undying Holy Buddha paved the way for those who followed. He chose to be the pioneer. Eventually, he gravely injured 6 immortals, killed 3, and then, with a resounding boom, fell from the clouds. The dream abruptly ended. Qingshan opened his eyes, realizing he had awakened from the dream. All the experiences of the undying Holy Buddha, the process of becoming immortal in the human world, and his indestructible golden body Mahayana technique were imprinted in his mind. Qingshan, deeply moved, exhaled a long breath. The Holy Buddha truly deserves the title. With the strength of his indestructible golden body, he could have broken out of the dimensional battlefield on his own. Yet, he willingly paved the way for his descendants, Qingshan praised. The Holy Buddha didn't succeed, but I am his successor. Qingshan declared firmly. Having accepted the undying Holy Buddha's inheritance, he was now determined to fulfill the undying Holy Buddha's legacy. He accepted the undying Holy Buddha's inheritance, so naturally, he had to fulfill the undying Holy Buddha's will. The undying Holy Buddha became an immortal in the human world by cultivating the indestructible golden body to its pinnacle. Then, he pioneered a new path, achieving the indestructible golden body Mahayana technique. With the power of the indestructible golden body, the Holy Buddha single-handedly faced 12 immortals, severely injuring 6 and killing 3. This feat is already tremendously terrifying. Qingshan inhaled deeply. He was determined to successfully cultivate the indestructible golden body Mahayana technique. Having all the experiences of the undying Holy Buddha, Qingshan would have a more efficient cultivation journey. These thousands of steel must be the people who once followed the Holy Buddha, Qingshan remarked, looking at the neatly arranged steel. Having accepted the undying Holy Buddha's inheritance, he could now be considered a successor. Qingshan began to wipe the steel diligently. May you all rest in peace, Qingshan solemnly said. Qingshan already knew the outcome of that battle. These people had all faced defeat. However, it didn't matter. They had left behind a spark. Qingshan continued to wipe the thousands of steels. Although it was a tedious task, his experience and ample time allowed him to proceed effectively. After wiping each steel, Qingshan bowed respectfully, expressing his admiration, and then moved on to the next. You carefully wipe, stimulate full-level comprehension, and obtain Zhao Wuji's inheritance. Qingshan was taken aback. Another inheritance? He examined this inheritance and discovered that Zhao Wuji was at the peak of the divine cultivation plane, possessing formidable strength. In battle, he fought courageously against enemies. I don't want MV descendants to remain in the dark. Ignorant. And manipulated by others. I am determined to succeed in carving out a path. Even if I have to sacrifice myself, I won't hesitate. Breaking the old shackles is an arduous task that demands bloodshed. Since ancient times, those who paved new paths did so with blood and sacrifice. Today, I, Zhao Wuji, begin. The shouts were powerful, filled with unwavering belief, all aiming to overturn the dimensional battlefield and carve out a new path. In the end, Zhao Wuji exhausted all his strength and was impaled on the battlefield. Before his death, he clutched his son's scarf, fluttering in the wind, vividly red, whether stained with blood or its original color unknown. After Qingshan finished reading, another complete set of memories from the person of the divine cultivation plane appeared in his mind. His eyes teared up a bit. He could only bow again, then proceed to wipe the next stele. He wiped each one earnestly. After finishing, Qingshan bowed and expressed gratitude. You carefully wipe, stimulate full-level comprehension, and obtain Yikai's inheritance. You carefully wipe, stimulate full-level comprehension, and obtain Yang Shangwen's inheritance. You carefully wipe, stimulate full-level comprehension, and obtain Lin Qian's inheritance. You carefully wipe, stimulate full-level comprehension, and obtain the inheritance of the Bei Haiwang. Qingshan was no longer astonished. Each time he wiped a stele and bowed sincerely, he received an inheritance. The weakest among them was at the divine cultivation plane. From initial shock, Qingshan transitioned to calmness later on, comprehending a certain truth. This wasn't because he was lucky that he had a 100% chance of activating his max-level comprehensive skill. It was a result of those who died in battle, unknowingly placing their hopes on him, leaving him with an inheritance as the sole support. Qingshan diligently spent a month cleaning thousands of stele. He was meticulous with each one. Upon finishing, Qingshan straightened his back, exhaled, and declared, 6,435. Initially, he perceived it as several thousand, but the exact number was unknown to Qingshan. Now, this number was accurately counted by Qingshan himself. The lowest realm among them was the divine cultivation plane. 5,000 years ago, the Holy Buddha, along with 6,434 people with divine cultivation plane, attempted to open up a new path. How awe-inspiring. Unfortunately, they failed. But esteemed predecessors, the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers endure, and so do your inheritances. I, Qingshan, will endure as well. Give me time. Don't worry. I will forge a new path for the world. Qingshan stood before the 6,435 steles, bowing deeply. He needed time to assimilate the 6,435 legacies. He didn't leave the place. The pressure here was too immense. Without a longevity cultivation plane or the divine cultivation plane, one wouldn't be able to enter. It was an excellent location for seclusion. Qingshan intended to digest all the memories, devote himself to cultivation, and breakthrough at the earliest opportunity. Suddenly, he shifted his gaze to the giant sword. No, it's 6,436. There's also a woman suppressed beneath the giant sword, Qingshan said. From the legacies of others, Qingshan knew that this woman truly existed. Chapter 147, I'll kill him. 1. The sunset in the west and the lingering sunlight resembled blood. Looking at the central battlefield, Qingshan felt a surge of emotions. He felt a sense of regret for the Holy Buddha and the skilled experts who had followed one after another in the past. They were just one step away from success. The Holy Buddha, single-handedly holding off 12 immortals, fought a world-shaking battle. The terror of the indestructible golden body was awe-inspiring, shaking the ages and making the immortals envious. If only one more person had assisted the Holy Buddha, the outcome might have been different. Qingshan sighed, 5,000 years have passed, and everything has faded away with the changing times. Now, the people of the dimensional battlefield are unaware of the events of that time. The title of the Holy Buddha has turned into a stain on the Buddhist sections. At this moment, Qingshan's thoughts traversed various matters. For instance, the current dimensional battlefield explicitly forbade humans from becoming immortals. This was likely a result of the fear among the immortals that another undying Holy Buddha might emerge in the dimensional battlefield. They had directly decreed the prohibition of humans becoming immortals, threatening punishment and imprisonment in the boiling water prison for violators. Several hundred years ago, Hua Yun likely harbored the ambition of becoming an immortal in the human world, gathering a group of like-minded individuals. Unfortunately, she was eventually suppressed. Hua Yun and her younger sister were also separated, and for hundreds of years, they had never reunited. To become an immortal in the human world, I must surpass even the Holy Buddha. Qingshan's gaze was resolute. If he wished to inherit the undying Holy Buddha's legacy, continuous strength improvement was necessary. Let the closed-door cultivation begin. I'll absorb these 6,435 inheritances, and I'll undoubtedly become powerful. Qingshan chose not to leave. He halted his cultivation in the mountain kernel. People might know about the existence of this stele, but lacking Qingshan's full comprehension, they would gain nothing from observing the stele. Moreover, after 5,000 years, the stele was still here, indicating the immortal's indifference, allowing the stele to remain in this location. Qingshan examined the inheritances, uncovering a secret. The skilled experts who had followed the undying Holy Buddha back then had already foreseen the doomed nature of their journey. They all erected stele for themselves, leaving a testament even in death. Among them, only the girl with the colossal sword hadn't erected one. She had a beautiful face with a slanting fringe. With a cold, arrogant smile, she exuded extreme confidence, saying, "I wouldn't die." In the mountain call, Qingshan created a cave with his fist, a place for his enlightenment and cultivation. He refrained from venturing outside, paying no attention to the outside world. Instead, he focused on cultivation, carefully perusing each inheritance he had acquired. Each inheritance represented a short scene, encapsulating someone else's life. There was a young man who had just gotten married. He was handsome and proud. He wanted to compete with Heaven Duke. He said to his wife, "Wait for me to come back. I will open a new path to the immortal plane for you. There will be no danger or oppression on that path. I will bring you into the immortal plane and let you see the scenery of the world together." His wife saw him off with tearful eyes. In the end, she embraced him tightly, unwilling to let go, choked with emotion as she whispered, "I'll wait for your return." In the end, the young man broke his promise. He fought to the end. After the undying Holy Buddha fell, the young man erupted with powerful strength and sublimated to the extreme. He fought with the injured immortal and did not fall into a disadvantage. He was dazzling and a lone hero. In the end, he held fast to his ideals and became the last person to die in battle. At the moment of his demise, the young man gazed in the direction of his wife, his eyes filled with boundless nostalgia and guilt. His heroic spirit rested here. All the trials and tribulations came to a close. The battle at the center of the battlefield had completely ended. The immortal of the dimensional battlefield declared victory, saying that the dimensional battlefield would never be defeated. On the distant horizon, a woman gazed into the distance, anxiously awaiting her husband's return, yet no news arrived. Her husband's name was Chang. Having reached the immortal cultivation plane, he was just one step away from attaining immortality in the human world. He was also the one who fought until the last moment. Qingshan inspected Chang's legacy. In the end, he heard a faint sorry. Qingshan understood that these words were directed at Chang's wife. Qingshan sighed. 5,000 years had passed. Chang's wife was not talented at that time. It was only because she had known Chang since they were young that she had taken care of Chang and protected him. When Chang was cultivating and adventuring, she had taken care of his mother. Chang had vowed to marry her. In the end, he fulfilled that promise. Despite having numerous admirers due to his outstanding talents and potential for immortality, Chang chose to marry his childhood sister. He also sought various elixirs to elevate his sister's cultivation level and extend her lifespan. However, no matter how long her life was extended, she couldn't live for 5,000 years. This was the reason for Qingshan's sigh. This apology was something he couldn't convey. Each time he received a legacy, Qingshan witnessed a person with flesh and blood, struggling with ideals, and displaying courage. It wasn't a cold technique or a rational great path. It was a resolute inheritance, an everlasting hope. Qingshan's determination to carry on the ideals of these individuals grew stronger. He watched seriously and cultivated silently. He comprehended the great Tao and allowed himself to continue to improve. Time passed by. Qingshan was in the core area of the central battlefield. He was wearing coarse linen clothes, accompanied by the breeze, and made friends with the moon. In just half a year, Qingshan's strength had surpassed the Wanderer cultivation plane, entering the realm of the longevity cultivation plane. This was the power of inheritance. Longevity cultivation plane involves nurturing a spirit. In each acupoint, a spirit is nurtured to provide combat strength. Chapter 148, I'll kill him. 2. Most people used to raise dozens of them, a few could manage over 100, and true experts could nurture 365, aligning with the cycles of the year. Then, they would start 100 furnace nurturing scriptures, merging all skills to accumulate strength and breakthrough to the divine cultivation plane. Qingshan stood in the mountain hollow, his coarse linen clothes unable to conceal the youthful vigor and spirit within him. He nurtured his spirits within his acupoints, and with the help of the rich spiritual chi in the dimensional battlefield, he opened his acupoints. He practiced the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures, the indestructible golden body Mahayana technique, contemplated the great path, and understood the human world path. For Qingshan, these days of obscurity were a form of refinement, shaping him into a more rounded and fulfilled individual. The young man's sword pointed towards the distance, ready to unleash its power. While the outside world experienced changes, the central battlefield remained constant, especially the core region, where the pressure was immense, yet no one came. Time flowed like water, a white horse racing through a crevice, the world like white clouds. Qingshan lived these 10 years as if each day were the same. 10 years elapsed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 years, Qingshan comprehended all 6,435 inheritances. He carefully examined each inheritance. Some were playful and adorable, some were young and intelligent, some were ambitious. Without exception, they were all very young, full of strength and ideals, like the rising sun. However, that strength was buried on that afternoon 5,000 years ago. After 10 years, the depth of Qingshan's strength was unfathomable. He did not know how powerful he had become. 5 years ago, Qingshan had a sudden idea to open up a small world in the acupoints that nourished the gods in his body and let the gods live in it. How much power would it provide him if he became the master of the world? As soon as this idea emerged, Qingshan was thrilled. Having recently comprehended the great path of space, he immediately set to work. He created 365 small worlds for the gods to inhabit. From then on, Qingshan embarked on a frenzied journey of becoming stronger. In just 3 short months, he broke through to the divine cultivation plane, skipping the process of 100 furnace nurturing scriptures, and every day, he continued to grow stronger. Now, 5 years later, Qingshan truly did not know how powerful he had become. He only knew that he was very strong. Very strong. Very strong. However, it was not enough. I haven't yet become an immortal in the human world. If I can't become an immortal in the human world, I shouldn't flaunt myself. The dimensional battlefield is full of immortals. To forge a new path, I must continue to grow stronger. Qingshan reminded himself not to get carried away, and to endure loneliness. Only after achieving immortality in the human world could he move on to the next step. For a whole decade, no one had ventured into the core area of the central battlefield. After reviewing all the inherited memories, Qingshan left the mountain and wandered through the core area of the central battlefield. The pressure that had once made him uncomfortable was now gone. The energy within Qingshan surged, easily dispelling the residual pressure. This pressure comes from that giant sword. Qingshan only truly discerned it 10 years later, realizing that the pressure in the core area of the central battlefield originated from the giant sword. It only enveloped this core region. Those in the ordinary divine cultivation plane could easily navigate through the central battlefield to find the path to immortality. Perhaps due to the pressure from the central battlefield, Qingshan broke through to the divine cultivation plane. Contrary to what Immortal Northstar had said, there was no one from the dimensional battlefield urging him to enter the path of immortality as soon as possible. He felt at ease here. I've been in the dimensional battlefield for 10 years, but I've never been to the giant sword. Let's go over and take a look. Qingshan walked into the distance. Walking leisurely in the core area of the central battlefield, Qingshan arrived beneath the giant sword. The area where the giant sword was located was flat and boundless. Only this giant sword was inserted into the depths of the earth and then pierced into the clouds. It was extremely huge. Qingshan used his divine consciousness to spy on the giant sword, wanting to see if it was indeed a real immortal sword. However, as soon as they made contact, the immortal sword rebounded with terrifying energy, transforming into a sword chi that slashed down from top to bottom. With a booming sound, it shattered Qingshan's divine consciousness. Qingshan grunted. Behind him, a massive golden body flashed past, emitting a terrifying energy that stabilized Qingshan's divine soul. In the next second, Qingshan's body activated various techniques, directly repairing his shattered divine soul. The damage to his divine soul was healed in an instant. Qingshan took a step back and watched with a serious expression. If it weren't for the 100 furnace nurturing scriptures, this injury to my divine soul would have given me a headache for a while, Qingshan murmured. While others began cultivating the 100 furnace nurturing scriptures at the longevity cultivation plane, successfully breaking through to the divine cultivation plane, Qingshan started cultivating the 100 furnace nurturing scriptures only after entering the divine cultivation plane. Other people's 100 furnace nurturing scriptures consisted of a literal 100 classics. However, when it came to Qingshan, millions of scriptures gathered together, initiating the cultivation of the 100 furnace nurturing scriptures. In his early years at the Reflection Cliff, Qingshan had comprehended hundreds of thousands of scriptures. Along the way, he experienced many things and learned numerous scriptures. For instance, in the library of Chang'an City, Qingshan learned more than 10,000 skills in half a year. Upon reaching the center of the battlefield, there were 6,435 inheritances, each representing a divine cultivation plane. They passed down their lives to Qingshan without reservation. How many skills did Qingshan possess? This was only known to those who understood his forest-like root bone. Each root bone had grown into a towering tree, incomparably huge, supporting Qingshan as he rampaged on the path of cultivation. Chapter 149, I'll kill him. 3. These root bones were covered with fruits. It could be said that they were laden with fruits, bending the root bones. As Qingshan began cultivating the 100 furnace nurturing scriptures, the root bone forest rapidly escaped the constraints of these skills, growing swiftly and absorbing spiritual chi madly, providing it to Qingshan. Qingshan's progress in the past decade was also significantly attributed to this root bone forest. The 100 furnace nurturing scriptures, nurtured for several years, never yielded results. However, the only benefit was that Qingshan would recover quickly if injured. In a situation like the recent divine soul injury, Qingshan would have needed at least 3 months for recovery in the past. Now, it was repaired in an instant. Qingshan didn't know what kind of results the 100 furnace nurturing scriptures would yield, but he knew that everything was progressing well. Abandoning his scattered thoughts, Qingshan carefully examined the giant sword. The surface of the giant sword was surrounded by solid stones. There was a terrifying energy inside that suppressed it, making it impossible for others to get close. Qingshan wanted to see if he could dig down and unearth the woman with the giant sword. If he wanted to do it, he would do it. Qingshan started digging. It went smoothly. This time, the giant sword didn't strike Qingshan. Qingshan's speed in the path of speed was remarkable. He dug out a large area of land, extending down along the giant sword. It wasn't until he excavated a deep and unfathomable hole that Qingshan saw a coffin. There's indeed a person being suppressed under the giant sword. I wonder if it's the master of the giant sword. If so, it's quite tragic. Qingshan shook his head inside. He began to separate the giant sword from the coffin. The giant sword suppressed the coffin, but there was no array formation. It was just pure suppression. In these 5,000 years, no one could withstand the pressure to come here. Immortals could come, but they couldn't excavate the coffin. Therefore, when Qingshan moved the coffin, the giant sword thundered down, shaking the ground. Qingshan carried the coffin and ascended to the surface. Then, he carefully opened the coffin. The coffin was opened, and a beautiful and lifelike female corpse entered Qingshan's eyes. The woman was dressed in battle attire and was lying quietly as if she was sleeping. After 5,000 years, the preservation of the corpse is still remarkably good. It's truly not easy, Qingshan remarked. You don't have to be suppressed anymore. I'll bring you to find your former companions and be with them. Qingshan carried the coffin and walked back. He didn't investigate the giant sword behind him. The giant sword was very fierce. It had cut off Qingshan's divine soul the first time they met. Qingshan didn't want to provoke it. Qingshan carried the coffin back to the colonel. He put the coffin down and said to the 6,435 steels, "Your companion, I've found her. In the grand scheme, death is significant, and she shouldn't endure torment." Qingshan dug a hole nearby and buried the coffin. However, before she was buried, Qingshan carefully checked the woman's breathing, heartbeat, and breath of life to make sure that she was not alive. In the end, Qingshan confirmed that the person was dead. He buried the coffin and erected a stele. He wanted to write on the stone tablet, but seeing that everyone else was empty, Qingshan gave up the idea. In this world, there are too many painful things, Qingshan sighed. Having completed these tasks, Qingshan commenced his cultivation. He primarily focused on the indestructible golden body Mahayana technique, the Trikaya Buddhist scripture, diverse Great Path comprehensions, and the 100 furnace nurturing scriptures. Over the past 10 years, Qingshan had been delving into the Great Path of Time and has accumulated a lot. Unfortunately, he was still lacking in opportunity to comprehend the Great Path of Time. He was not discouraged and continued to accumulate. He would eventually comprehend the Great Path of Time. Under the moonlight and the stars, Qingshan was practicing his katas and comprehending the Path of Time. Upon concluding, Qingshan exhaled deeply and mused, "It's been 12 years since I entered the dimensional battlefield. I wonder how Little Nine, Little Fox, Away, and the 5 ghosts are faring in the human world." Qingshan had originally planned to return 10 years later, but he didn't expect so many things to happen during this period. He couldn't leave the dimensional battlefield now. "When I achieve the breakthrough and become an immortal in the human world, I'll carve a new path and return. That time isn't too far away," Qingshan asserted. He could sense that the moment was drawing near. Perhaps, it might even be tomorrow. Somewhere in the dimensional battlefield. The group of people moved forward in groups. 5 huge, fiendish, and fierce men protected the 2 women. In front of them was a young man who led the way. They proceeded toward the center of the dimensional battlefield. This group comprised the 5 ghosts, Little Nine, Little Fox, and Away. 10 years had elapsed, and all of them had ascended to the human world immortal plane. "We're already standing at the pinnacle of the human world, with no room for further improvement. I'm going to find my brother," Little Nine asserted. Upon hearing this, Little Fox decisively supported her. After careful consideration, 5th Ghost and Away also nodded in agreement. And so, as the dimensional battlefield opened, they settled all affairs and arrived in the dimensional battlefield. After that, they stayed together and never separated. After spending more than a year in the dimensional battlefield, their strength had increased by quite a bit, and they had also obtained quite a lot of points. Over the past year, the killing nature of the 5 ghosts had completely erupted. Anyone who targeted them would be torn apart by the 5 ghosts. Even Ascension immortals were pressed in encounters with the 5 ghosts. Despite being in the human world immortal plane, the combined strength of the 5 elements formation could undoubtedly tear apart Ascension immortals when applied. Chapter 150, I'll kill him. For, in the past year, I've only heard news about brother from the soldier named Long Tao in Wei City. No other information reached me, Little Nine sighed as she gazed at the myriad mountains. Don't worry. Sir is incredibly powerful. According to his personality, he might be quietly cultivating somewhere at the moment. He's in seclusion and doesn't care about the outside world. Away reassured her. Yes. Brother is indeed like that. Little Nine affirmed. They had an accurate understanding of Qingshan's character. Now, let's go to Chang'an City now. There are more opportunities there, which will be very helpful to our cultivation. It will also be much easier to find news about Sir. Away declared, gazing into the distance with determination. I heard that the central region of the dimensional battlefield has been quite turbulent lately, the little fox, nestled in Little Nine's arms, remarked. Yes, it's chaotic. It's a mess over there. Do you remember the old man named Xiao Wuji when the Immortal Path Golden ranking came and selected the experts of the human world more than 10 years ago? Away inquired. I remember. He's powerful and possesses the ancient fighter bloodline. Little Nine nodded. I heard that Xiao Wuji seems to have obtained an immortal inheritance and was discovered by the dimensional battlefield. That immortal is a taboo in the dimensional battlefield, so Xiao Wuji became the target of everyone's pursuit. All the experts in the dimensional battlefield went to kill him. Away explained in a deep voice. He alone is being hunted by all the experts in the entire dimensional battlefield? Little Nine exclaimed in surprise. The current Xiao Wuji is undoubtedly extraordinary. His strength has soared, and a few days ago, he killed several longevity cultivation plane experts outside Chang'an City. Eventually, he was frightened away by the arrival of the people with the divine cultivation plane, escaping deeper into the city to hide. Therefore, experts from the dimensional battlefield have gathered in the central area. Let's go and witness the spectacle, Away said. He had personally investigated the matter. Then, let's hurry up. We might get information about brother, Little Nine immediately responded. Good. Away immediately hurried on his way, and the few of them hurriedly followed. At the dimensional battlefield, the central battlefield. Xiao Wuji stood at the edge of the central battlefield. He took out a pipe and smoked it, his expression cold. His body bore numerous wounds. Over the past half-month, he had engaged in relentless battles, starting from the longevity cultivation plane and progressing to the divine cultivation plane. Xiao Wuji had killed many of them and was severely injured by many others. Every time, he had to rely on the stone door to escape. However, the stone door was now devoid of energy. Xiao Wuji could no longer depend on it. D***MN, how did those immortals discover that I possessed the Kunlun immortal's inheritance? Xiao Wuji was puzzled. He had hidden himself very well. No one had discovered him in the past 10 years. The stone door was updated with the words, "It was discovered by an immortal." The stronger you are, the stronger the aura of the Kunlun immortal skill you cultivate. Once an immortal detects it, you can't hide. I'm just a farmer. What right do I have to make an immortal personally issue an order to kill me? Xiao Wuji chuckled bitterly. Now that you've been exposed, all the experts in the dimensional battlefield are chasing after you. I've also lost my energy, so it's a dead end. The stone door updated with words, sounding despairing. Xiao Wuji laughed. Knowing that this was a dead end, he was no longer afraid. Xiao Wuji found a place and sat quietly. Xiao Wuji suddenly asked, "Stone door, do you regret choosing me now?" The stone door remained silent for a moment before updating with words, "Why do you say that? Back then, Qingshan and I stood before you, and you had to choose between us. You claimed revenge as your motive, choosing me. In the past 10 years, my progress has been slow. I've only recently broken through to the longevity cultivation plane. I'm still far from reaching the divine cultivation plane. If it were my brother Qingshan, he would undoubtedly break through to the divine cultivation plane under your guidance," Xiao Wuji said with a bitter smile. Even if he broke through to the divine cultivation plane, he'd be powerless in the face of the world's pursuit, the stone door responded. That might not be the case. My brother is a god in the human world, Xiao Wuji retorted the stone door. You know what? Back then, I didn't choose you for revenge. I chose you after careful consideration. The stone door revealed a past event to Xiao Wuji. Then you definitely wouldn't have expected my current pathetic state, Xiao Wuji remarked. This is something beyond your control. Don't think it's your fault. Killing enemies along the way is already commendable. Today, I can share many things with you. The stone door swiftly updated. You and Qingshan, I would still choose you. Qingshan is too clever. He saw through everything by silently observing, the stone door commented. Isn't being clever a good thing? I admire my brother's intelligence, Xiao Wuji responded. It's good to be smart. After spending some time with him, I knew that his talent was very terrifying. Even the reincarnation of an immortal, like Northstar, he's still unmatched. The stone door conveyed. My brother is more powerful than an immortal reincarnation. I am proud of him, Xiao Wuji proudly declared. A person like him has an unlimited future. Even if he obtains the Kunlun immortal's inheritance, he won't follow the path I arranged. He's not someone others can control, the stone door explained. So, you chose me? Because I'm easy to control? Xiao Wuji asked. It's because you need my guidance. You need the Kunlun immortal's inheritance. Li Qingshan doesn't need it. He can reach that plane on his own, the stone door replied. Xiao Wuji shook his head with a bitter smile. It was indeed the case. Chapter 151, I'll kill him. 5. I feel much better after hearing what you said. Xiao Wuji took a deep breath, stood up, and walked towards the center of the battlefield. I'm not dead yet. It's just the pursuit of the entire dimensional battlefield. I want to make a final struggle. Back then, I said that if it is yours, it is yours. If it is not yours, it is not yours. It doesn't matter if I'm wrapped in a horse's leather or if I die without a complete corpse. Even if I die, I, Xiao Wuji, will drag many people with me. Xiao Wuji spoke with unwavering determination. What are you doing? The stone door asked. There's a giant sword in the center of the battlefield. If I push it down, I'll kill those B***stards who are chasing me. Xiao Wuji resentfully declared. The stone door was silent. Don't worry. I'll hide you before I die. When the time comes, you can go find a new successor. You can just consider our meeting as a mistake. Xiao Wuji told the stone door. Things are far from that stage. The stone door said. Boom. However, in the next second, a huge sonic boom came from the distant sky. More than a dozen dazzling lights cut through the sky and landed directly in the center of the battlefield, surrounding Xiao Wuji. Thump! 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 A terrifying aura smashed down, stirring up endless dust. It was shocking. The stone door updated the text, it's over. When these people revealed their faces, Xiao Wuji gasped. 13 divine cultivation plane people came together to hunt me down. I, Xiao Wuji, indeed had quite a reputation. Xiao Wuji mocked with a smile. He didn't know 12 of them, only recognizing one person. This person was the vice city lord of Chang'an City, Zhou Inzu. 10 years ago, he was still at the peak of the longevity cultivation plane. 10 years later, he broke through to the divine cultivation plane. Xiao Wuji, the Kunlun immortal, has committed a heinous crime. You're his successor. You won't be able to escape today. Xiao Wuji, hand over the inheritance of the Kunlun immortals and we will leave your corpse intact. Why do we have to leave his body intact? Everything related to the Kunlun immortals must be destroyed. Xiao Wuji's family and friends must all be destroyed. Xiao Wuji, you've been on the run for half a month. This time, we'll attack together. You won't be able to escape. It's your honor and misfortune to have 13 of us who reached the divine cultivation plane hunt you down. The 13 divine cultivation plane people scolded Xiao Wuji one by one. In their eyes, Xiao Wuji was already a dead man. Xiao Wuji, what else do you have to say? Zhou Inzu shouted coldly. Xiao Wuji was surrounded. He looked at them defiantly and said, I want to say. F***CKU. Since he was going to die anyway, it would be a waste not to scold them. In an instant, the 13 divine cultivation plane people's faces darkened, and they were enraged. Some of them even laughed sinisterly. I'll pull out your tendons and skin you alive. I'll light the sky lantern and torture you for 1,000 years. At this moment, Xiao Wuji was fearless. The blood in his body burned crazily, and his entire person was on fire. Boom! Xiao Wuji had taken the initiative to attack the people with the divine cultivation plane who wanted to torture him for 1,000 years. Xiao Wuji employed the Kunlun immortal technique, his eyes exuding a terrifying light as he advanced confidently, approaching with large strides. Despite his imposing presence, the people with the divine cultivation plane remained undaunted, even sneering and saying, "You are overestimating yourself, daring to strike at me with such injuries?" In the next moment, he directly confronted Xiao Wuji, his hand piercing through the sky to clash with the Kunlun Immortal technique. Snap! The Kunlun Immortal technique ignited Xiao Wuji's bloodline, delivering a powerful blow. A resonant sound echoed as it hit the people with the divine cultivation plane's arm, shattering them into pieces. "You dare to burn your bloodline against me?" The people with the divine cultivation plane erupted in fury. He sensed Xiao Wuji's outer strength but realized he had no more battle power left. The recent bloodline burning attack caught him off guard, breaking his arm. The people with divine cultivation plane roared, and in an instant, his severed limb regenerated into a golden light. A palm struck Xiao Wuji's chest. Crack! Xiao Wuji spewed a mouthful of blood, his body floating like a wisp, thrown several hundred meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. His consciousness blurred, and blood flowed from his 7 orifices. The other people with divine cultivation plane watched indifferently. "You can't even endure a single blow. The Kunlun Immortal made a blind choice in picking you as his successor." The people with the divine cultivation plane sneered. Xiao Wuji struggled to his feet, his eyes blurry. He saw many people on the distant mountain range, all looking at him. Xiao Wuji thought it was his imagination and shook his head. It wasn't. At this moment, many people came to watch. 13 Sky Lords attacking together was a rare sight. For a time, the mountains near the central battlefield were filled with people. Countless people were watching. Among them were Xiao Jiao and the others. "Where is the Kunlun Immortal's inheritance?" Zhou Yinzu approached, questioning Xiao Wuji coldly. Xiao Wuji laughed and spat out the blood in his mouth. He was not stupid. He had already thrown the stone door out during the battle. Unnoticed, everyone's attention remained on the ongoing battle. "Do you want to know who killed the 2 people that died in your mansion?" Xiao Wuji chuckled and stood up weakly. He looked at Zhou Yinzu, his face covered in blood as if he had just crawled out of hell. Zhou Yinzu's pupils contracted. He had almost forgotten about this matter. After Xiao Wuji reminded him, he remembered again. He said in a deep voice, "Was it you who killed them?" "Yes, it's me, Xiao Wuji. I killed them." "It was a slap to your face." "I'm sorry you haven't found the murderer for so many years," Xiao Wuji laughed hysterically. Chapter 152, I'll kill him. 6. Then I was going to kill you, to avenge my reputation. Zhou Yinzu raised his hand, and between his palms, there was grandson primordial fire, extremely dreadful, capable of incinerating Xiao Wuji completely. Xiao Wuji closed his eyes, quietly awaiting death. He was weary, unwilling to struggle any longer. Go to hell. Zhou Yinzu's palm descended slowly. Under the gaze of the world, Zhou Yinzu was about to kill Xiao Wuji in the next moment. However, at that very moment, a twist of fate occurred. In the sky, a massive portal's phantom materialized, abruptly descending and then suppressing everything. Boom! At that moment, the colossal portal's phantom erupted with boundless radiance, so intense that those without the strength of a divine cultivation plane had to close their eyes, unable to face it directly. It seemed like the convergence of 100,000 stars, perpetually illuminating the universe. Puff! In the next second, a burst of blood-red light soared. Zhou Yinzu let out a loud cry, his chest pierced through on the spot. There was no avoiding it, his body was sent flying by the phantom of the portal, and that terrifying energy seemed poised to kill him. Fortunately, a dozen people with the divine cultivation plane acted together, blocking the attack and saving him. Who's hiding in the shadows? Come out! Zhou Yinzu roared, his expression horrified. He had narrowly escaped death just now. Today, you won't be able to kill him. A cold and indifferent celestial voice echoed. From within the phantom of the portal, a graceful figure emerged, exuding an otherworldly charm. Heavenly Emperor! She descended with the gate of Xianpin and, at the critical moment, saved Xiao Wuji. I'll protect him, the Heavenly Emperor declared with firmness. People watched in astonishment as a woman appeared domineeringly before the 13 people with a divine cultivation plane, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. She's the Heavenly Emperor. She once killed a longevity cultivation plane expert outside Qingshan City. 10 years have passed, and the Heavenly Emperor has become even more powerful. What kind of magical treasure is that? It's just a phantom, yet it's so formidable? Is the relationship between the Heavenly Emperor and Xiao Wuji so good? You don't understand. When they were in the human world, they once ascended together on the immortal path golden rankings. The discussions among the people were animated. The situation that was once a certain kill had now changed, delighting the onlookers. They were thrilled to watch the spectacle. On a small hill, Little Nine and the others also observed. This sister is so powerful, so domineering, Little Nine exclaimed enviously. The Heavenly Emperor, ranked 3rd on the Immortal Path Golden rankings, is truly terrifying. But why is the Heavenly Emperor so close to Xiao Wuji? Is it to stand against the world for him? I don't know, but it looks interesting now. Can the Heavenly Emperor take Xiao Wuji away? Everyone was anticipating, their eyes fixed, afraid of missing out on an exciting scene. In the center of the battlefield, Xiao Wuji, who thought he was destined to die, found unexpected salvation. Heavenly Emperor, you shouldn't have come, Xiao Wuji smiled warmly. He wasn't entirely alone. Even in a situation where the world was against him, there were still those willing to come and save him. With me here, it won't be so easy to kill you, the Heavenly Emperor spoke gently. Seeing this scene, the 13 people with the divine cultivation plane laughed with disdain. You're just one person. Despite being a person with the divine cultivation plane, do you think you can stand against all 13 of us? Xiao Wuji was ordered to be hunted down by an immortal. If you're against us, you're against the immortal. Do you believe you can rampage freely with just a magic treasure phantom? Several people with divine cultivation plane angrily rebuked, glaring at the Heavenly Emperor, wary of the gate of Xianpin phantom behind her, trying to bring the immortal into the picture. The Heavenly Emperor looked on coldly, her expression serious, yet she did not flinch. I only have a few friends, and I cherish them greatly. So, you can't kill him. The Heavenly Emperor stated firmly. Aren't you afraid of the immortal's punishment? Zhou Yinzu questioned loudly. Is the immortal truly that frightening? The one who responded was not the Heavenly Emperor or Xiao Wuji, but a white-robed young man walking over from afar. The white-robed youth shrank the distance with a single step, covering the ground rapidly. In a few strides, he reached Xiao Wuji's side, sneering. The arrival of the white-robed youth immediately stirred up a storm of public opinion. People had initially found the descent of a Heavenly Emperor incredible. After all, Xiao Wuji was currently pursued by the entire hierarchy of the dimensional battlefield, making him an enemy of the world. Now, having someone stand up and support Xiao Wuji was already remarkable. And that person stood against the 13 people with divine cultivation plane. One Heavenly Emperor was enough to make everyone tremble. Now, another one appeared, astonishing the world. Who is this person? Why is he speaking so arrogantly and disregarding the immortal? He's the reincarnation of an immortal from the immortal plane. He descended to the human world and is called Immortal Northstar. The reincarnation of an immortal? That makes sense. He indeed has the confidence to look down on immortals. But he hasn't fully regained his immortal power yet and still dares to take a stand. Unbelievable. Indeed, Xiao Wuji seems to have quite formidable friends. The company he keeps is quite intimidating. This is getting interesting. I love watching this. One is the Heavenly Emperor who descended with a mysterious celestial artifact, and the other is the reincarnation of an immortal. Both staunchly support Xiao Wuji. Haha, this scene is too fascinating. People in the world were discussing non-stop. It was a spectacle. 15 people with the divine cultivation plane lords, a rare sight. Who knows, there might be more coming later. In a true sense, they represented the pinnacle combat strength of the human world. This was because immortals belong to the immortal plane, and the people with the divine cultivation plane were the most powerful experts in the human world. Now, 15 of them stood in the center of the battlefield. More importantly, the 13 people with the divine cultivation plane lords hesitated to attack the 2 people with the divine cultivation plane. One held a supreme celestial artifact, and the other was the reincarnation of an immortal. The other side lacked confidence in engaging in a battle. Chapter 153, I'll kill him. 7. Immortal Northstar, why do you have to get involved in this? Zhou Yinzu was very puzzled. Immortal Northstar stood with hands behind his back, casually smiling. Because they are among my few friends. Just like the Heavenly Emperor, I cherish my friends. Even if offending an immortal is the cost for a friend? Zhou Yinzu roared with a stern expression. Immortal Northstar replied coldly, whether you talk about immortals or not, immortals still haven't shown up, right? Zhou Yinzu was left speechless. Immortal Northstar sneered, ready to speak, when his expression suddenly changed. He gazed at the sky with a serious expression. From there, a voice descended. Who said I won't come out? The resounding voice, like thunder sweeping through acupoints, dispersed all malevolent entities, and a majestic atmosphere descended. At that moment, everyone watched in surprise, once again astounded. An immortal descended on the dimensional battlefield. This was something that hadn't occurred in centuries. Immortal Northstar, you are not the formidable presence in the immortal plane anymore. Yet, you dare to speak so boldly. Do you not realize whose territory this is? Suddenly, a figure appeared between heaven and earth. An old man with silver hair, emanating a powerful aura, coldly stared at Immortal Northstar, eyes shooting 2 sharp rays. Do you think stripping away your immortal origin energy now can elevate me to a higher level? The immortal spoke with a sinister tone. With a boom, he descended and stood before the 13 people with the divine cultivation plane, ignoring everything and focusing on Immortal Northstar and the Heavenly Emperor. Welcome, Immortal Mu. The 13 people with the divine cultivation plane greeted respectfully. A formidable celestial artifact phantom and the reincarnation of an immortal. No wonder this matter is so troublesome to deal with. It's just nice that I can strip Immortal Northstar of his origin energy and seize your celestial artifact to enhance my power, Immortal Mu said coldly. You won't succeed, Immortal Northstar stated solemnly. He initially thought immortals wouldn't descend, as it was no secret that immortals in the dimensional battlefield disliked the human world spiritual. I'm going to capture you now. Who dares to stop me in this world? Immortal Mu declared domineeringly, opening his hand and releasing a dazzling multicolored light. Boom! At that moment, a massive hand descended, as if cutting open an ancient universe. Endless galaxies ravaged the surroundings, obscuring everything in its path with a brilliant expanse of white. Immortal Northstar tried to retreat but found himself trapped in place. You haven't restored your immortal power. The gap between us now is like the gap between us at our peak, Immortal Mu snorted coldly, confidently reaching out with his hands. Immortal Northstar couldn't move. The Heavenly Emperor attempted to help but was suppressed by Immortal Mu's other hand. Even the sky bent, and the Heavenly Emperor could only grit her teeth and endure. The situation instantly deteriorated. The 2 experts could intimidate the 13 people with a divine cultivation plane, but they were powerless before an immortal. As the world witnessed this scene, they couldn't help but sigh. The disparity between humans and immortals was too vast. Humans could never triumph over immortals. Everyone watched in silence as the Heavenly Emperor and Immortal Northstar were on the brink of demise. Thump! 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 A unique sound of footsteps could be heard between heaven and earth. Everyone in the world heard it. It was not loud, but it stepped on everyone's heart. The footsteps were crisp, each step causing a jump in everyone's soul. The onlookers were filled with shock, their eyes widened. Even though they were thousands of miles away, even though their strength was not enough, everyone could see it. A man walked out from the center of the battlefield. He was dressed in simple linen clothes, but his face was as white as jade and his eyes were bright. The sound of his footsteps struck Immortal Mu's heart. It felt as weighty as a mountain. Each step pressed upon Immortal Mu's heart, preventing his hand from descending. Seizing this opportunity, Immortal Northstar and the Heavenly Emperor broke free of their restraints and immediately turned their heads.
Qingshan!
Suddenly, Xiao Wuji burst into laughter, tears flowing out of his eyes. In the face of life and death, his best brother had come. The Heavenly Emperor breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of Qingshan. On the other hand, Immortal Northstar was observed with a complex expression.
He saw that Qingshan did nothing extraordinary.
He simply walked over and subdued Immortal Mu, allowing an escape.
At this instant, Immortal Northstar understood the immense gap between himself and Qingshan. And who are you?
Immortal Mu didn't care about Immortal Baichen and the Heavenly Emperor's escape at all. He looked at Qingshan with a pair of burning eyes. The strange feeling he had just now made him afraid.
Qingshan!
Qingshan softly spoke.
Within the dimensional battlefield, clouds rose. Auspicious chi shone brilliantly as 5-colored clouds filled the air.
Qingshan walked out of the 5-colored clouds, akin to an immortal descending to the mortal realm, bringing a sense of hope. Qingshan, he's an immortal.
Very powerful. Be cautious, Immortal Northstar solemnly cautioned. He comprehended the vast disparity between a person with the divine cultivation plane and an immortal.
At this moment, Qingshan represented the divine cultivation plane. Even if the two of us join forces, we won't be a match for him, the Heavenly Emperor said.
Brother, if it's not possible, then let's escape.
Take us with you, Xiao Wuji urgently suggested. Qingshan smiled faintly, looking at Xiao Wuji's pitiful state.
Calmly, he remarked, why run? So what if he's an immortal?
Watch closely, I'll take him down. These words reverberated, piercing into the hearts of the listeners.
I'll take him down.
These 4 words were like 4 heavenly swords thrusting into the hearts of the onlookers, inducing shivers in everyone who heard them. This kind of self-confident strength and indomitable momentum made everyone look forward to it.
A mortal body stood ready to confront an immortal.
Chapter 154, Fight with an Immortal in the core area of the central battlefield. Qingshan was originally comprehending the great path of time. He did not stop for a moment and turned a deaf ear to everything in the outside world. Even if the Heavenly Emperor descended from the gate of Shinpin and caused a sensation in the world, Qingshan would not know about it. It wasn't until the arrival of the immortal that Qingshan woke up from his meditation. He opened his eyes and looked at the world. Only then did he realize that such a huge incident had happened outside the central battlefield.
Qingshan immediately came out. He was also eager to save the immortal.
Seeing that the Immortal Northstar was about to be captured and deprived of his immortal fruit of path, he immediately raised his aura to the peak. Qingshan stepped on the ground, but his spirit was fixed on the immortal.
With every step Qingshan took, the immortal was unable to make a move.
When Qingshan saw that he had affected an immortal and saved the Immortal Northstar, Qingshan suddenly felt that immortals were nothing much. In the next moment, his goal changed.
He wanted to go up against an immortal as a mortal.
Qingshan was only at the divine cultivation plate and was not an immortal. However, at that moment, his words were even more authoritative than those of immortals. His gaze was burning, and his battle intent was slowly rising. The power of self-confidence rose in Qingshan's heart.
Because of Qingshan's words, the onlookers were in an uproar. How shocking was a battle between a mortal and an immortal? Who is this person? Why is he so arrogant? Is that arrogance? Isn't that arrogance?
But what he said did sound very satisfying.
Why is it that a mortal can't compete with an immortal?
His name is Qingshan. Together with the Immortal Northstar, the Heavenly Emperor, and Xiao Wuji, he was ranked in the top 10 of the first Immortal Path Golden ranking. The Heavenly Emperor, who possesses a mysterious celestial weapon, is ranked 3rd.
The Immortal Northstar, who is the reincarnation of an immortal, is ranked 2nd. Qingshan is ranked 1st. The Immortal Path Golden rankings evaluation of Qingshan is that he's a god in the human world.
Someone immediately explained about the Immortal Path Golden rankings.
With that, Qingshan's name became famous all over the world, and everyone knew it.
The Immortal Path Golden ranking sure is bold for ranking the Heavenly Emperor and the Immortal North Star below Qingshan.
After the reform of the Immortal Path Golden ranking, it takes into consideration the great path of heaven and earth. Its predictions are all correct. This god of the human world is really fearless. If he succeeds, he will seriously be a god of the human world. The people in the world were discussing non-stop. Looking at the battlefield in the distance, they were excited. Although they did not dare to challenge the immortal, they felt inexplicably good when they saw Qingshan challenge them. Immortals were high and mighty, educating all living beings. Day after day, year after year, people sometimes thought of pulling immortals down from the 9 heavens and making them fall into the mortal world, into the mud, covered in filth, and their dignity as immortals was completely swept away. They couldn't do it, but now Qingshan had done it. He challenged the immortal in an imposing manner, bringing a new storm. Everyone wanted to see if the immortal would keep their dignity and continue to suppress the world and crush their opponents, or Qingshan would succeed in killing the immortal and bring down the reputation of the immortal. On a small hill, Little Nine and the others had originally come to watch a good show. The fight had nothing to do with them, so it was very exciting to watch the show. However, when Qingshan appeared, Little Nine and the others went crazy. "Ah, it's brother. He's still alive. He's so powerful. He's friends with Xiao Wuji, and he's challenging an immortal." Little Nine happily hugged Little Fox and squeezed it crazily, screaming and filled with excitement. Little Fox was the same. She jumped up happily with Little Nine and looked at Qingshan in the center of the battlefield with love in her eyes. When Awei saw all of that, his admiration for Qingshan was as deep as a mountain. Sir is indeed sir. He has only been in the dimensional battlefield for more than 10 years and has already become the strongest person in the dimensional battlefield. Now, he is even challenging an immortal. For Awei, whether it was the reliance he had when he was young or the respect and worship he had now, Qingshan was incomparable in his heart. The 5 ghosts let out a rare laugh. Normally, they would be quiet and would only reveal excited expressions when they were killing people. But now, they were happy for their master and cheered. "Watch carefully. Don't be excited anymore. Brother is going to fight that stupid immortal." Little Nine restrained her excitement and said seriously. Everyone immediately quieted down and watched without blinking. They were very nervous. Could Qingshan defeat, or even kill an immortal? Utterly arrogant. Immortal Mu looked at Qingshan with a cold face and disdain. Even if he was affected by Qingshan, he was not afraid. If a dignified immortal was afraid of mortal cultivators, then his years of cultivation would have been completely wasted. Although the divine cultivation plate is at the human world peak, it is only the human world. Do you think you can compete with an immortal? Immortal Mu laughed at Qingshan for overestimating himself. Human, what right do you have to fight me? Immortal Mu shouted coldly with obvious contempt, carrying the pride of an immortal. Why should I kill you? Qingshan replied loudly. He did not back down. Instead, he took big steps forward. Qingshan had not fought for 10 years, so even he did not know how powerful he was. Today, Qingshan would try it out with the immortal. With every step Qingshan took, a portion of his aura rose. The clothes on his body could not withstand it and directly vaporized. Fortunately, Qingshan had a white robe condensed from true qi, just like immortals. However, Immortal Mu was an old man, and the white robe looked like a burial robe. Meanwhile, Qingshan looked like a gentleman. Chapter 155, Furious Immortal Mu Thump. Thump! 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 As Qingshan walked, his slender body was like an ancient god of war, shining brightly and flawlessly. As his aura stacked, the surrounding world trembled with his footsteps. At that moment, Qingshan was as imposing as an immortal. Behind him, Xiao Wuji, whose face was bruised and swollen, suddenly shouted, "Kill the immortal! Kill this white-haired turtle! He really thinks he's invincible. He's just a defeated opponent of the god of the human world." The Heavenly Emperor's fair face blushed, either because she was affected by Xiao Wuji or because the scene before her was too shocking. The next second, she, who had been calm and collected,
shouted, "God of the human world, this is the human world. Kill him and let him know that even immortals have to listen to the God of the human world when they come to the human world." The immortal Northstar's face was flushed red. He became excited and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Qingshan, you beat me to become number one. You are the God of the human world. I believe in you. You can definitely kill him. D***mn, he even wanted to take my immortal fruit of path just now. Is he courting death?" The loud shouts made Immortal Mu's face turn dark, and the 13 divine cultivation plane individuals behind him were furious. However, due to their high status and pride, they could not bear to shout back. Boom! At that moment, Qingshan, who was encouraged, took a step forward like a god. The earth shook and his aura was boiling. He punched forward with his large fist. Spatial storm. Qingshan displayed the great path of space that he had comprehended, and it was even a great path that had been fused. It was extremely terrifying. That was his third time using it. As soon as the spatial storm appeared, it directly crushed the heavens. That was an astonishing sight. Qingshan had killed his enemies from a distance twice, so no one had seen how terrifying the spatial storm was. But now, it was different. Qingshan's attack in front of the enemy gave the world the illusion that an eternal god of the path of space had descended, sweeping the human world and killing evil. His body was covered in golden light that engulfed the world. Space was king. In the mysterious human world path, the path of space was one of the top few paths. Immortal Mu also made his move at that moment. He said coldly, "The human world path is outdated. What immortals comprehend is the immortal path." Immortal Mu opened his mouth and spat out a stream of origin energy. He activated more than 10 secret skills. Together with the immortal path he had comprehended, Immortal Mu instantly pressed down like a vast blue sky, resisting Qingshan's spatial storm. The power that Immortal Mu displayed was so terrifying that the world watched it without blinking. They thought it was a tit-for-tat confrontation, and perhaps Qingshan would be at a disadvantage. After all, Qingshan was using the human world path, while Immortal Mu was using the immortal path. However, what was shocking was that the origin energy that Immortal Mu spat out was mixed with many secret skills and the attacks of the immortal path. But before Qingshan's spatial storm, it was broken again and again like paper. Swoosh! A bloody ray of light shot out. Qingshan's spatial storm slashed Immortal Mu's neck. It didn't take Immortal Mu's life, but Immortal Mu's neck was cut open. Blood was gushing out. His neck was almost cut off. At first, the scene was silent. What was happening? In the battle between a mortal and an immortal, Qingshan almost cut off Immortal Mu's head with ease. Who was the immortal and who was in the divine cultivation plane? Then, the world was in an uproar. The people of the world cheered to the point of madness. A high and mighty, unrivaled immortal had been overpowered by Qingshan at that moment. The image of a divine-like immortal had completely disappeared. People cheered when they saw the immortal almost being killed by Qingshan in one blow. But in the next second, the flesh and blood on Immortal Mu's head merged together, and Immortal Mu's head stopped bleeding. Immortal Mu stared at Qingshan with a gloomy expression, his face twitching. It was a disgrace. A huge humiliation. Immortal Mu actually fought with a divine cultivation plane individual and almost got his neck cut off. The cheers around were so ear-piercing. Immortal Mu turned around and saw a piercing cold light shooting out, which calmed the world. "You used the human world path to break my immortal path?" Immortal Mu gritted his teeth and asked. He was careless just now when he utilized the immortal path, thinking that he would definitely suppress Qingshan. However, the spatial storm directly shattered the immortal path, catching Immortal Mu off guard and humiliating him. This is the human world. The human world path is not as bad as you think. Qingshan shouted with a cold face. It wasn't exactly out of excitement from having dealt a blow to Immortal Mu. Rather, Qingshan focused his attention because Immortal Mu had gotten angry for real. The human world path was indeed not as good as the immortal path. Immortal Mu had displayed the basic immortal path, while Li Qingshan had displayed the mysterious human world path. Additionally, it was one of the most powerful ones in the mysterious human world path, the Great Path of Space. Furthermore, Li Qingshan's spatial storm was a fusion of great paths. With so many layers of power, it was obviously easy to crush the basic immortal path. You've gone and made me mad. Immortal Mu spat coldly and attacked in an instant. When he moved, Li Qingshan also moved. The two of them exchanged a move in a flash. No one saw it clearly. In the next second, an explosive noise resounded throughout the world. Clang! After that sound rang out, in the next second, there was a huge explosion. Boom! The endless void collapsed and shattered. Countless abysses and black holes appeared, connecting to the eternal unknown. Chapter 156, Undying Holy Buddha. There was a sound akin to that when a landslide or a tsunami happened. There was also a scene of stars flickering. It was the boundless universe beyond the world. Immortal Mu was extremely powerful at that moment. He stood in the void like the supreme being of this world. His cold face didn't change, but his eyes were filled with endless disillusionment. He leaned against the eternal starry sky, and his body was shining brightly. The immortal path revolved around his body. Ancient ferocious beasts appeared behind him. There were evil dragons, fierce tigers, blood phoenixes, poisonous pythons. Those ferocious beasts appeared one by one and occupied the starry sky. They were truly terrifying and emitted endless power as they pounced toward Li Qingshan. Such a terrifying scene made many people cover their mouths, afraid that they would scream and disturb Li Qingshan. Fierce beasts and evil beasts rushed over, their flames soaring into the sky. Li Qingshan was not moved at all. Boundless golden light appeared behind him, and then a gentle Buddhist proclamation sounded. Amat Ba. Boom! Behind Li Qingshan, a 1665-meter-tall golden Buddha suddenly appeared. Its body was shining brightly. The fierce beasts and evil beasts rushed over and crashed into the golden body, disappearing in an instant. This is, Immortal Mu was shocked and said in disbelief. Indestructible golden body. That was the biggest change in Immortal Mu's expression. Immortal Mu looked at Li Qingshan in disbelief, his eyes full of shock. Are you the successor of that bald monk? Immortal Mu roared, his face twisted. Back then, he was the immortal who was severely injured by the undying Holy Buddha. Immortal Mu was almost killed by the undying Holy Buddha. He had personally witnessed how terrifying the indestructible golden body was. Everyone's attacks were useless against that Buddha. It was Immortal Mu's nightmare. Immortal Mu had thought that with the death of the undying Holy Buddha, his nightmare had ended. However, who would have thought that 5,000 years later, a young man with the indestructible golden body would appear? And this time, Li Qingshan was even more terrifying than the undying Holy Buddha. Li Qingshan was not an immortal yet. You haven't forgotten what happened 5,000 years ago. You should know how terrifying the indestructible golden body is. Li Qingshan said calmly. He was standing on the palm of the golden Buddha, looking at Immortal Mu. Clang! The sword chime shook the sky. Immortal Mu pulled out his immortal sword, which emitted a dazzling light. It was very terrifying and soul-stirring. Li Qingshan also had an immortal sword, but it was nothing compared to the one Immortal Mu had. Immortal Mu's immortal sword was the real immortal sword. Immortal Mu's immortal sword was golden in color and emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. He attacked again, his silver hair standing on end and his eyes as sharp as knives. He couldn't let Li Qingshan grow up and become an immortal like that terrifying monk 5,000 years ago. The golden-colored immortal sword enlarged at that moment. It was as thick as a mountain, reaching the sky and pressing down with great force. The sound was deafening, like an ocean surging into the sky, making people's hearts palpitate. Li Qingshan and the indestructible golden body attacked together. He raised his hand and grabbed the void. The indestructible golden body also raised its hand and grabbed the void. The golden immortal sword was grabbed. The terrifying energy that erupted between the two of them spread out in all directions. It was extremely terrifying and flooded the area, sweeping across the universe once again. Rumble!
Another terrifying abyss appeared in the void. Starlight flickered within it, connecting it to a star domain. Swoosh! Immortal Mu's eyes shone brightly, shooting out two beams of dazzling light. Immortal Mu pulled out the golden immortal sword and slashed at Qingshan again. He used all his energy and turned it into the sharpest divine sword. Qingshan was already prepared. He raised his hand, and the great path that he had long comprehended but never had the chance to use enveloped him. Imaginary prison. That was the first time Qingshan had tapped into the fusion of the three great paths of speed, space, and time. The three great paths gathered together to draw a world that trapped people inside. Qingshan had not used it since he had comprehended the paths. Because it was so powerful, no one had been worthy of Qingshan using it. Immortal Mu was a worthy opponent. Qingshan's imaginary prison was unleashed. Immortal Mu waved the golden immortal sword and slashed down with all his might, wanting to break all obstacles. Boom! However, he didn't know that the imaginary prison couldn't be broken. It trapped Immortal Mu in a small space containing a vast world in an instant. Immortal Mu swung his sword and suddenly felt the world change. He was in a strange world where he couldn't see the way forward or the way back. Drats, I've been tricked! Immortal Mu cried out in alarm. He knew he was in danger, so he immediately rushed tens of thousands of meters away, trying to break free. However, in the eyes of others, Immortal Mu had been moving in circles in that small area, like a headless fly. Qingshan unsheathed his sword calmly. The sword was a reward for entering the dimensional battlefield. It was a celestial artifact refined in the human world. It wasn't very powerful, but it was sharp and could kill. The immortal North Star had said that the sword was forged by an immortal in the human world, but he wasn't sure if it was forged by Immortal Mu. Qingshan's expression was cold. Qingshan pulled out his long sword and gathered all his energy. At that moment, he slashed out crazily. Heaven's slicing sword technique. Qingshan still remembered that sword move, and he had even improved it to perfect its power. Clang! A streak of sword chi surged over. Inside the prison, Immortal Mu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He was terrified and knew that something bad was going to happen. He screamed crazily, "Help! Please save me, I don't want to die." Under the gaze of the world, Immortal Mu's cry for help rushed to the 9 heavens and resounded throughout the world. Chapter 157, Killed an Immortal. At the same time, Qingshan's sword exploded on Immortal Mu's body. This time, Qingshan beheaded Immortal Mu. Moreover, Qingshan lifted Immortal Mu's head with his immortal sword, and with a forceful push, he poured his thick true chi into him, destroying his immortal primordial spirit. Immortal Mu was dead. Qingshan lifted Immortal Mu's head with his sword. He stood in the void with a cold expression and dispersed the imaginary prison. The immortal corpse slowly descended and crashed into a mountain in the distance. The shocking scene stunned everyone. Even the Heavenly Emperor, the immortal North Star, and Yuhua Gate gaped in disbelief. That easily? The immortal North Star's heart was in turmoil. He used to be an immortal, so he knew how terrifying it was for Qingshan to be able to do this. The god of the human world lives up to his reputation. The Heavenly Emperor closed her mouth and licked her red lips. Her voice became sweet. Although it returned to normal in the next second, Yuhua still noticed it. My bro is amazing. Yuhua didn't say anything else. He just gave Qingshan a thumbs up, his expression full of admiration. When the onlookers saw the scene, the initial silence was as if something was brewing. Then, it was like a volcano erupting. F***ck, F***ck, F***ck. He really did it, killing an immortal in the human world. An immortal was killed just like that. It seems like his identity has changed. Qingshan is an immortal. So, immortals can also die. Too scary, too scary. Something big has happened. The world is going to be overturned. The dimensional battlefield will not be peaceful. It will definitely cause huge waves. Let's just watch the show. The people in the world discussed endlessly.
Some were happy, some were shocked, some were sad, and some were watching the show. Little Nine and the others were overjoyed. When they saw Qingshan's sword slashing the immortal, even the calm 5 ghosts danced with excitement. Everyone was happy except for Qingshan. He was still standing in the sky, and the golden body behind him slowly dissipated. He took a deep breath, and all the acupoints in his body were absorbing crazily, sweeping away the world's spiritual chi to make up for the consumption just now. Qingshan then came down and approached Xiao Wuji. He threw the head of Immortal Mu over and found that Zhou Yinzu and the other 13 divine cultivation plane individuals had already escaped. They didn't dare to stay when they saw Qingshan killing the immortal. "Your enemy," Qingshan said. "We do adhere to an eye for an eye, but we don't like to torture corpses." Xiao Wuji waved his hand. "As long as you're happy," Qingshan said indifferently. "Of course I'm happy. It's been 10 years since we last met. How did you become so powerful?" Xiao Wuji asked curiously. Qingshan did not answer the question. He turned his head and looked into the distance with a serious expression. That faraway place behind the central battlefield was the legendary path of immortality. "What's wrong?" Xiao Wuji asked in confusion. "That group of immortals is about to descend." Immortal Northstar sensed it as well and said in shock. That group, Xiao Wuji was shocked and immediately looked at Qingshan. Qingshan's face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. "How many immortals are there in this dimensional battlefield?" the Heavenly Emperor asked. "As far as I know, there are 20. The Immortal Northstar said bitterly. 20? One died, but there are still 19 left. "Let's go," Xiao Wuji immediately said. If he couldn't win, he would run away. "Where can we sneak off to?" Qingshan looked at Xiao Wuji calmly. "Although this dimensional battlefield is huge, there is nowhere to hide in front of immortals." Qingshan took a deep breath and looked at the Immortal Northstar and the Heavenly Emperor. "Take Xiao Wuji away and keep watch outside. Don't come in." "What do you want to do?" The Heavenly Emperor immediately went to pull Qingshan back. "You may be able to kill one immortal or two, but there are 19 immortals this time." The Immortal Northstar nodded. "We'll stay and accompany you. Although I'm not all that, I have the immortal fruit of path. After burning it, I can still reach the immortal plane for a while." The Immortal Northstar didn't say that he would never be able to return to the peak cultivation plane of his previous life after the burning ended. "Although I look very miserable, I have the ancient fighter bloodline. My recovery ability is very strong. I have already recovered by half." Xiao Wuji patted his chest. Qingshan shook his head and said firmly, "All of you should leave. This is the central battlefield. I have my ways. You will only drag me down if you stay here. Go outside and watch. Don't delay any longer. There's not enough time." Qingshan drove them away without mercy. Then, he sat on a big rock in the center of the battlefield and closed his eyes. He had a plan in mind. Everyone was puzzled. He's already won and killed the immortal. Why is he still sitting there? Yeah, I thought it was over. What is he doing? The Heavenly Emperor, the Immortal Northstar, and Xiao Wuji were all chased out of the central battlefield by him. Something must have happened. I want to take a look. I'm not leaving. Of course I have to watch it. Even Little Nine and the others were puzzled. They looked at Qingshan sitting in the center of the battlefield. He was the only one in the huge battlefield. As Qingshan lowered his head and pondered, no one knew what he was thinking. Everyone was staring at Qingshan. What was he thinking at the moment? What was he trying to do? In the dimensional battlefield, Qingshan became famous after one battle. His every move was watched by tens of thousands of people. Chapter 158, Time Reversal. Qingshan was cultivating. He was comprehending the path. He was opening a treasure trove. When Qingshan succeeded in slaying the immortal, he felt it. The 100 furnace nurturing scriptures that he had been nurturing for several years in his body cracked the moment he slashed out. What would Qingshan gain from all his years of accumulation? Qingshan opened the 100 furnace nurturing scriptures to see a path of time.
What is this?
Qingshan was surprised. He touched it lightly and in an instant, the path of time flowed into Qingshan's body. This is the great path of time. Qingshan was pleasantly surprised. He had comprehended the path of time for many years, but he still hadn't reached the introductory level of the great path of time. It was a pleasant surprise to see it appear in front of him. Millions of scriptures fused into one and became the great path of time. Furthermore, it's time reversal. Qingshan checked the great path of time. It was time reversal. He recalled the past. After Qingshan learned of the great path, he immediately had an idea. It was a terrifying thought, an unprecedented thought. Qingshan knew that all the immortals on the path of immortality were about to descend and come to the dimensional battlefield. Rumble. Just as Qingshan was thinking, a loud rumble came from the distance. Then, people vaguely saw a path of immortality open, and terrifying auras descended from the path. Boom! 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 The aura of those people was not inferior to that of Immortal Mu. In fact, they were even more powerful. A total of 19 paths descended on the dimensional battlefield, surging and covering the entire world. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes widened. The shock in them could be seen at a glance. This is... all immortals descended. There are 20 immortals in the dimensional battlefield, and they have all descended. They are here for Qingshan. They are so scary. It's over. Killing one immortal is fine, but killing 19 immortals is impossible. In the end, it's still difficult to win against large numbers. The world felt despair. They knew that Qingshan was very powerful, but now was not the time to be heroic. There were too many immortals. When the Heavenly Emperor, the Immortal North Star, and Xiao Wuji saw that, their expressions turned solemn. ***, if something happens to my bro, I will go and accompany him. I was the one who caused this. Xiao Wuji gritted his teeth. He held the stone door in his hand. He had lost it before, but after the situation improved, he picked it up again. If we really fight, I will risk my life to summon the Royal Gate of Xianpin, the Heavenly Emperor stated firmly. He stared at Qingshan's back with a pair of watery eyes. The Immortal North Star smiled bitterly. I thought that my reincarnation would be a gilded experience. I didn't expect that things in the human world are so complicated. If we really fight later, I'll burn my immortal origin energy, the Immortal North Star said firmly. Little Nine and the others watched anxiously. Little Nine wanted to call Qingshan to stop fighting, but she was stopped by Dawei. Sir doesn't like to be disturbed when he's doing things. All we can do now is to silently support him. Don't disturb him. Continue watching and calm down, Dawei shouted sternly. Only then did Little Nine and the little fox calm down. They knew that they had been too emotional and had lost control. They watched nervously. This time, it was really a disaster. A long rainbow streaked across the distant mountains, bringing with it a comet. Finally, it descended from the intersection of heaven and earth, as if it had come from the end of the world. 1 figure, 2 figures, 3 figures. A total of 19 figures swept over with powerful pressure. Wherever they went, the sky and the earth became the background. The wind howled and the dark clouds were bleak. They gave off the feeling of a peerless demon king. That was because these immortals were completely furious. In the dimensional battlefield, Qingshan sat quietly, watching them. They came to Qingshan and looked at him coldly from a few hundred meters away. Qingshan, who was surrounded by 19 immortals, was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked at them with interest. To have killed an immortal in the human world, it's truly inconceivable. This has never happened since the dimensional battlefield was established, a handsome bearded male immortal shouted coldly.
Why does a genius like you have to go against us? A female immortal uttered regretfully.
Kill him, then kill his accomplices.
A cold immortal spoke. What? Qingshan looked at them and suddenly asked, why are you sure that I'll be killed?
The moment he said that, the immortal laughed. Do you think you can still survive? The cold immortal sneered.
I think I can do it, Qingshan answered seriously. Arrogant.
The immortals were disdainful.
Do you know what this place is?
Qingshan pointed at the ground under his feet.
The central battlefield. So what? An immortal sneered.
5,000 years ago, there was a group of ambitious people who wanted to open a new path. They almost succeeded, Qingshan said. The immortals' faces darkened.
Qingshan's words reminded them of the battle 5,000 years ago.
In that battle, they suffered heavy losses, although they still managed to kill everyone in the end.
Are you here to avenge those people?
The handsome bearded immortal had an indifferent expression, and his tone was unfriendly.
Qingshan stood up and shook his head.
He looked at the 19 immortals and replied casually, I just think that if I go back in time and go back to that battle, the ending might be different.
Qingshan's words made the immortals frown. They looked at Qingshan as if he was a fool. The past can never be changed, the female immortal stated resolutely. I think it can.
Qingshan smiled and uttered. As soon as he finished speaking, Qingshan clapped his hands.
A terrifying wave spread out from his palm, and a halo circulated, attracting everyone's attention. What is this?
An immortal stared at him closely.
This seems to be Great Path of Time. The handsome bearded immortal exclaimed in shock. What do you want?
An immortal realized that something was wrong and immediately wanted to interrupt Qingshan. However, no matter what, he could not touch Qingshan. They were only a few hundred meters away, but it was as if they were separated by a world. At that moment, the Great Path of Time in Qingshan's hands flowed through the entire central battlefield. Then, with a boom, the time in the central battlefield began to reverse. Under the watchful eyes of the world, the group of ambitious young people from 5,000 years ago returned to this world to continue that battle.
Welcome back, seniors. Qingshan smiled and said elegantly.
Chapter 159, Great Path of Time. The Great Path of Time flowed in the center of the battlefield.
Time quickly reversed in this ancient battlefield.
In the eyes of the world, the change in the central battlefield was too unbelievable. What happened 5,000 years ago had been buried by dust and no longer existed. But now, Qingshan had brushed away the dust and time reversed back to the past. The world had witnessed a miracle. A miracle called Path of Time.
Everyone watched in shock. Even a fool could see the changes in the central battlefield.
The central battlefield was still the central battlefield. However, after 5,000 years backward, it returned to the land that had never been shattered or destroyed. The central battlefield of the past was not like the present. Qingshan made the central battlefield appear as it was, and the senior experts who had died there began to revive. The first one was the woman who Qingshan had personally buried. Her physical body was intact, but her divine soul was destroyed. She had not decayed for 5,000 years. Qingshan found her and buried her personally. Now, time was like water, brushing past her body and calling back her soul. The woman opened her eyes and climbed out of the graveyard. She was still as beautiful as ever. However, there was a hint of shock on her face because she saw 6,435 steels. Even though there were no words on the steels, the woman still recognized them at a glance. Those were all her former comrades' steels. The woman's gaze gradually turned sharp as she looked at the 19 immortals, the same glance from 5,000 years ago. More than half of the 19 immortals were survivors of that battle. Looking at the woman who climbed out of the grave, their expressions were extremely ugly as they recalled the bad scenes in the past. The woman was the first, but not the last. More and more people began to return to the central battlefield. They had returned to their peak, which was the same as before the battle. They were in high spirits, peerless and magnificent. It was as if a lifetime had passed.
Everyone, including Qingshan and the 19 immortals, witnessed the miracle with their own eyes. In the center of the battlefield, time reversal brought it back to 5,000 years ago. The experts who had died in battle were now in high spirits. The undying holy Buddha who had been guiding Qingshan was also sitting on a lotus flower with a kind face. Zhao Wuji shouted, "Since ancient times, when opening up a new path, there has been no lack of bloodshed and sacrifice. Today, I, Zhao Wuji, will begin." After that, he was nailed to the ground. The current Zhao Wuji, handsome, tall, youthful and elegant, was the envy of others. He Kai, Yang Shangwen, Lin Xiong, and Bei Haiwang all appeared in the center of the battlefield. I seem to have had a very long dream, like an illusion. It was too real. Reality or illusion, who cares? This time, I must open a new path for the human world, the undying holy Buddha said softly. His gaze fell on Qingshan. He saw everything. It was like a dream, and the time reversal was only giving them a chance to make up for regrets of the past. Rewinding time was not a real resurrection. The undying holy Buddha and the others would never be able to return to the present. However, Qingshan could go to 5,000 years ago and fight alongside the undying holy Buddha. Nevertheless, in the eyes of the world, those people had been resurrected in the center of the battlefield in an instant. It actually succeeded. The handsome bearded male immortal looked at Qingshan in shock. They had personally seen the people from 5,000 years ago appear again. That kind of shock was beyond words, and it made every immortal feel troubled. What? Qingshan looked at the handsome bearded duke and stated, "That battle back then has continued to this day. Aren't the experts from the dimensional battlefield coming to stop it?" Ha ha. The bearded man looked at Qingshan and suddenly burst into laughter. "Do you really think that you can change the ending by using time reversal and doing the battle again? Back then, there were only 12 of us. Yet, they couldn't win and were defeated. This time, there are 19 of us. Even if you make them reappear on the battlefield, you're just repeating the past," the handsome bearded Duke Immortal shouted loudly. The other immortals were the same. Although they were shocked by the time reversal, they refused to change the ending. At that moment, an immortal called out to the expert of the dimensional battlefield. "Longevity cultivation plane and divine cultivation plane individuals, come to the center of the battlefield and destroy the bandits." The immortal's shout spread throughout the dimensional battlefield. Everyone heard it. Everyone was watching nervously. Was the battle from 5,000 years ago going to happen again? Would the ending be rewritten? Boom! 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 Longevity cultivation plane individuals continued to appear. The divine cultivation plane individuals tore through the sky and descended on the central battlefield. They had no choice but to come because they were people from the dimensional battlefield. With the immortal's order, they had to participate. Within a few minutes, several thousand top experts had arrived at the center of the battlefield. They were basically the dimensional battlefield's management. Many of those thousands of people had participated in the battle 5,000 years ago. Now that they saw those people who had died in the battle revive, they were all shocked and could not believe it. Kill them. I could kill them in the past, and I can still do so now. Tell them that the rules of the dimensional battlefield are not something they can break, the handsome bearded male immortal instantly roared and attacked, leading those experts as he charged forward. Endless sand. The handsome bearded immortal suddenly shouted loudly, unleashing a terrifying immortal skill. In the path of time, all kinds of powers in the world turned into the path laws. The essence of plants, the essence of the sun, the faint light of the stars, and the origin of the universe poured down. The handsome bearded male immortal had used a great cultivation technique. It was a secret technique of an immortal skill, and it was terrifying. Once its power erupted, there was no way to measure it. Chapter 160, Divine Spirits in the Current World. All the spiritual chi and all the power were transformed into the rules of path, turning everything into the immortal path. The void was filled with patterns that crossed and interweaved. It was an extremely terrifying immortal skill that made people feel as if they had fallen into a nightmare and had difficulty resisting.
In the world, there was so much spiritual chi and so many great paths. If they were all summoned to transform into paths, there would be an endless number of them. There were dense nets everywhere in the world. Some were silver, and some were purple. With endless sand, everything in the world turned into a net of great paths until down. When the people of the world saw the scene, they were all moved. Even the immortal Northstar felt a chill down his spine. He knew that the immortal skill was extremely terrifying. It transformed all things in the world into path laws and used the power of heaven and earth to kill enemies. Silently, a huge net fell down, trying to envelop the undying Holy Buddha. To capture a thief, one must first capture the king. That was a principle that the handsome bearded immortal understood. Although Qingshan was very annoying and powerful, he was not an immortal after all. He was far from being as terrifying as the undying Holy Buddha. Back then, the 12 immortals were almost killed by the undying Holy Buddha. That battle record made the handsome bearded male immortal take action to restrain him. As the handsome bearded male immortal struck, a great battle instantly erupted. The entire central battlefield was filled with surging energy that radiated out endlessly. It was extremely terrifying, and everyone outside the central battlefield was dumbfounded. That vast energy didn't leak out at all, because at this moment, the time in the central battlefield was 5,000 years ago. The undying Holy Buddha was immediately surrounded by 15 immortals, 3 more than the last time. Endless sand erupted and enveloped the area. However, the undying Holy Buddha didn't even look at it. His finger transformed into the void, and a Buddha's light burst forth, cutting off the countless nets. The undying Holy Buddha's hand slapped down, and with a clang, he sent the handsome bearded male immortal flying. Then, he fought with the other immortals. Boom! The indestructible golden body appeared in the void. It was extremely terrifying. It was like a living Buddha. When the hand came down, the immortal could only escape. Their attacks hit the undying Holy Buddha, creating ripples and scattering the Buddha's light a little. However, it was just a little. The undying Holy Buddha was completely indifferent and continued to attack them. At the moment, the painful memories of the immortals who had been tortured back then came back. The terror of the undying Holy Buddha surged into their hearts. Everyone fought in a guerrilla manner to restrain the undying Holy Buddha. I don't believe it. There are a few more immortals this time. Can you kill 3? Some immortals gritted their teeth and were furious. They used all their strength to deal with the undying Holy Buddha. The battle had begun. The longevity cultivation plane individual and the divine cultivation plane individuals were also fighting crazily. The woman who first appeared let out a long, ear-piercing cry. She reached out and shouted, "Sword, come!" The huge sword that was stabbed into the core of the central battlefield responded. It was extremely excited. After 5,000 years, it finally heard its master's call. Whoosh! The huge sword trembled and flew out from the stone. It tore through the sky and brought with it a rain of swords, then fell down and directly landed in the woman's hand. The long sword was huge, even bigger than the woman's head. She gripped it tightly with both hands and slashed down. Boom! The few divine cultivation plane individuals in front of her were instantly sent flying and spat out large mouthfuls of blood as they looked at the woman in shock. That giant sword was too terrifying. The woman held it and kicked it with her foot. The giant sword flew up and spun, directly chopping off 2 or 3 enemies' heads. At that moment, it was not the person controlling the sword, but the sword leading the person to kill the enemy. An immortal's expression turned serious when he saw that. He could not let that woman continue killing. He could not let the loss he suffered 5,000 years ago continue. He immediately gave up on attacking Qingshan and went to deal with the woman. There were now 3 immortals attacking Qingshan. Out of the 19 immortals, 15 went to deal with the undying Holy Buddha, and the remaining 4 surrounded Qingshan, giving him a lot of pressure. He had been on the defensive. Now that an immortal was assigned to deal with the woman, the pressure on Qingshan was reduced. His eyes were calm. He shouted in a low voice, "Surrounded by gods." In the longevity cultivation plane, Li Qingshan had his every acupoint nurtured with a divine spirit that provided him with power.
It was something that everyone knew how to do.
However, when one reached the divine cultivation plane, one would usually stop the practice of nurturing a divine spirit, because one would not lack that bit of power.
But Li Qingshan did not.
Instead, he had opened up all his acupoints into small kiliocosms. The nurtured divine spirits were like the lords of each world, controlling a huge amount of energy.
Li Qingshan had never used that energy. He had been saving it all this time.
Even when he was fighting against Immortal Mu, Li Qingshan did not use it. At the moment, facing the violent attacks of the three immortals, the nurtured divine spirits in Li Qingshan's
body burst out with terrifying energy. Inside Li Qingshan's body, it was like a star domain. It was like a dream.
The small kiliocosms that had been opened up were like a string of stars.
They intersected and hid in every part of Li Qingshan's body. Boom!
Now, the divine spirits in those small kiliocosms were providing Li Qingshan with a huge amount of energy, allowing him to directly surpass the divine cultivation plane and reach an immortal's level. At that moment, Li Qingshan wielded the immortal sword and struck out. His sword was extremely terrifying.
Resplendent. Blazing.
Brutal. It wasn't a fusion of just one or two sword paths, but three. With Li Qingshan's current strength, if he were to perform the fusion of three paths of sword, he would definitely be able to kill anyone who stood in his way. The sword technique unpredictably slashed out, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. The power suddenly multiplied several times, making it difficult for people to figure it out.